Oh yeah. Listen to that waterfall. Pretty chill, isn't it? Let's drop a fat beat. Okay. How about just a slightly husky beat? Not a double XL large beat, but definitely a little thicker. Ow. Girl, you make me wanna cook bacon. Girl, you wanna make me fry it up today. Girl, you make me wanna throw some ham in there. Oh yeah, girl, I'm gonna cook it in the pan for you. Ooh, yeah, why don't I take some eggs, mix them up. Well, man, that song was gonna get sexy, and it fizzled out. What if we backed it up? Let's back it up. Let's do the song again. I think the song's definitely the greatest song ever written. It's about love and how it drives one to cook. I'm cooking for you, girl. Gonna cook some breakfast for you, girl. Let me fry some bacon up. Can't you smell that? Yeah, it's a pepper bacon. Don't you know that I don't fuck around at the supermarket? I don't fuck around at the supermarket. I buy the good shit. Pepper bacon is the way to start my day, girl. Let me pepper bacon you some. Let me scramble up some eggs, yeah. Put some tiny cut up pieces of ham in there. Don't you know that you like it? Gonna cook up some toast, butter it for you. This song is too short to tell me how I'm gonna be cooking for you, girl. Ah, what's up, guys? What's up? It's fucking, it's Tuesday, I think. Could be Wednesday. Some parts of the world. Yeah, it's really subjective when you think about it. I mean, we're all experiencing time simultaneously, hence the term. Yet, our days are wildly different. Some of you are just getting up. Some of you are going to bed. Some of you are doing your 4th line of cocaine. You might want to slow down there. That's what happened to Belushi. Speedball. Now, I trust you. You know how to handle your shit. Alright, I'm not going to get in the way of you and your narcotic fancy feast. Fancy feast narcotics. The most delicious and highest of quality. Oh my gosh. Today we're going to build another of those GEQs. I went through, I took the footage. It was awesome. Like the new setup is phenomenal. I took all the camera feeds, dropped them all in, and did a multi-camera thingy and you have like a block, a multi-view, and you can use the fucking keys on the goddamn keyboard to go camera 1, camera 4, camera 1, camera 3, camera 4. Oh, you know what? I cut too early. Let me back it up. There we go. It's awesome. I was able to work pretty quickly. This is where I'm kind of proud of. And I hadn't finished. I ran to a couple spots. We're going to reshoot today. And I'm going to get, pop that stuff in and make it beautiful. But, it was like 5 hours of footage. It was pretty long. Like, all together, it's like 4 or 5 hours, something like that. When I finished last night, I got it down to, are you ready? 37 fucking minutes. 37. I think I'm going to be able to crack it down to under 30. I just got to trim a little bit more fat, a little bit more of the what the fuck was that about, and a little bit more of, well, we don't need this. This is unnecessary. But I've got it set up, so I like my process. I'm gonna, hopefully it'll look good. I haven't really, you don't know how good you are until hindsight hits, or how well it turned out until you look at it. But that background is really bugging me. All right. Forgot what I was talking about. Oh, my process. So I took all the video, and I went through and cut it and everything, and I just trimmed out like stuff that needed to be there. And then I had it, but it was still like 4 hours or yeah, it was like 4 hours. So I took all the footage that I had, and I had the audio there, but I just stripped the audio out because I was like, I don't need it anymore. I was just using that to reference. So I dumped the audio and then made it all one big piece, and then I 4x'd it. So it was 4 times fast, and I was like, all right, an hour. And it was a little bit less than an hour. It was like 58 minutes, 57 minutes, something like that. I was like, all right, that'll work. And then I went through and narrated it. And the process for narrating that I was doing that I thought would work out pretty well, and I think it did, was I would like talk about what's going on when I'm watching it. And if there's like, I didn't try to fill dead air. So if there's nothing happening and it's just the action going, I'm just dead quiet. And then once something changes, I'll speak. And then I use those cues, those visual ones of like nothing, chop that out, take the hit from the second part, you know, when I speak back up, cut that, take everything in between, shrink it up, make it run faster. And that like shored up all these parts that were just kind of long. Like they were still 400 or 4x or whatever, but you know, it was like trimming leads. Like, okay, you after like 2 or 3 times, you can probably see that way faster. And I even thought about just cutting that out, but I did talk about it, so I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna work on it probably some more tonight. Maybe we'll see. It is a holiday, and then But I was only able to go so far because, like, if it wasn't one thing, it was another. I'm trying to record, and, like, the air conditioner comes on. All right, well, I got to wait for the air conditioner to do its thing. I'm just going to wait because it's kind of hot, so I'm just going to let it do its thing. You know, while I'm waiting, I'm going to go back and just edit all those pieces. So I started doing that, and it, you know, it shaved it down from 57 minutes down to 47 minutes. I'm like, oh, that's also fire. And, oh, the air conditioner's off. So I recorded some more. And then Mrs. Hearsey got up and was walking around and making noises and stuff, which, you know, I understand. No, not being mad. And so I had to stop again, and I was like, all right, well, I'll just edit again. And I got it down to like 37, 36 minutes. And it's still useful, I think. I still need to kind of take another view of it, but it seemed fairly useful. We'll see. But yeah, today we're gonna build another one of those. I'm gonna record the parts I need to. There's a couple of mistakes. You know how we couldn't get the lens in? That was my fault. The instructions really were specific. I should have put the nuts in first, because that would have guided the play distance of all these faders. Instead, I just put them in thinking that they would solve itself. So now I have to move like 1 millimeter all these faders on that panel. And I'm not exactly sure I'm going to do that yet. I kind of decided to circle back on that one. But yeah, it worked out good. We got it all rocking and rolling. And I've got this. I'm noticing I'm running out of storage again already. Because like that video, oh my god, it's a couple terabytes. Like the whole video, that's the only problem, is like the video itself is just several terabytes. So, and I don't have the money to do like, well, nah, I don't want to. I really don't have the money or the interest to do like really heavy long-term storages of these. So what I think I'm gonna end up doing is, I don't know, actually. Well, you know, I could trim out. There's like, there's one camera I left in there. I should have just taken out. There's no reason for it. And actually, there's about two camera shots I could take out, and I'll never miss them. I'll never be mad. So I might be able to get it down from 700 gigs to maybe 6 or 5. That's pretty reasonable. And then I'm gonna have to just nuke everything else if I want to store this, which I don't even know if I want to. It's so big, and it's not very good. Well, I shouldn't say that. I know it's not going to be very good. It's 5 years later I'm going to look at this. Or not even 5 years. A year later I'm going to look and go, I didn't know what I was doing, did I? But if there's one thing I've learned in this life that I can't stress enough for people, or I think everybody knows, but still it's worth bringing up again, I guess. Nothing you do the first time is going to be good. It's always going to take like quite a few tries, and the only way to get good at anything is to keep doing bad at it until you stop doing bad. You know, like editing videos, making music, soldering, woodworking, crocheting, model making. I mean, you pick it. Painting, anything. You're really not so great in the beginning. Now, I admit, there's some savants out there, but the likelihood that you or I are one of those cool savants that just walked up and started playing Chopin on the piano at the age of 3, I don't think so. I don't think that happens. Once in a bajillion. Hey, trades! Double. I got the trade splatter and the Mr. X in the house. Shit just got real. Really real. What a deal. How you doing? Hola, senor. Masturbation. Oh, yeah. I don't know. You know what? Not to get heavily personal, but yeah, I wasn't very good at that when I started. You know? Now that I think back, my game was terrible. But same with sex. Like, if it was having sex with a other person or by myself. Yeah, my game was pretty weak in the beginning. It's gotten really good now. Got my technique down. I have different modes. I got I'm like, oh, we're doing that. All right. I got it all figured out. But when I was younger, when I was, I was terrible. Didn't even know what kind of lotions. You use mint lotions. Oh, that's a terrible move. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't put that on your sensitive bits. That mint, that minty aloe. And although I imagine that probably created a lot of fetishes for some people. I can't get off unless you slather me in aloe. Lobster Chung. The going is all right trying to organize a music corner. A music corner? What is that? I don't think I understand. While you're explaining, I'm gonna dab. Oh my goodness. I will say I'm really happy. I had for the just a second. I had laser focus, and I'm starting to come out of a bit of a fog. I basically quit taking this medication, and because I noticed that the side effect of it is that I have the attention span of a 3-year-old at Legoland. Or 5-year-old at Legoland. I just have none. And I was getting tired of it, and I spoke with my doctor. I did all this stuff till I go, hey, I don't want to take this anymore. The bad outweighs the good. We'll do something else, whatever. But I want to stop taking this now. Like, okay, well, when you're ready, wean yourself off of blah blah blah. And I've done it one other time, and so I kind of know what to expect. But man, it's so much better this time. Because I just, like yesterday, I got up, fucked around for a little bit, but then I got to work, and I worked all day. I easily put in 12 hours yesterday of working. I'm working on editing the video. That was it, actually. That's all I worked on. I took little breaks. I played some pinball. I went for a couple of walks. And stuff like that, but I always came back and I completed my tasks, and I haven't been doing that. I haven't had that much clarity. I can't even remember. It's been well over a year, so it was just super refreshing. Now there's a lot of other things that are really annoying. Like I have not really narcolepsy, but I'll just get tired really bad, really suddenly, and there's not much I can do. I gotta go to sleep. I'm really tired. But on the other hand, I don't need much sleep at all. Like I only slept 5 hours for the day. I have no idea if it's gonna happen again. And I was up for 20 hours yesterday. None of it makes sense. I don't get it. I'm just happy that I now have what were we talking about again? I forgot. No, they have much better focus. I think it's gonna. Honestly, I felt like it was hurting the stream a little bit. It's funny when I get a little zoned out from being a little dabbed up and everything, but I feel like sometimes it kind of is detrimental because I'll be making some worthwhile point and then I'll be like, keys. I like keys! And then I'll forget what I'm talking about. And I don't know. I just didn't like that about myself, so. Doing the old Sid heresy, notching it off, taking it down, kicking it out. That's how we do it here. Oh, a place for your gear. Ah, that kind of corner. I see. I wonder why we don't have world championships in the M word. The M word? I mean, everyone is doing it. No one wants to be competitive about it. What are you talking about? It's time to beguile. It's when the triple sloth clicks. Well, it happened the other day. Like, I was hanging out in Doey's stream, and I was like, I'll be right back. And I went to go get something, and I walked by my couch, and I walked through my living room, and I was like, man, I really want to sit down and sleep. And I go, well, I'll sit down on the couch, because if I sit down on the bed, I don't know how long I'm going to be in there. But if I get on the couch, I got a chance to get back up. And yeah, I sat down. I'm not exaggerating in any way, shape, or form. I was out cold in 5 minutes. And it was the middle of the day. I've been up for like hours. I just had coffee. I mean, there was no reason I'd fall asleep, but it's just like all of a sudden. And this happened the last time I quit it. It was around the holidays, and it was, we're sitting around opening gifts. And I'm just sitting on the couch, and it just hit, and I fell asleep, like, right there. And they were like, Sid, wake up. What? Oh, God. It's your turn to open your gift. Oh, okay. Open it. It was bad. But it only lasts about a month. And honestly, it's the least annoying part. The older you get, the less you sleep. It's like 4 hours when you're in your 60s and 70s. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I normally like 8 hours. I normally like a lot of sleep. But, I don't even remember what normal... I think I was always 8. I've always been 8. But this medication has a lot to do with it. And like I said, in about a month's time, it should be over. And it should be completely out of my system and everything. Hopefully less. What's different is, like, the first time I was doing a much larger dosage, and when I went back on the medication, I did half that dosage, and it's been that way for like a year or so. So I'm just coming off of half of the dosage I did last time, because the time before it was very, very disorienting. Really annoying. Hey, Joey, happy 4th to you too. Oh, whatever. I don't really give a fuck about holidays. I mean, some of them are cool, and some of them are great excuses to do stuff. Like, I love like, Christmas and Thanksgiving and stuff like that, because I like seeing family. I like seeing friends, I like that. It's like an excuse to do it. That's the only reason I like and I like the gifts. My birthday gifts. But I mean, like, all the other holidays, I'm just like, who cares, man? Like, Valentine's Day. I mean, yeah, nah. We don't do that. 4th of July, nah, we don't do that. Easter? Are you kidding me? I don't know. I just, like, really can't find the reason for me to get into holidays. Unless they have, like, something productive. Like I said, like hanging out with your friends, or that's it. Actually, that's the only usefulness for holidays, is spending time with people that you care about. Everything else is bullshit. And 4th of July, I don't really celebrate it that way, by hanging out with people that I care about. I did when I was younger, but that was a long time ago. That was like 30 years ago. I tried gabapentin. Gabapentin 2 hours a week. Yeah. It's funny. We give that. That's medicated. So they give gabapentin to cats. I don't know about dogs, but I know cats. And they use that as we use it for chompers to mellow them out. Kind of works, but he likes to throw it up. But the reason for the holiday has really lost its meaning. Yeah, I have a neighbor who's man, how far should I get? I don't like them. Well, I shouldn't say that. They're just trashy. Like their garage, they always have it open, and I have no idea why. If my garage looked like an episode of Hoarders, I wouldn't ever have it open. I would never use that garage to let the neighborhood know they have a giant fucking fire starter in my fucking garage. But anyways, I was walking and they had their garage door open, and the lady was there, but I think her husband or her son, I don't know anything. There's a guy there, and he's a veteran, and he's like very proud of that fact to a detriment, I would say. You know, I have friends that are veterans, and I like their attitudes. But there are some people out there who are veterans, who just so happen to not be my friends, too. Weird. Who kind of go on the like, okay, man, is that your identity? Weird. Anyways, and I think they thought the 4th of July was a holiday for them. I kind of got that vibe. And she was like, and she criticized me for walking. She's like, it's too hot to walk outside. And I'm like, I'm just checking my mail. Mail doesn't come today. I figured that out. Thank you. Hi, how you doing? You know, typical greetings of people that, you know, have manners. I don't know. I'm such a prick. I feel like I'm just a walking Larry David now. I'm just like, I don't fucking talk to them. They're rude. These choppers have gout. No, it is not a sale. It's just like stacks of crap. It's just crap stacked from floor to ceiling, and the ceiling is used as a structural holding point. Anyways. Yeah, I try to be cool, but man, I've lived in this neighborhood longer than those people, so I just kind of have tenure. And I'm always like, renters. Actually, I have no idea if they're renting or not. I don't dig up that much info. But and you know what too? I always fuck it up. I'm usually really, really high when I go for walks. I'll just get real baked, and I'll go for a walk because, you know, it just kind of, I don't know. It's just it's like a cigarette after a meal, you know. When I used to smoke, it just kind of, they juxtapose really nice. And one time I was walking, and this is so embarrassing. Okay, so I have two neighbors. One is named Fred. One is named Fred. One is named Frank. Now, Fred, God, how far do I need to get into this? Fred has a son who like was like 13 when I moved in, but now he's like, he's like 25 or whatever. And or no, I'm sorry, Frank. Now Fred had a son who was like around that same age, maybe or so, and now he's all grown up. So I get these two people confused, as you could just tell. I got Fred and Frank already confused. So I'm walking by and I see this kid talking to this other dude, and I kind of recognize the kid, and I think he lives in this one house, and I kind of think the dude lives in this other one. But I care. We have to whip the microscope out to measure how much I care. I just want to get past these people and not really engage them because I don't, care. So I'm walking past them. I nod, cool, and then I got to come back by them, and that's when they start asking me questions, and I'm like, what? And the guy, the older guy, he's like, how's it going? Which house do you live in? And I said, the little one. And I smiled because all the houses here are little houses. And the kid recognized me, but this was a one-way street. I didn't know who the kid was, and he goes, "Hey, I'm now he said it, I'm Fred's son. I live in the house that Fred used to live in. I grew up in. I now live here." And all that useful information to where I could figure out who was who, right out the window. And I instantly swapped Fred and Frank, and I took Frank's son and put him into Fred kid's house, all this. So Fred, I believe, divorced his wife because around this time that I moved in, I didn't know anything about it, but I kind of put two and two together. And I believe there was it wasn't the most amendable situation. Frank, totally not that person, but name starts with an F and an R. Not. He lived alone. I believe his wife passed away or something like that. This was ages ago, long before. So, anyways, I can't think of anything to say, so I just say, "Hey, I'm really sorry that your dad moved away. I really liked having him in the neighborhood." And he's just looking at me like I'm just talking in farts or something, and I instantly realized, like, I got to get out of here. And I'm like, "Take care." And I left, and I realized as I got around the corner that what I'd done, and I even thought about turning around and going, "Wait a minute, I got you two confused. I'm sorry. Your dad left because he was cheating on your mom. My bad. Wrong dad. I thought you..." Yeah. So it was very, very embarrassing. And now, if I see them, I just avoid them completely and go like a totally different route, so I never have to face that kid or that nosy guy again. Which house is yours? I don't know. Why don't you just follow me and figure it out that way? Why don't you ask me how much I make a year? I did have someone ask me that when I was at that resort. The house staff of the really super fancy resort, man, they're terrible. And I got in the elevator, and the guy's like, "Hey, you the AV guy?" And I'm like, yeah. "Is that pretty good work?" And I'm like, "I wouldn't be doing it if it didn't." Or he goes, "You make good money doing that?" And I go, "I wouldn't be doing it for free." And he's like, "What are we talking about? Like 50, 60, 80,000? I was like, I don't know, man. I'm not salary. I'm a freelancer. I don't ask people how much money they make. So I don't know. Door opens, they leave. I was like, wow, that was... Doey, it reminded me so much of Carl when he's trying to sell the house and he's got the couple over and he's like, your wife's pretty hot. How much do you make a year? You look pretty loaded. Oh, it's a coil. That's fine. I can make coils. The Adventures of Socially Awkward Man. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I don't know if they like me. I don't know if the neighborhood likes me, but they ain't got no other choice. I'm not moving. Complex. How you doing, mate? Good to see you. Welcome in. We have things to do today. Big things. We're gonna do the other EQ because I gotta do some reshoots. But I was saying earlier, I took 5.5 hours of footage, and that was it was 5.5 hours. Edited it down to 4 hours, then sped it up, and then edited it some more and edited it. And when I finished last night, before I was like, there's nothing else I can do until I get these reshoots and figure out how to pop them in, I got it at 37 minutes. I think I can get the whole build video in under 30 minutes. I don't know how useful it's going to be. It's mostly going to be me talking into a big mic going, hey, how's it going? It's real nice. It'll be fun. I'm also that man, but I don't smoke anymore, so I don't have that to take. Yeah, I know. You know, it's not even, like, you know, I use it as my excuse. Like, that's my crutch. But in all honesty, I make that mistake all the time. Like all the time. Mrs. Heresy always laughs. I get Fred and Frank confused. She's like, you always get them confused. I'm like, I don't know why. Doesn't make any sense. They're nothing alike. I guess they have dark hair. That's what they got in common. Man, now that I fixed that key, that looks way better now. There's a little bit of... Actually, no. Yo, the key looks good. There's a little bit of frostiness on my hair. But yeah, I turned the background down and now it looks yummy. Rawr. Yeah, the key edge. I got it at 63. That's why I got a little bit of purple in my hair. We bump it down to 50. Oh, no, I'm starting to get noise. I like it that my hair looks kind of purple. Makes me look tough, dangerous. Like, maybe I robbed a vending machine one time. Can't see the green. Well, I changed this setting by accident, and it, like, tightened the hell out of it. I wonder if I'm at 4%. I wonder if I go to 0, if it would just completely... Yeah, now I'm just seeing Moire effects. Which, there's no way for me to fix that. The technology doesn't exist! Marza Panda, how you doing, mate? Good to see you. Welcome in. We're kicking it. We built that that EQ Saturday. Oh, that's loud. We built the EQ Saturday. I took all the footage, edited it up, and I'm ready to do the second EQ and get the parts that. There's two things I noticed. So one was putting on the pin header for the transformer. I should have just done that all as one piece. Like put the transformer in with the header, bolt the transformer in, push the header down to the PCB, zip, 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 solder, 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 and then done. Because I like that method. I think it works well. The other thing that needs to get fixed is the lens. I should have followed the instructions and put the nuts, like the, oh fuck, what's the word? Not riser. Riser? Nah, that's not it. Whatever, the little riser metal things for the panel. I should have put those in first because they actually act as a guide for the spacing of these little faders. Instead, I just put those faders in like a jack-a-mole hole, and now I gotta figure out a way to move 16 of them. And keep the fabulous baseball diamond. Standoff, thank you. That was the word. Thank you, Trade Spotter. So yeah, I should have put those in first because that would have automatically given me the space. Whatever. It's fixable. It's just going to be... It's not going to be fun. I was trying to think of the best way to do it. And I don't know. We'll bring it back out later. But I think we're going to have to use like a 35 caliber. Maybe a 9mm. Some type of reasonably substantial caliber weapon. Fire at it multiple times until it is completely disintegrated. It is the American way to solve all problems with firearms. Dinner's not ready? Let me get my pistol. Breakfast. Most of my examples are food themed. No. Let me have one more dab. I need an extra get ready to bust a move dab. I'll do a dab ad. Just two. But yeah, man. That's all. Yeah, it was awesome editing with the ISO records though. I don't know if you've well, I've never had the opportunity to mess with it before, but you can take, so I took all the camera feeds and I threw it all into Final Cut. You can actually, it's even easier in DaVinci, but I didn't want to mess with it. I may try it with DaVinci just to see if it'll process a little faster on the PC, because speed is killing me these days. But you can take the file, so you'll take well, I had 6 camera feeds, and I could the program feed, my camera, camera 2, camera 3, and the Macintosh and the microscope. So I had those, and you can take them all and throw them into Final Cut as a multi-camera shot or a multi-angle shot. So once you do that, then you have like a block, like a multi-view, and you can just cut live with it. You can either scroll through, jog through, which is what I did, and cut, or you can just hit play and just look at your multi-view and go camera 4, and you just hit 4 on the fucking keypad, camera 3, camera 2, and you could just bounce around doing cuts that way, which is really nice. And what really helped is it in the timeline, every time you make a cut, or every time you switch a camera, it treats the whole thing as one big timeline. It doesn't show all the angles. If you double click, it'll drill down and you'll see all the angles, but I never had to do that. I just used the one track, and if I change cameras, it would put a cut, or a blade cut, and those would be two separate regions, and it was perfect. It was so easy, and you could just, if you just wanted to put a cut already, you could just hit the exact same camera you were already on, and it would put it in there. So I was able to edit really quickly that way, and almost to my detriment, because I forgot that I was going to speed the shit out of it, and I had all these nice little shots that came in and so forth, and then once I sped it up, it just went burp. It was like one frame. I'm like, oh yeah, that's dumb. Oh well. All the way from Australia. How do I know? Because I smell kangaroo. That's how I know. It smells of Donnie. I was talking to somebody about Donnie Benet not too long ago. I think they were like, I think they hadn't heard his music, so they're kind of stupid. Like, you know, like, how do you fucking know? I felt like they were just like button heads, just to butt heads with me. This is in California. But I was saying, like, well, you got to check him out, you know, my usual Donnie Benet pitch. I'm like, it's the, you know, incredible. Well, I'll pitch it to you guys, too, just in case anybody in chat has never heard of Donnie Benet. He's an Australian multi-instrumentalist. His primary instrument, though, his coup de grange of musica. I don't know, now I'm just murmuring. He plays the bass. And his music has a very, very, very strong 70s funk with synthwave and then just this whole 80s kind of, there's a lot of elements of that in there, of just various genres, but it's a very nice mixing of these different genres. And so the music on its face is really, really good. But the best part about Donnie is Donnie Benet himself. He's hilarious. He basically just does not take himself seriously whatsoever in any small sense. He looks like a coke dealer on Miami Vice, or Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. But just like the coke dealer in Miami Vice, he knows he doesn't have to fucking care, because he knows he's sitting on some blow. Wait. Well, you know what I mean. Anyways, he just rocks it. He embodies a self-confidence and a lot of really great qualities that I admire. And he brings that to his production. He brings that to his performance, and his stage presence just is amplified. You know, it's kind of like the difference between going and seeing like you know, a band where, well, maybe, you know, they go through and they sing their songs, and maybe they say hello whatever fucking city you're in. There's that. And then there's those bands that you go and see, and they tell you little anecdotes between songs. Like, hey, we wrote this song back when we were blah, 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 you know, or, you know, when Ted came to me with a song, he was blah, blah, you know, and you always have these great stories. And there's these interactions. They'll even ask questions, you know, ask these semi-rhetorical questions to the audience and so forth. We've all been to those concerts, and those are memorable. Those are the ones I remember the best. And there's nothing wrong with the concerts where they don't do that. You know, they just say, hey, what's up? Meshuggah does that. I hold nothing against them. Talking to the audience isn't their strong point. Rocking their fucking dark, evil souls into the 9th dimension of bass. Very good at that. Very good. So, I don't really need them talking to me. But Donnie Benet, I saw him live in Tucson, and it was just him without his band. He was just, he had a keyboard and a Mac, and his performance was awesome. He rocked that room. The energy was through the roof, and it was the whole time. Never stuttered. And I want to say he did over an hour set, maybe a little longer than that. I can't quite remember how long it was. It's my experience. It's never long enough. I just want them to play until I'm too drunk to listen. I must admit that when playing my new appliance, since I felt a little bit like the Don. Yeah. Sugar don't know where they are. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I had a footage of them. When I was flying back, the internet didn't work and I couldn't fall asleep, so I was just kind of going through videos on my phone, and I ran across all these videos of Meshuggah, and there was one where they spoke and they said Tempe, and I'm like, you could have said Phoenix, man. It's cool, you know. It sounds better, like thank you, Phoenix. You know, that's really rock and roll. Thank you, Tempe. No, that just falls flat. Doesn't sound cool at all. What was it? I saw a show at the Nile in Mesa, and they were like, thank you, Mesa. And I'm like, dude, you guys need to just call it Phoenix. Nobody in Mesa or Tempe is going to be like, hey, we're a different municipality. We'd like to be recognized by the rock bands that come to visit us. Nah, we don't care. And if they do, what the hell, damn guy? All right. Oh my goodness. Again, we bring forth the GEQ500 Delta Orion Seacrest. I like that, actually. The Orion Seacrest. Delta Orion Seacrest. Stupid. Hey, it's Biznod! Hello, puppets! Trying to find what I used for that 555 oscillator. I can't remember what caps I substituted. Oh, I don't know. You could probably just, there's like, I don't know. They're out there. You could use the Atari Punk console. It's made of the same stuff. Falcon Crest. Hot. Very hot. You know what? Actually, now I think about it. Well, so if it's 10 nanofarad, it's probably part of the feedback thingy, you know, where it feeds back. Oh wait, you said it was a 5.5. Well, yeah, it'll probably be the oscillator. So you could, do you have it? I mean, what values do you have that are close to 10? Because 10 nanofarad isn't exactly 10.000 farads in the nanos. Yeah, that's what I remember Falcon Crest was like. Was like Dallas and what was the other one? Man, I'm trying to remember. I think I had like Angelica Houston in it too, didn't it? Or not Angelica Houston. I can't remember. All right. Apparently, my ability to remember names was never a lost ability from the drug. Budget Dallas. The closest you have is 100 nanofarad? You don't have anything in the picas? You don't have like 1,000 picas or... You could put 100 in there, but it'd be cooler if you had something closer. You could put it in so like it'll divide. It'll act like a. I think it'll. Well, depending on where it is in the circuit, what you're gonna get is like a division problem. So instead of it being up here, it's gonna be an octave down. If that makes sense. So you may have to adjust all this other shit. But I mean, for the sake of fucksing around, if you're doing like a breadboard, yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, I'm not being critical. Like, why don't you have those values? What kind of person are you? I'm not doing that. I'm just like weird because, like, you know, there's a lot of stuff that requires lower than 100 nanofarads. But you know what? You could have used them all too. Get the stash. Sit from Wish. Sit from Wish is Wambra? I don't know how to take that. Always a good excuse, always a good reason to buy your components when you're buying stuff from DigiKey and Mauser. If you go to the box and you just go, well, I need 12, and they're 4 cents a piece. And I could buy 12 and spend 48 cents. However, I could buy 200 for $2. Now, if I had the graphic, there'd be the calculation thing running by the screen, but I didn't prep this bit out at all. So use your imagination. We got imaginations, right? Except you. It's gone, isn't it? Swept away. It's all right. I'll imagine it for the both of us. There it is. So, and that way you have like a shit ton, and you can start your collection. Of course, your new problem will be finding a container to put all these components in, but that's your problem, not mine. Leave me alone. Now, actually, there's a lot of these. I recommend the hobby drawers, the little Acro Mills 64 drawer hobby drawers you can get. Those fit through hole components like champions, and they hang on the wall. You can stack them. They're pretty practical, and they're not very expensive. They're usually about $30-$40. There's Acro Mills is the most common one, but there are some other companies. There's one I bought from this off-brand, and I can go look it up again, but their drawers are honestly a little bit better because they will never fall out. So if something were to happen where the thing were to tip forward, all the drawers have a stopper so they won't fall out. Now that kind of makes it a pain to take it out, but all you do is squeeze the sides and you can pull them out. I kind of like it a little bit better, but my point is there's many options out there. But I don't know. That's kind of the best for through hole. I wish MC. I'm trying to remember what I used before. I kind of had like I had like a little tackle box thing. I used one of those for a while. But that wasn't very practical because the tackle box drawers weren't like the best size for through hole. So I'd end up like bending all of mine to get them to sit in the little things and no, God. That's a living hell. That's like eating your eyes. Man, so I was talking to the client about this oh, well, that's weird. Here. Well, I'll just so I was talking to them about this op amp. So this is like the DOAs that we've made, but it's all SMD. I believe this size is 6. Here, let's put it under the big boy. Yeah, I think that's 603. But it's not a bad idea because you have these matched transistors here, these matched pairs. You can get matched pairs in this format like way, way, way easier than you can in through hole. And honestly, if you follow this kind of design layout where you have these giant ground planes flanking the outside, and you just run the different resistors and caps that tie off of here, it should be good. Now there's the LED. I thought there was more than one, but I guess there's just one on there. And it's like a red LED. It's sick. But I don't know. I'm kind of curious. I'm not really an electrical engineer, wizardy duty kind of person to be able to do something, but I wouldn't mind just tinkering with it. like maybe taking one of, for example, there's one of these op amps that we built. These oh, what are they called? They're called the Garys. They Gary. They I had two that didn't work, and I I I believed it was bad transistors, so I was trying to source them, but they're really hard to get. Now I'm wondering if I could re-engineer that board, because it's not a sophisticated circuit, so it wouldn't be that hard to reverse engineer the thing. Lay it out on a board like this with 603s and reproduce it. Then that would fix the client's problem. Plus, they would have a bit of a novelty of like that same op amp, but in modern component format. Maybe they'll hear a difference or something. I don't know. Hey, Prototype. I tell you what, having a makerspace around is the best excuse to just get a monstrous assortment of components. They're not all for me. There's, oh yeah, I think that's how alcoholics work too. I'm drinking because everyone else is drinking. Your mom had a sip of sherry when she was cooking. Yeah. So you cracked open a keg. Well, tapped is the correct word. Tapped a keg. No one cracks open a keg. You crack open a beer. You don't crack open a keg. Come on! Get your shit together! And stop talking about my drinking problem. All right. I'm just trying to figure out which is which. It has words. I could read the words, but words. Read the words. Oh yeah. I'll just whip out my reading glasses and put them on my big reading nose and pull out my big reading brain and read all the calligraphy and crazy typography on here and just translate it with my brain and go, oh, this goes to this. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Fuck you. Fuck you. Not you. Not you. Him. Fuck him. No, I mean, like, go get him. Okay. In your own time. In your own time. When you feel the urge to get him, do it. All right. I'm going to shut up. Well, I'm going to shut up a little less. You know what? I don't like this spot anymore. I'm going to put my crud into this spot. I feel like this spot is lonely and requires more crud. With 4, yeah, that's what I was thinking. It should work. It's just, it's going to be like a divider. It'll either divide up or down. Or maybe not at all. Maybe I'm just totally inept. Anyways. Vintage polyesters. Ah, the old hip flask of polys. The old hip flask filled with polystyrene dreams. I know that one. Oh, that one. It's a good one. Change the resistors from 10 to 4. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was kind of getting at. You could probably get with it, but you'll have to shift shit around to compensate. What am I doing in this pantomime? That's right. I'm servicing 2 elephant testicles at the same time.
They're little elephants, though. They're not full-size giant African elephants, you know. They're like pygmy elephants that I am able to do, and it's not bestiality because I'm not turned on by it. They are. And they pay me handsomely in elephant dollars, which are useless. Man, who put whiskey in the cookie dough? The ball fats, exactly. All right. I think that's enough lollygagging and enough jury smoking. Now it's time for pure fart mongering. Sid Heresy. Ba 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 bum ba 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 bum ba 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 bum bum. Oh yeah, learned a little bit of video stuff. All right, so let's do this one. Oh. I kept seeing this weird distortion, and it's from the lights. I was like, looks like a puckered asshole. Not that I would know what that looks like. I don't subscribe to Puckered Asshole Weekly. Not since I got married, anyways. Had to give up some of the old habits. Canceling my Puckered Asshole Weekly subscription. That's something you don't really get over. Not really. Hey! So, look at this. That's the logo. Look at this. That's the cool font. Look at this. That is a kangaroo or an extremely deformed rat. But since it says made in Oz, I'm leaning towards kangaroo. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. All right, cool. It forgave me. They paid in peanuts. Well, that's their currency, yeah. Horses use sugar cubes. I kind of like the sugar cubes. They work in my coffee. Did it never occur to you that none of us have seen our own assholes? Okay, so clearly you didn't purchase Madonna's book in the 90s that she put out called Sex. It was just called Sex. She, in that book, man, it still looks a little puckered-y assholey there. I'm just going to drive the camera away from that. In there, she states a surefire way to examine one's undercarriage, and that is the use of a mirror. Dropping a mirror right there on that. Now, she has a really fancy mirror, but she's Madonna. You know, she doesn't grab the Target mirror and drop it down. No, she gets the fancy one from Kmart and pops it down. And then, yeah, you drop trow, you go in there, and kind of, gaze into the madness. It's also good, like, for just, health reasons. Sometimes you got to check back there, make sure everything's looking good. If you see, like, like a dog's face somewhere around that area, or a cat, or Dudley Do-Right, the Hamburglar, anything like that. If you see those kind of impressions around the undercarriage, around the gooch, around the butthole, in the butthole, don't have to go inside, just, on top of it. You see any of those characters or their lookalikes or their Italian counterparts and Spain. I don't know about the German counterparts or the Eastern European. Anyways, you see those. You see anything suspicious, just look for shit that doesn't look right. You see a face in your butt, you might want to call the doctor up and go, can you take a look? I need a second opinion. Go to the doctor, or whatever. The point is they rip you off by not telling you about the mirror trick. What are they hiding? What's their secrets? What is Washington not telling us? I'm sorry. I'm trying to be... I'm on a different game today. The game? I don't know. Checkers. All right. No. We're going to go ahead and we're going to put our snockets in. These are delicious. They're nutritious. Look at that. It looks like a robot condom. Maybe a nanite condom for nanites. A big old protective metal sheath. Talk about not feeling anything. Well, I mean on the inside. Anyways, the important thing is to find this little man. This shit, man. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, this shit, man. I just happen to know a guy who owes me a particular favor. Hooked me up with not one, not two, not three, not four, five, 6 of these little beauties. That's right. They say just one of them is all you need to make full electrical contact. But I say something different, which is I want more. Condom for Trump? Or Trump? What? Is he a nanite? Is that what we're doing now? The nanite bit? All right. So I don't have a credit card to cut these up into smaller little lines, so you're just going to have to use your own credit card. Use the biggest one you have. Credit card wise. Alright. Where'd I put the thing with the stuff and the dude? Man, I'm gonna fix this. The shadow is killing me now. It's already taken 4 lives. Keeps doing that. Huh. Oh, you know what? There we go. I guess that's the downside of cranking up the tolerance. That and the complete lack of compassion for humanity. Cranking that up. I don't know. Sometimes the bad outweighs the good. No, wait. No, the good outweighs the bad. No. Bad weighs more than good until you get heavy. Let's see. How does anything Oh, you're not on. All right. Put scooch over. Scooch. I said scooch, not gooch. That's later. Raunchy today. It's like I'm like Eddie Murphy's Raw. The album, not actually his Raw. I don't know what his Raw. It's probably similar to most. All right. Beep, boop, bop. Hold on. Oh, you know what? We could do our super source shot. That is a cool shot. Maybe I could just do... I don't know. It's kind of cool. Let's do it. Yeah, that's cool. Let's M's duder down. Oh, come on there, duder. Aw, yeah. Although he hates that glare. There's nothing I can do, buddy. Glare is glare. Get used to it or get the glare out. Whatever. Why won't this go in the hole? He said out loud. Ah, that was a little tight. There's two. Look at that. That's insane. What madness and mayhem must be. What madness, mayhem, mayonnaise. Ooh. I want madness, mayhem, mayonnaise. And the Macarena. Hey! Upshift 64. How you doing, mate? Hope you're doing well. Oops. We're doing take two. This is our second time building this thing. We built this thing on Saturday. Gonna build it again, but this time with compassion. Before, there was no compassion, no remorse. It was awful. No, it actually worked out fine. I just trying to make a YouTube video of the build, and the first one was pretty good, but there were some little tiny mistakes. So instead of trying to like talk my way out of it, shoot it again. Because the client gave us two. gosh. These headphones are giving me some trouble. Holding my own.
Holding my own, baby. Holding my own. Don't give me no donkey. Funky donkey songs today. Wait. All right. God damn it. Who lives here? Oh, yeah, it's me. Second verse, same as the first, but twice as worse. But inverse to the first. All right, let me dump this out. All right. That was wonderful. Maybe. All right. All right. Goddamn Dr. Pepper. It's good stuff. All right. I am going to still use my knife tip. The Croaker. Oh, the knife tip. My new favorite word is lubricity. Yeah, it is a fucking great word. It's also a great song by the Police. Lubricity is such a margin. Lubricity is what we need. On those with a Spanish rock and some legs. I don't know the song. I just know it's Lubricity is a great Police song. Lubricity and lubricity. Sending out an SOS. Lubricity on my chest. Wait, that kind of has a weird vibe. I think it's dead. That one's for the kids. Wu-Tang's for the babies. Another part of the world. Oh, here, let me put it on. Bump. So I can get the dab down. Boom. Love it. Do the dab ad. Nice. Lubricity 2. Oh, that's a good one too from the Police. Lubricity 2. Walking on the Moon. I like that. It's better than Walking on Sunshine. Whoa. Supposedly feels good. I'm gonna beg to differ. I'm gonna say I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not.
All right, let's do it to it with the ruit poo-it. These 4 young lads from Liverpool. Much better. Katrina and the Waves. Man, talk about the police. Well, I was, but man, Stuart Copeland. Talk about a guy who's just never stopped working. I remember. I'm pretty sure it's the same person. I'm almost positive. Watch me screw this up, but I remembered watching like a making of the soundtrack, and I think I'm pretty sure it was Spyro the Dragon. And he wasn't happy with the, or I don't know if he was happy with it, but he went through and created all the sample libraries himself. And like the footage I remembered seeing was him like recording crashes individually and tom hits and all that. And it makes sense because a lot of, especially at that time period, a lot of people would do that because you could have a really high level of control on your quality since you'd have the highest. And that, I recently saw proof of that. The Nintendo Giga Leak, I think is what it was called. Like all those leaks that came out from the, was it Tension? I can't remember, but you know, this thing's been going on for a while, and I saw something recently where people have been going through because there's just tons and tons of data there, and one thing they found was like Star Fox, but it was the original audio recordings of all the voice actors and everything before they modulated it. Like, you know, some of them, their voices were changed, pretty heavily, and then like downsampled enough and whatnot, and it was pretty stark, but it made me think immediately, like, oh man, you know, now that you don't have that size limitation, you could take these and go back and reprocess them to sound correct in the game and sound like it'll fit right, but it would be like this really nice quality of audio. Be able to understand what they're saying. Nice, Marza Panda. Heat. Heat. Take away it all. God, my little mic is being a little bitch. Now it's being a big bitch. Son of a bitch, mother trucker. We're good. All right, that was fun. And the best part about it is you don't have to trim leads afterwards. So, winner, chicken dinner. Let's go to the Skycam. Skycam, what's next? 12-pin strip. I love it. Let's go. Ah, farts. So, I should mention, we won't be able to test this today. My plan is just to test it tomorrow. I may, depending on how things go, I don't know. I'm gonna have to play it a little bit by ear, but I may hold off and do the test on all 4 modules. We have 4 500 series modules altogether, 2 pairs. There are 2 of the parametric EQs and then 2 of the graphic EQs. And we've built one of each of those, and I want to build the graphic EQ, but I don't know. I feel like it's going to take up a lot of disk space, and I may not have it yet, so I don't know. We'll just have to play it by ear. We've got our whole lives ahead of us. Who cares, right? Fuck it. We'll do it live. So yeah, I do like soldering this guy on because, like, this thing sits flush, and then all you have to do is the old solder, goop your solder on, goop. So I turned the camera around. I don't know, for some reason when I was editing, it looked better to see the angle different. Oh, whoa. What happened to my green there? Hold up. Maybe I need a little bit. A little tiny bit. Alright. That looks better. So is an excellent album by Peter Gabriel. Oh yeah, so I put the camera the other angle, but I don't know. It's probably disorienting as fuck, but lots of things are in this world, so you know, don't blame me. Do-re me. Ooh, yeah. Hey, too big to flail. How you doing, mate? Good to see ya. Oops. Well, I didn't. That's the wrong button. I got all these pedals. My whole stream is pedals now. I just hit pedals all the time. It's like I'm fucking in a grunge band. It's like pedal on, pedal off, chorus, verse, chorus. You know, it's pretty great. Not a lot to worry about. Kind of, even if you're not sure what to do, you just kind of already know what you're gonna do. It's great. Yeah, this thing is nice and flush and ready for the brush of death. Here, let me do this. Let me feed this with the care of 1,000 reindeers. What? There we go. That's good. That's happy. I feel better. Dun, 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 dun. Come on down on Salisbury Hill. Dun, 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 dun. I can see 'em come to life. Dun, dun. My heart is going boom, boom, boom. Oh, don't you take me home. You know, a long time ago, there was this funny meme thing where they took they cut the movie Shining as like a feel-good movie about a family going away and rediscovering themselves, and like halfway into it they play Salisbury Hill. And every time I hear this song I just think of Jack Nicholson driving the car, smiling to the family. We're gonna start new. Ding, 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 ding. The Shining. Maybe I can find that. Going down on top of the hill. My heart's going boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I kind of like that guy. Not like. I just enjoy his music. I don't know if I like him. It's pretty cool though. So I mean, like professionally, yeah. Emotionally, sexually. I mean, you gotta give it to the man. He's been aging pretty gracefully. He's been doing pretty good. Something to be said for taking care of yourself. Oh, speaking of taking care of yourself, another little thing I wanted to share. Today, I hopped on the old Scale-O-Matic 9000, and I'm back down to not danger zone weight. I lost 5 pounds this month, basically. Or maybe it was a month. I don't know. Because I was like, I got on the scale, and I'm not going to say numbers, because you guys are going to get mad at me, or you're going to go, that's not much. And so I don't want to do that. But I got on it, and I was like 5 pounds heavier than I've ever been in my life. And I kind of looked at myself in the mirror naked. But I had the mirror on the wall. I didn't have the mirror on the floor like we were talking about earlier, looking at, the undercarriage. I had it just on the wall. And I was like, yeah, I'm getting kind of soft. Not like back when I was boxing. So, I never boxed. So, I kind of made a very mild, conscientious effort to eat better, stop eating garbage. I've been trying to drink less and less Dr. Peppers. I even bought some coffee the other day because I'm like, well, I don't drink coffee very often, but it's kind of nice, and every now and then, and I usually it's better than sugar water. But anyways, yeah, I lost 5 pounds. I'm happy. I may try to lose like 5 more just so I can have like more fun. I have more buffer zone of just eating like shit again, because I really like eating like shit. I like just like, I don't care. I'll pay later. I like doing that. It's as close as I'll ever get to heaven. But I can't do it all the time anymore. Those days are behind me. All right, we're gonna do the 10 ohms. Kubrick is the bomb. To be honest, Sarah McLean's song of Salisbury Hill is one of my favorites. I don't think I've ever heard that one. Oh, I'll have to check that out. Sarah McLean. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I don't think I've ever heard that. I got the Spotifys and the YouTubes and the internets. I'll have to look it up. I don't know. I was always personally a big fan of production. There's a lot of really great albums around that time where the production, because like, if you look at music production, and I'm talking about the actual recording process and kind of a lot of the stuff that goes into the recording. I'm not talking about the production of the actual media or anything like that. I'm talking about the recording production. There's like some really interesting, and there's documentaries that have kind of gone over it and stuff, but I've never seen anything that really goes across everything really well. But at that time period, around the 80s, kind of before the 90s. The 90s is when they started to really learn how to run it as a mill, Like Butch Vig did that for years, where he would they'd have crank an album out in 2 days with these bands. It would be 1 day to track, 1 day to mix. And back, and if they had to redo anything, they do that in that mixing day, but it was all 2-day sessions. And you kind of hear it in a lot of those recordings because around that time period. Now later on, he did Nirvana and Smashing Pumpkins and stuff like that, where he actually got time to actually come up with better stuff, or spend more time with the production or whatever. But he's like a good example of where I've seen that. And then, but prior to that, there was this interesting time, and Pink Floyd's a good example too, because they were very big into these very, very heavily produced albums where they'd have full orchestras, and they would be mashing up a little bit of the whole wall of sound, but they'd be tracking it all, or they'd be submixing the tracks down, or they'd track that whole thing, master it down to 2, and then track that with another 16, or whatever. There was a lot of techniques where they would just do these very, very massive productions, and they sound amazing, and you don't really see that so much anymore, and it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of a bummer, but I understand why it is that way. What's up, Chompers? Cocaine? What? Cocaine ducks. What the fuck is a cocaine duck? Have you been listening to Equator? The German band Equator? Oh man, accidentally hit Touch Designer. Who loves ya, baby? Who loves ya? Oh man, I'm probably gonna lose frames. There we go. There we go. Let me get my little feet under there. There you go. Now we're happy. As you can see, Mr. Chompers has the heart of 1,000 murderers. And the cute little face of 1,000 squishy men. Oh, squishy guy. This is what you wanted, right? You wanted attention? Kisses? The adornment of millions? Shake it out there. Do the Taylor Swift. Shake it off, bitch. Don't say that to Taylor Swift, though. She'll write a song about it. Wrote a song about someone insulting me. Alan Parson. Yeah, the Alan Parson's a good one, too. And there's so many instances around that time where there's some really cool production. And I know it's kind of hard to listen to sometimes because you can get the remasters, and the remasters usually are fine, but today's mastering, the listening habits of most people with like music and so forth is very different than it was in the 80s when you were listening on tape and vinyl and mediums like that. Nowadays, it's, well, I'm not going to tell you what it is, but because that's stupid. But the difference is, well, you've heard of it, the loudness wars. So the whole argument with the loudness wars plays into that. But I think if you kind of, especially if you have a nice system, if you have a nice stereo that you're listening to it on, not headphones, a stereo, because the headphones you can usually figure it out. But if you have a stereo, you can usually overcome the mastering limitations.
Are you not entertained? Is that why you're here?
And that's why I tell people whenever they have problems where a song is their issue is the mastering. I'm like, oh, we'll just put it in a stereo or a system and turn it the fuck up, and you won't be able to tell mastering differences because it will be moot. This is a current affair. Wait, does this say 10 ohms? Yes. 10 ohms, Holmes. Shit, thank you for them. As appreciated. Alright. I'm gonna put these. Oh, yeah, I totally forgot where they're supposed to go. I wasn't listening. Oh. They go. There. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Don't be a fool. Why are you? Whoa. Oh, these are power. These are like load resistors. Check. It freaked me out though. Check this out. Ah! That's not it. That was. So they have a plus and a minus written on the side. Very confusing for a resistor. You're like, hey, you don't do that. And then you remember that it's probably the resistors that go to the positive and negative power thingies. You heading out, Mr. X? Man, is it already that time? Time flies. Mate, take care. Have a good rest of the night. Thanks again for stopping by. Always a pleasure. And, yeah. Oh, yeah, by the way, dug your stream yesterday. I was able to catch it. Was it yesterday? Yeah, I believe it was yesterday. Great jams, as always. Love the new synth. I hope it's a fantastic muse for you. Makes you create the greatest jams that ever rocked the land. Hot damn! Sorry, I get a little bit emotional when we talk about rocking the land. Can't help it. Don't want to. No, Mr. X, you didn't need to explain. No worries, mate. Don't worry about it. I was like, wait, man, I started early. Is it already late? And I was like, fuck, I lost a bunch of time flipping my Jabberjaw. Fuck. But no. I still have plenty of time to waste my Jabberjaw. The Polygyle? Oh, Prost. Awesome, mate. Well, take care. Have a good night. I don't want to keep you up anymore. I'll see you on the flip side. Hope to catch your next stream soon. By the way, mates, if you're not already aware, definitely got to check out our friend Mr. X. They do jams, they do rock, they do roll. Well, they do jams. I don't want to imply they do rock and roll. It's a sort of rock and roll. No, they're great musician. Really great jams, really great vibes. They stream fairly regularly, so great person to have in your follow list to get you in some music when you're like, oh, they're on. Let's go. You can learn the magic of being Guile. The oneness of Guile. All right. Next up is this lonely, pathetic piece of shit 4.7K resistor from Who Gives a Fucking Dickland. I say we kill them all. They say that's a terrifying thing to say. I say, what are you talking about? I'm talking about resistors. And they say, oh, I thought you were talking about something else. And then I say, no. Why would you say that? Why would that be your first place to go? And then they say, well, you know, you have to know you. And then I say, please, tell me how you know that I would go for some sort of extermination first over just destroying a thing. Well, it kind of sounds like the same thing. And which, okay, I'm stopping. is 4.67.
That's close enough in my book. And my book is written by a 4-year-old. That 4-year-old eats their own pajama sweat. Pajama sweat, activate. Oh, there it is. Oh my gosh. This is the music that you want to be stuck in traffic to. Said no one ever. Never. All right, what's next, gay? Gay? I sound like I said gay. I could have said gay. What's next, gay? But that would make super no sense. Ooh. Me talk no good more. Brain broke. Fug. Oh, no swear now. Brain mega broke. Oh, God damn it. Stand by. I got triage. My Dr. Pepper spilt. Now, it did spill near and onto my laptop, but not into it, so I think we're okay. Of course, we're getting raided by none other than the one, the only, the Proton Fig. Let's fucking go! While I clean my laptop from soda. Let me be right back. I gotta triage this real quick. Oh, this fucking sucks. At least it didn't get into the computer. It just got next to it. Up, near it. Proton Fig, welcome in, mate. How you doing? Thank you so much for raiding. I will. You caught me right in the middle. I had a beverage spill, and I'm trying to clean it up real quick. A little bit of the beverage spilt atop my laptop, but not in it. But you know, time is of the essence when you're cleaning a spill like that. So give me just a couple of minutes, and I will properly rock the house, y'all. All right, I don't think the laptop got anything too bad. Luckily, since everything's a silicone matte here, it really cleans up pretty good. All right, let me throw this trash away. There's still fucking spots. I'll let that soak in. What a boner. All right, I'm back. I got my ears on. Everything's in. Oh, thank you for the shout out there to Proton Fig. Needed a break. Right on, right on. I can relate. Okay. I think we're back. We're back! My soda is definitely more fizzy. So, mission accomplished. All right, I think we're good. God dang, so annoying.
So sorry about that. Hey, Zurich, how you doing? Welcome, man. We just got raided by none other than the Proton Fig. Doing their Commodore 64 rockin' Troubadour. All right. Well, before I fucking peed on myself, we were gonna do 10K, which are these. Well, supposedly, I don't know. But we'll use this to find out. Checks out. Oh, man. So... have you guys heard of this show on TV? It's really popular. Well, I think it's. I don't know if it's popular. It's called Game of Thrones. Have you guys ever heard of it? It's supposed to be really good. A lot of people die on it. Lots of death. There's like if that's a trigger, it may not be a good show for you. But I mean, if that's no issue, right here it is. It's not a comedy, although I wish it was. I thought it was a comedy at first, and I was like, this isn't that funny. I mean, it's kind of funny, but if you could like turn up the funny knob just a little bit more, that'd be great. Hey, what's that, Proton? Escape room. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's the game that you've been working on. That's right, that's right. Kick ass. Yeah, I kind of lost a week. I was working a gig, and it was just I knew it going in, but it's just kind of a complete commitment, and I kind of feel like I go down a hole and then I come out and I'm like, hey, what cool thing are you kids into now? What's this cool thing called Facebook? Sounds fun. I kind of like that. Except way more pathetic. I made myself sound really cool. So the one issue I don't quite understand with this design is that this edge board, how it fastens in everything is cool, but there's nothing to hold it together. So when you take it out of the case, this stays behind, and you just get the little front panel, and then you got to dig in and pull this guy out. And I can't help but go, is that intentional? Because I don't think that's a good idea. I don't understand. I mean, I kind of understand how these are. This edge connector might be. No, it says GEQ500. Yeah, I just don't get it. I don't understand what the purpose is. Oh, I got some new pinball tables on. Oh, okay. On my Legends Pinball Micro. Legends had a, or I think they still have, but it may be over. They're having a sale, and they were. I went and got the. Oh, I see something I need to slurp up. I went and got the. It's called like dinosaur history or animal history. I don't know. It's weird, but there's 4 tables, and they have a couple of elements I've never seen in the other tables. Although I don't know how well I feel about it. There's basically this gas that will appear, and it'll kind of float around on the table near the bottom, but it will slow your ball down. So once your ball gets in there, the momentum just drops, and I don't know if I really like that because it's very confusing when you don't want that to happen. I just gotta desolder this. Ah. I knew there was a bunch of solder on my tip too, and I just did it anyways because I'm idiot. That guy sucked! And now it's like really messy there. I gotta clean that. I can't leave that behind. It's my reputation up there. In a disgusting, boogery form. Alright. I think I got most of the booger fame off.
Hey, Baloo, hey, you.
How you doing, mate? Good to see ya. I think we've brought this up before, but you know this module's from Australia, or JLM Audio's out of Australia, and that's where the guy who ordered this kit for us to build, that's where he got it out of. Got the customs there and everything. All right, what's next? The 8-pin. Okay, let's do all these resistors. There's like 11. Talking about working out what footprint. Oh, yeah. I need to fucking mess with that on a project. I'm not looking forward to it. I'm putting it off, but I don't have much more putting off I can do. In fact, as soon as I can get this video finished for this, I'm going to work on that project. Actually, I wouldn't mind doing some testing on this gear and these modules to see what their shape looks like and stuff like that. So, what are we building? So this is here. Let me bring out the finished version because this is the damn it, my headphones got trapped in my wheels. This is the second one this is the second one we're building. Just a second, I got it. Oh man, I gotta clean this carpet. It's bad. All right, sorry here. So this is a 500 series module. You've got the edge connector in the back that goes into the chassis, and then this sits flush. This is, I think it's 16 bands. And you have a choice between 3, 6, and 12 dB. It also has an EQ in, out, and then a full bypass. It's one of the crazy things is it does use this well, it's, what do you call it? I can't remember. I'm spacing the. It's like a heavy duty impedance. It's like a 600, I think. It's a 600 ohm style transformer for the level. Basically, the short and skinny is that your headroom is asinine huge. You just have tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of room for your waves to jiggle and wiggle in with just this board. That's the one that we're working on right now. There's 2 more boards. One is this control board that switches between the different, has lots of relays that switch between the different parts that are going to be active and inactive via the switch. And then the filter is on this board, and that's what all these guys attach to. Everything that's SMD was already soldered, which I'm not a fan of, but, you know, whatever. That's how they sell it. The client has 2 of these. They buy a bunch of 500 stuff, and we build it for them. The client has gotten several of these before. I've built several from JLM Audio as well as DIY RE, and I like JLM's kits, honestly, a little bit more so than others, just because of the thought is legend. It's really well thought out, really well put together, very smart design. Yeah, we tested this one. This one's fine. I just got to fix the lens that goes for this light is screwed up. And but I believe it works. Once I get these, I'll get this other one set up. We'll either do it this week, or when we have the parametric running, maybe we could do it then. But I want to run these through Smart, and we'll be able to see the measured difference. I gotta turn that down. We'll be able to see the difference, so we'll be able to push 1K up and see what the bell shape looks like. Push the next. What are these at? 25, 40, 63. 15 of 25. Is that a 1/2? No, it's not a half. . It's like 2/3 or something. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's 2/3 of an octave. Oh wait, here's 100, 160. Yeah, like almost a 2/3 octave. It's a little bit. I don't think it's exactly 2/3. Yeah, yeah, because it keeps jumping in increments of 30, 60, 180. Yeah, okay. Anyways, who cares? It's an EQ. Client wants it. Client's got it. Well, now, I made a video of this, and I edited it over the weekend, and I pretty much got it where I wanted. It's looking pretty good. But there were a couple of things that didn't work out in this build, and when one I knew was coming, and then one I noticed when I was editing. One was attaching this part, which we're going to record when we do this. I'm going to put this all together, the pin header and the transformer all at once, so they can all sit together and be nice and tight. Before I tried to set it by hand, and it was awful. And I watched me like struggle with it when I was editing. I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to do it this way. And then the other thing is this board, since I couldn't get the lens in, it's actually a mistake on my part. I didn't do it exactly the order that they wanted, and because of that, this spacer should have pushed down all these guys. I don't know. Either ways, I'm glad we got two, because otherwise I'd have to just explain how I'm stupid. And we have another one over here too. So yeah, here's another one that we built a while back. Client really wants me to get this one. So this is a parametric EQ. You've got, well, is it? Yeah, it's a parametric. So you'll select the frequency here with these big chicken head switches, and then you've got boost, and you have bandwidth, and then you have a high shelf cut and a low shelf cut, as well as these two parametrics. Very, very nice. I really, really want to see what this looks like once we get into it. And I want to say one of these is a pull switch. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, this one has I don't know, some sort of fucking switch. This thing is pretty gnarly, and there's a lot going on. There's a lot of moving parts here. This thing is its own little... Moloch! How you doing? Show me the caps! Bossy did, thank you. Stone Alien, hey, thank you so much, man. I'm glad you like this. I do too. Can't lie. I'm into it quite a bit. We've got one more of these to build, but I want to get my recording. There's like a hair in here. It's mine, but still. I want to get the recording of this build. I have a recording, but it's through the stream, and I'd like to have a nice clean one. And but we'll build this one, the other one of these soon. Man, I forgot. Hold up. I got one more time. I forgot. This fucker is pretty badass. You've got these op amps. So we were talking about the op amps earlier. So these are DOA op amps. Here's one. The first time I've ever seen it in this format where it's SMD. Really freaking slick. And then you have this, which I have seen these. These are epoxy sealed ones, but they're just either this or they're probably through-hole components in there. And then we have, I'd have to go grab it. We have the other DOAs, which are this size, but it's all through-hole, so you just have all these transistors and resistors on it. I forgot this has 2 of those 16-volt ones, and then this inductor, I think, is what this giant beast is. It's crazy. There is a bunch of... So one thing you don't see on this that's kind of a mystery part is on the other side of the board, you can kind of see it. Where's a fucking shot? Where's my shot? There we go. That's not it. That's not it. So you can kind of see that those are just a row of caps on the other side of this board. And if you can kind of see the reflection underneath. There you go, in the metal. You can see there's just a sea of caps back there and straight lines, classic for EQ layout where you just row them out and it goes to this bank, this bank, this bank, etc. Man, yeah, I forgot this build is fucking... This was...
Not seeing pretty visions, he's seeing monsters, monsters.
Now I feel like we gotta listen to Skinny Puppy.
This disease. Grimy neighbors. Open party to a casket liven. Kiss the master's feet.
I have an old cheapo pile amp, 8-ohm, 20-watt, 4-channel. Thermals for connection broke though. Terminals for connection broke though. Could I just solder wires to the board? It's just for home theater? Absolutely. Yeah, if they like broke off the board or whatever, so you sometimes if the damage is just like a broken solder joint, sometimes you can just reflow those. Like get some fresh solder and put the iron on there. It's probably lead free, so if you have an iron, crank it to the pretty damn hot level because the terminals are big, and leave your iron on there for a few seconds. Don't worry about melting or nothing. Then add other solder in there. The flux that's in the solder that you have mixed in with everything else, with the heat and all that, should reflow it, should kind of fix it if it's just a cracked joint. But if the pad's broke or anything like that, no amount of reflowing is really going to fix that. Now, the only way to fix that is to hire a professional clown. Spring on the wire broke. Won't keep the wire in. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you could totally just wire something onto it, and you could solder it or however you want to fix it. You just got to make the connection is all. You want it to be a pretty decent connection for the speaker. You don't want it to chance to arc, to slide off, because if that shorts, the amp will fault out. It'll usually reset itself, but you really don't want to find out if it's going to or not. So yeah, just make sure that you have some sort of fault protect, something to prevent it from shorting if it came loose or anything. If you're soldering it, you're fine. But if you're using something funnier. Yeah, okay, if you're already solid with unleaded, then yeah. I just always remind people when you're dealing with those big lugs, just turn your iron up, because you don't have to just melt the solder. You have to heat up that metal to where it will melt the solder as well. And sometimes when you throw solder in, it'll goose shit up, because that solder acts like lava. Shut up. It'll act like lava and just kind of flow in, and it'll melt everything else. But sometimes it doesn't, or it won't work if the temperature is so drastically different that it can't. Like the moment that lava hits and it hits the cold solder, it'll just solidify itself. Ugh. Soldering. It's fun. I had to solder for internship. I got killer at surface mount. Oh, nice, nice. I love surface mount, right? That's the good stuff. That's the fun. I mean, I'm doing through hole because that's the way this kit is, but can't wait to get back into some SMD life. Here, let me put that. There we go. All right. Can we melt the solder? Oh, dude, no. What the hell, man? What the hell? There you go. Little jack-a-mole. Yeah. You know, honestly, I haven't had that issue lately. We were talking about that. I kind of noticed, like, a lot of the board manufacturers that most people are getting boards from them, JLC, PCB, PCBWay, Osh Park. They, their fabs on these boards are just out of this world. Like, I've been telling people, like, man, I am fucking mean. I am mercilessly mean, because I don't care. I got 4 or more, you know? I bought them 5 at a time, so if I destroy this board, I don't care. It's an inconvenience, but I'll get over it. And I can't. I haven't lifted a single pad on any of those boards. Yeah, I'm positive of that statement. I have not lifted any pads off of any of those PCBs. I've scratched the solder mask. That's the only thing I can argue is the solder mask isn't nearly, some of them, the green's pretty good, but like some of the color ones aren't nearly as robust. But I mean, that's still not a big deal as long as you're not like stabbing it with a Brillo pad or knives. I don't think it's that big of a deal. But I have scraped a couple of solder masks from just tossing boards around and giving them to the dogs as chew toys and stuff, and I've seen some scrapes. So I'm kidding. I don't have dogs. I did that myself. I have a weird desire to chew on plastic, metal, and non-porous things. Back soon. Got to coffee shop. You taking out Marsha Panda? You know, that doesn't sound like a bad idea, the coffee. I bought some the other day, and I drank a little bit, and it was nice. The only problem is, the problem I have with coffee, or it seems impractical to me, is that I don't really like hot drinks. I live in fucking the desert. I like cold drinks. I think that's one of the reasons I like beer so much. Is like, hot beer is just fucking not gonna happen in my lifetime. Never drinking that. It's always icy cold. The colder the better. And I don't know. I guess I could try iced coffee, but man, like, I feel like what I like about it is kind of gone when you take it down to a cold temperature. But I do like when I'm out, when I'm working gigs and stuff, and I'm just bored, I'll go to Starbucks and I'll get their caramel frappuccino thing, and that's pretty damn good. It's just sugar. Everyone looks at it and it's just this giant thing, and they're like, "Oh, where'd you go?" Like, it's just sugar. It's just sugar. I ordered a cup of sugar, and they're like, "Well, we can't legally give you an entire measured cup of sugar." And I'm like, "Well, what if you put some milk in it?" And they're like, "Yeah, there you go." And I got this. It's sugar latte. It's pretty good. They call it a frappuccino, but I'm not gonna lie to myself. I know what's in it. Yeah, I know, right? Possibly, I'm just like, yeah, it's just, I like cold drinks, and I haven't been able to get back into water lately. I used to love to drink water, but for the last few years, ever since COVID, I'm like, I don't, bleh. I want something bubbly. But you know, I lost those 5 pounds, so I wanna keep that up. Do 5 more. And then I can pig out later. It's my buffer zone.
This is my buffer zone, man. I say I gotta lose 5 pounds, and then I'll lose 5 more. Cause then, when the holidays come, well, then I can pig out, and it's good.
Oh shit, that's right. Well, I should put the. I forgot to put the meat wad wrap back in the rotation. Right before the stream started. In fact, I was a little bit late because I was tinkering with it. I figured out like, oh, I can put the meat wad wrap back in if I did this, and I was doing it, and then I got distracted with the fact that the stream is starting. So maybe green tea. I used to drink that. I don't know. I'm not a big tea drinker fan. I've never been able to get much into tea. Well, it comes and goes. There was a time when I first met Mrs. Heresy, I was drinking tea all the time, but I think it was winter. And then when summer came, I was like, fuck this noise. This is dumb. Actually, that's exactly what happened, because I met her, we met around Halloween. That's when we went on our first date. Sneaking in on murder scenes. No. Nah, we didn't sneak. We just observed from the sidelines. I was bad off on the Diet Mountain Dew for the minute back to normal levels, though. Yeah, I just gotta find something that's affordable. Like, there are things I like to drink that I would drink every day, but it's like a lot of money. So like those naked juices and those mixed juices, like, I like that, but those things are fucking really expensive to buy. And I used to buy the large jugs, but man, it really is just better if you buy smaller amounts, because it doesn't sit very well in there once it's been opened and whatnot. I don't know how to describe it better, but either way, that just adds up to the cost to where it's like $10 a drink a day, and I don't want to spend that kind of money drinking natural sugar water. Holding 2 dicks. How you doing, mate? Hey, Kelton. Also, juices, sugar water. Yeah, but I think I'm okay with that sugar water. I'm good with that. That's like natural sugars. I do all right with that. It's gotta be way better than the processed sugar that's in Dr. Pepper, right? It's gotta be. I mean, yeah, maybe we're comparing 2 poisons. Well, this poison, this one will really kill you, but this one will kill you too. It's just a different way. This one will really give you diabetes, but this one will sneak the diabetes in when you least expect it. You'll just wake up one day and go, ha ha, diabetic. Game Club, how you doing? You ever been hooked on sweet iced tea? No, my wife, and this is heresy, she has to be careful of that. Yo! Diabetes. I need to be Wilford Brimley. Diabetes. Man, I saw an interview where someone asked him what his favorite candy was, and he just looked a little bit confused, and he's like, I don't eat candy. I have diabetes. He didn't say it like that. He said it Wilford, but he did pronounce it diabetes. And I was like, wow. These people call themselves journalists. They go up to people and ask them the fucking most cookie cutter questions that were on their phone. Awesome. Definitely have no resentment. Thank you so much for the 100 bits, mate. Appreciate that. Yeah, Mrs. Heresy, we went to like a soul food restaurant. Yeah, it's a chicken and waffles place, that's right. And they had sweet tea, and she's like, oh, I think I've had this before. And she was like hooked. She started buying it from the store, and eventually she's like, I gotta stop. Like, she knew she was going down the sweet tea dark road that, you know, she wasn't gonna be able to get herself out of. She was gonna be so deep in that sweet tea. I don't know if our marriage could really survive it. You know, I don't want to over dramatize things, but I'm so glad she was able to pull back on the sweet tea. Because if I hate to think about I hate to think about what would happen if she didn't. She I'm sorry, I was trying to be serious. Trying to keep a straight face. Sometimes I'm so dumb that I'm going to stay straight. So Sid, what's your favorite processed sugar drink? Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper. 100% Dr. Pepper. My friends are aspartame, sucrose, acetic xylitol, and I don't know that word. If you're into radio nerd stuff, you can get RTL-SDR for like $20. Scan, decodes, even truncate signals from 0 to 500. It's a deep rabbit hole, though. So I am into radio. I have like some... So the gig I just finished, I was the RF coordinator. I did all the wireless microphones, and I coordinated the 2.4G and 5G wireless delegate system. Posy Den! 69,420! Oh, mate. Those are the coolest fucking numbers, and you put them in your name. Let's fucking go. We could party. We could hang out together. We could tear the town up a little bit. I can already tell just from the name. I didn't get that deep. Usually I only read like the first 3 letters of someone's name and then I guess the rest. But when it comes up on the thing up there, I have to read it. Otherwise I get electrocuted. And the electrocution is felt all the way to my toes. And by toes I mean urethra. RF is my life. I'm trying to get a degree for it. Oh. Fuck. Really? Oh, man. That's awesome. I'm trying to think of anything I could throw out that would be of interest to you from my last gig that might be, you know, worthwhile or whatever. Honestly, my job's so easy. Like, doing RF coordination is so easy. I like, even tell them, and they just, like, they're like, why are you doing this? And I'm like, I don't care, man. Like, I can train your guy on how to do it. It's not that hard. I put everything in this program, and it goes gobble, 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 nibble, dibble, dibble, and then it poops out numbers that will work. I put the numbers in, blobble, blobble, blibble, blibble. If they look good, we're good. If they don't look good, I go another, and it goes blah 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 blah. How about this? And I'm like, perfect, baby. And that's the job. It's like data entry. The only time it gets, the time that I got to pull out the engineering, the more neck up type thinking is basically doing like topography of the I guess like the layout, and like, because the program will give you these numbers, but they're sequential, and you don't want them to be. You don't want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in each room, because the room will have like 8 microphones, and the next room will have 8, and the next one 8, 8, 8. You don't want it to be sequential in those numbers, so you space it out, and I just randomize it, and you'll put them in different areas so that you have this kind of 1, 7, 4, 2, 9, 15. You have that randomized in room 1, and then room 2 is 2, 3, 7, 22, 55, whatever. And that's about as difficult as it gets. Most of the gigs I've been at, or most of the times I've done RF coordination, we're the only show in town. We're the only show in the building. We're the only show in the resort. So I don't have to worry about anybody. I don't have to go talk to somebody and be like, hey, what's your frequencies? I just get a list from the house of the ones that they use. I pop that in that program and say, don't use these. Avoid these. They're radio frequencies. And then it's like, no problem, bro. And it hops around. It's great. I made best money, real money, and you can government job. Yeah, here. We'll get back to soldering real quick. We're talking RF nerd stuff. Oh, where'd I put my? Let me get my patch kit. Oh, why did I put it back here? Oh yeah, I was trying to clean up. Oh, that was a waste of time. Oh! So I've got this tool that, honestly, for the price, it's not that bad, but you do have to get, you want to get adapters and stuff to connect it to a real antenna, because it just has this fucking passive antenna. So let me scooch myself out of the way here. Oh, I thought I heard delay. So you've probably seen this before. You've heard of this. It's an RF Explorer. I got this little kit that gives it like a little rubber body and everything like that. But this thing is pretty damn useful. I got like a little RF connector cable. I've got I think this is a bump down. I think it's a pad. And then I've got just good old connector variants to go to different BNC sizes. I can't remember all the names. It's been a while since I've had to think of it. And then this guy on here is a cap to protect it, so when it goes through X-rays and stuff. Oh wow, that nut came loose. Let me fix that real quick while we're here. Great. Look how cool this thing is. And then I'm like, oh, it's coming. Well, you know what, to be fair, I bought this thing 4 or 5, probably about 5 years ago, and I've charged it once. Here, let me see if I can get it slightly. That's a little bit better. All right. So that bump there, let's move over to it. So that bump is 695 megahertz. The exact same frequency as my wireless microphone. One that I can't clip back onto my belt. So this one I actually have set up for here. This is the range that I'm operating in with my receiver, which is not in the legal band, but man, actually it looks like I should move it down over here because this looks noisier. Looks quieter over here. But I don't know. This thing, like I said, it has a passive antenna, and honestly, this antenna, it's not that great. I never thought it was that great. I've hooked it up to like a Shure antenna, like DA and so forth. Oh my God, you pick up all kinds of crap. You can pick up time. Whip on it to pick up tons of local chatter and FM stations. Might be worth a stream or two playing with one SDR shape software. SDR sharp software. Get to work below VHF is a pain though, but there's fun stuff out there in the VHF. Huh. That's not a bad idea. I like that idea. Oh shit. That's right. I gotta put this guy back on. But honestly, I never use this thing because the software is much better. You can use Shure's wireless workbench and you interface it with the hardware and use the hardware to do the scan, and then it brings up an RTA. And furthermore, Shure now has a bunch of shit that just does it automatically for you. So the Axient mic systems, they have they're like a traditional lavalier pack, like a traditional belt pack or handheld pack, but where they transmit, but they also they operate at Wi-Fi at 5 gigahertz and 2.4 gigahertz, and that's for intercommunication from the main receiver, so that it can send data back and forth. And so what happens is the microphone and system or Spectrum Manager, I think it's Spectrum Manager. So Spectrum Manager will do a live scan constantly and constantly be reading what the waves look like. If it starts to determine that microphone 3 is getting a lot of interference and there's something happening, and it's not enough to drop out the audio, but it's enough to where it's not happy, it will wait for a perfect moment to do it, and it will hand it off and do a frequency change. And from what I've understood, it's seamless. Like, you can't hear a dip or anything. It won't do it when there's signal going through it. It will do it when there's a pause. But it handles it on its own, and it's just constantly scanning and coming up with backup frequencies to throw to these mics if it's like, oh, that's no good. I had one on a show a few months back, but it sucked. We couldn't get it to work. Like, for some reason, they built this rack, and most likely it was something in the rack they screwed up, and we didn't want to take it apart to fix it. But for some reason, the Spectrum Manager would not show up on anything. Now, it said that it saw all the hardware. It said it was part of the network, but when you plug the computer in or anything, it didn't see it. So if you couldn't get it to show up on the computer, there wasn't a lot you could do with it, because you still have to interface with it. It's not... Oh my God! 36 months of Tier 3 love! 36 months! Hold on. Stand by. Calculating. Double checking. That's 3 years. That's 3 years. Almost. It's really close. I'm not exactly sure. I'm getting 2.95 years. I don't know. But either way, mate, my God, that's insane. Thank you so very, 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 very much for the 36 months. You're a legend. You know it. It's at least one. Might even be more than two. Science will never know. That's the true tragedy that we live, is that science will never know how many months are in a year. How was Cali? It was good. It was all right. I mean, it was a nice scenery, really. That's what I was saying the other day. What was it? Saturday. The scenery was really nice. Like, we'd have to take a shuttle to and from the place that we were staying to the venue that we were working at, and the whole time it's just like a postcard. Everywhere you look, you get this like postcard view. So that was really enjoyable, and the whole area was really nice. Really, I mean, other than the expense of everything, which is, you know, it is what it is. That it's really kind of a lame argument. I had a good time, and trying to think. I was just saying earlier. We were talking about RF. We've got another RF nerd here in the in chat, and we were expounding on the funds of it. And I was mentioning, like, yeah, I've done a few shows this year as RF coordinator, and it's funny because I really don't. I like just kind of laugh at how easy the job is, because I'm not really doing anything complicated. Every time it's the best circumstances. There's a lot of mics. Okay. Is there more than the software I'm using can handle? No. Okay, good. Because that makes things complicated. What else can you tell me? Well, we're the only show in town. Oh, so there's no other shows going on at the resort that we're at? Correct. Not even in-house? In-house has 4 frequencies for you. Excellent. Can you give me more good news? And that, I mean, that's how it was on this show. We were the only one. In-house was real simple. I mean, they barely did anything. I think I had to give them or I ended up just giving them my workbench file because I didn't fucking care. I'm like, I don't care, man. There's no proprietary information on here. Here you go. Have at it. I'll let you know if I edit anything. So yeah, it was pretty easy. And the delegate mics, those things were, I figured out how to work those. It wasn't too hard. They're pretty straightforward. Actually, they were really easy to use. They had a couple of UI. I guess that's my only argument with Shure, is like whoever handles the user interface probably should quit and find someone else, or hire someone who knows how user interfaces work and knows the industry. Oh, yeah, maybe that'll never happen. But either way, that was my only complaints. The UI for that software was dumb as fuck and had all these weird hidden things in it. But that was it. I mean, the stuff out of the box onto the table worked like a champion. Everything worked the way you expect it to. It was nice. But yeah. Yeah, well, that was the big worry, but I guess it wasn't worried enough to order extras in case some of them broke. I had to fix one. Oh yeah, there's something. So these delegate mics that they don't have like a regular XLR connector. They had this little multi-pin connector, and I think it was 10 pins maybe, or 12. It was quite a few, and the way that it was set up was the base station had the pins sticking up, and then the microphone had the sockets for them to go in. But it was kind of weird. There was no guides, so there's no real way to guide it. You just kind of put it in and turn it until you feel that it goes. So one of them was it wasn't working right, and all the pins were smashed. And they were the pins to control this little light ring that was around it, and that would let you know if your mic was on or not. And it wasn't working right. So I was like, man, we don't have any spares. So I just pulled out my pocket knife, and it took me about 20, 30 minutes, maybe not 30, but it took close. And I just dug at those pins until I finally got them all straight, went through, pulled, basically went on my inner Northridge fix. If you ever seen Northridge fix repair a PGA or, like a CPU processor where the pins are bent, if you ever watched him fix that, that is, when you watch that, you go, all right, that's where the bar's at. Fuck yeah, I can go there. I can go there. Because that's really fucking hard work. And so I was like, well, this isn't nearly as hard as fixing a PGA. So let's just hope I don't break any of these pins. If they do, whatever. It was broke worse before I started. Got all the pins bent, popped right back on like a champion. Worked great for the whole show. No one ever knew. Yeah, really, it was, you're right, too much worry. Exactly. But, yeah, it's over. Gig's over. I feel like $1,000,000. I got it behind me. I'm really excited about the next couple of months. There's an audio warehouse I was going to go hit up soon. And I know they've got a big thing coming up, but I was going to at least try to put some feelers in to see if I can do some repair work for them. And then I wanted to go around town and just try to start knocking on some doors, trying to get some AV houses to get some work done for them. Like, hey, do you have anything that you're told can't get fixed? Because, where's you want fixed, but no one will fix it for you, or it's a really expensive repair. Where are those? Let me look at that. Let me see what I can do for you guys, and come at them in that kind of a business sense where, they could take a lot of busted gear and start making money with it again. I make them all happy. I can hear the heavy breathing of a shop owner with those words. And yeah, and then I've got the project I've been doing. I have an NDA on. I can't really talk about it, but this is the last month I really have. I told the client, I was like, I'm going to finish it. Otherwise, you're going to have to fire me or something, because I don't know what's wrong with me. No, I didn't say that, but I thought that. So I got to finish it this month. I may have to. That was one thing I want to mention to you guys on the stream. I may take like a day off. I may not come up on a stream because I really got to get this thing done, and I got to get it in the bag. I don't expect you guys to suffer too much for that, but I got to get it done. It's aside from the just getting it done for the client and making the client happy, it potentially frees me up a little bit financially. And after that one's done, that's the worst one. I have a bunch of other things that will definitely help free me up financially. And but I have to get this thing done first. And it's bah. Bah. Hey, JEQ500, how you doing, mate? Welcome in. We should probably do some soldering, some electronics work. What do you say? Oh, wait. Is it on? Yeah, it is. Time for that dip action, baby. Oh, man. Hey! All right. That was funny. Anyways. Fair enough. Let's get our solder on. Not Sauron, solder on. I know all you Lord of the Rings fans flipped out there for a second. Did he say let's get our Sauron? Because that's pretty funny. No! Oh! Venus! Ursa! Rock and Roller! High Roller! Mein Hund ist alles mein Schnitzel? Your dog is a hot dog? Hot dog dogs are the best. Venus, mate, we got 9 months. 9 months. We got our sub baby. What are we naming the sub baby? Are we naming it Mein Hund? Mein Hund. Oh, mein Hund ist alles. Oh, est. Is it ist or est? Because you're probably your German's better than mine, so I'm just gonna defer to you. Solder on. Apply directly to the pad. Solder on. Apply directly to the pad. Solder on. Apply directly to the pad.
Apply directly to the pad.
Do not use cocaine while using Solderon. If Solderon begins to speak, listen to its words and heed its warning. Solderon is a magical being from another land where the hobbits live. Ah, damn it! I went back to Solder Sauron. Oh man, some days. Ever not solder for a while and go to solder and struggle hard and you ask yourself, what's wrong with yourself? But it turned out you accidentally grabbed the lead-free solder, or you didn't turn your iron on? Either one of those is almost the same result. You're like, why no solder no good? Oh, iron not on. Iron heat make happy time. You don't have a dog or a schnitzel? Fuck. Essen, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Ist is the past participle, or yeah, you're on it. You know better than me. Oh yeah, Dr. Claw. I can do an excellent Dr. Claw. Whenever people call, like, and I don't recognize the number, I answer it as Dr. Claw. If I have to answer it, I'll be like,
Yes, Gadget.
and they'll be like, is Mr. Heresy here?
Speaking.
Yes, I wanted to talk to you about a new financing opportunity.
I already have one. It's Gadget.
I'm sorry?
I have Gadget.
With our program, you're able to simply pay $20 and get a return of up to 20-fold.
I'm hanging up now.
Yeah, I don't know. I could go on for a while. I really don't know what Dr. Claw, you know. other than his catchphrases. You know.
I'll get you next time, Gadget. Next time.
Yeah, how many cigarettes do you think Dr. Claw smoked? I mean, real world, ballpark. This was the 80s. People, they smoked all the time. Did you see Alien? Like, all over that ship, they're smoking cigarettes. And you're like, really? We're chain smoking in the future on a ship with limited oxygen? That's the future? Okay, cool. Because I smoked back then. Now I don't smoke, and now it seems really ridiculous. But, you know what? So did parachute pants. Six-pack a day? Mm. 70. Hey, Andromas, thank you for the happy 4th of July. Crazy coming from an expat. No, thank you, mate. I hope you're having a good leaving a liberated colony to go live on a colony. Unliberated. Hammer time. Oh yeah, that too. I mean, hell, the cat has a raspy voice, too. What did he want, Penny? No, I don't think he wanted, well, Penny was always, like, on to Claw, I think. Of course, you know, honestly, in hindsight, he probably was a sicko. Yeah. He probably stayed in his castle where he was at because he didn't have to fuck with HOAs. Because they are not, there's a lot of clauses. I mean, they can't legally. They have to work around it. But there's stuff that they get in there so that, you know, people like that aren't living in the neighborhood. And, you know, plus, Megan's Law, he doesn't have to do that because there's no neighbors. He's just living on that, like, castle thing. That Skeletor knockoff piece of shit. Yeah, I know, right? You got the queen on your money again. Ah, fuck. You've truly come full circle, Andromulus. Very good. Just as it was written in the great book of words. Oh, man. This is fun times, guys. This is more fun than when I paid 4 clowns to tell me jokes for 2 days. I thought Gadget was... No. Gadget was dim-witted. He never knew. Because he was based off of... That was the problem with Inspector Gadget. He was a knockoff of... Well, I guess not a knockoff, but an homage to... Oh, God damn it. Well, the guy who did his voice, Maxwell Smart, thank you. Yeah. It was basically a knockoff of Maxwell Smart. And, but you know what? I don't know the Maxwell Smart lore very well. But he was just, Mr. Magoo kind of idiot, though. That was the thing. Like, you know, he'd go to do something, and it wouldn't have the effect, but it would end up causing something else that he had no intention. You know, that kind of humor. Book of Hers that did everything. The Candyman with those photos? No, no, no. I tied myself up. Right, right. Penny and Brain were like constantly like, no, no, no. Yeah, that was the gimmick. That was the joke. Was like he was oblivious to what was going on, and they were constantly saving his ass, and they would tell him, but he would just Dunning-Kruger it and be like, thank you, Penny, I knew you could help someday, you know, and they'd be like, I solved the whole fucking case, Gadget, you fucking asshole. Where's my parents? I've been living with this uncle guy for years now, saving his ass. I haven't been to school. I study this tablet. I'm a screen kid. But Dr. Claw is unaware. He thinks that Gadget is a mastermind genius. I think that tracks. I seem to remember that. That's how that played out. Adam Fighter, how you doing? Penny was Adam. Well, yeah, I mean. Yeah, how much more nostalgia can we get? Can we get into Mask? Remember Mask? Mask Crusaders. They had that DeLorean with the gull wings or whatever, and they turned into jet planes. And the motorcycle with the helicopter. That was great stuff. Maybe we can watch some old episodes of Mask and realize how truly vacuous our childhood really was. Because that's what I experience whenever I watch any of that stuff. I'm like, how the fuck did I think this was even kind of good? Who talks like this? Why is this writing so bad? What? Are they intentionally ripping off Mark Twain? Is this supposed to be a Mark Twain homage? Yeah. Count Duckula. There you go. That was good. Fiero. Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. Gargoyles? I don't remember Gargoyles. I remember Darkwing Duck. Man, there was one show. It was called the Beverly Hills Teens. It was an animated show. It was on syndication. And it was kind of like, and I think about it, it was kind of like akin to, the Zach Morris show. Yeah, the Zach Morris show. It was really akin to that. Like, you just have these teenagers, and they'd have these silly, trivial adventures and whatever. I want to say. I don't know. Really, I feel like I'm wasting so much time on this earth thinking about this. These horrible television shows from when I was a kid. And now, you know, my taste was piss back then. And honestly, the options out there was terrible. Gargoyles was great, really well written. Oh, wow. Saved by the Bell. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the Beverly Hills Teens was like a Saved by the Bell 90210 kind of thing. Like, I think they were all mega rich, and they'd be like, well, let me take my private jet across town or something like that to save the day. Honestly, now I feel like I was just being indoctrinated into capitalism when I think about that show. It's like, wait, was that just trying to ease me with the classes? Worked. Well played. Well played, Saturday morning cartoons. Actually, it was after school cartoons. X-Men? I never saw X-Men. I don't think it was on when I was a kid, or it wasn't that popular. I don't know, or maybe it just, I was, where I lived, they just didn't get it. I don't know. Batman animated series. I've been tempted to go and dig that up because my recollection was that it was very good, that it was well written, well animated, well acted, just everything. The whole thing was good, even for its time. But I was very, very curious if it held up to today. Like, was it only good because I'm like 13 and I don't know no better, or is it good for me 30 years later? It does hold up today. All right, well, I'm gonna have to give it a try then, because if that's the consensus that it does, it's still a good one. Because I remember, I think that was my biggest disappointment with the Batman movie where they had Arnold Schwarzenegger as Mr. Freeze, and I was like, I just tuned out because I was like, no, you gotta do it like the character or something close to the animated series, because he was this perfect. He's one of those villains you feel sorry for, like, and I love those kind of villains in stories where they're evil and they're bad, but it's kind of tragic, and the reason they are is that this tragic thing, and you kind of have this weird empathy or sympathy for them, even though they're bad, And so I loved that with that character, and and then I remember the movie came out, and I still haven't watched it. Yeah, Batman. Yeah, nice. Rip Kevin Conroy. Yeah, I didn't. I think I kind of. The teen years was a little bit around the time that I really wasn't watching much TV. And I don't recall really caring for what I saw then. But I was kind of getting out of it. He passed away late last year. Ooh. Okay, Adam. I'll check that out. Yeah, no, I remember there was some other animated series that they kept in it, and I feel like the consensus was they were good because they stuck to that kind of dark, I don't know, this kind of dark storyline. They all kind of, it was serious but didn't take itself too seriously too. That kind of whole aspect. But I always felt like the consensus was everything after the animated series, any other animated variants of it, just wasn't as good. Like, oh, well, yeah, but they took the cool thing of that. So, yeah, like Harley Quinn and like her character is kind of how I just kind of like, that's the voice. Like her accent and everything is how I always think of it as the voice. Was the Batman's... Okay, I thought so. Bluey? Oh, nice. Well, I still watch cartoons, too. I just gotta be really baked. Yeah, right, Harvey? Oh, we should get Arnold. He'll be perfect. Well, honestly, if you look at how that whole movie was casted, and if you look into, like, some stories about the behind the scenes, how that was getting made, it was just a giant stupid cash grab. There was no one's artistic vision was being portrayed in that movie. It was just like, well, how much money can we make if we put Arnold Schwarzenegger in? He's big. He's huge. We should be able to make this piece of shit script skyrocket. I mean, look at Terminator. Yeah, Mark Hamill. That's right. Mark Hamill was he worked on that for the duration, and I want to say he did Joker's voice, and I think he did other incidental characters as well. Like I don't think I mean he's famous for the Joker, but I want to say that Hamill did some other voices on the series too, and yeah, Mark Hamill. I mean, there's not a person on this planet who doesn't agree that he's just a fantastically talented person. I mean, he's a great actor. He's a really cool, down to earth cat though. Like you could totally go have a beer with Mark Hamill. He'll tell you some great fucking stories too. And if you got a cool story for him, he'll freaking listen. I guarantee that guy just. But it was found out later that Sid was wrong. Mark Hamill, whole persona was a lie, for he was truly an angry, angry man. Hell-bent on vengeance, he drew his anger to craft and create his characters. Like Luke Skywalker. No. I'm sorry, that was getting weird. The music in the background really fucked it up. He still does the Joker's voice. Nice. And Mark Hamill watches Sid Heresy stream. That would be neat. I would be very honored. And if he stuck around, I'd be even more honored. If he just popped in for 5 seconds, I'd be like, oh. That's my little bragging point I can always do. Like, oh, well, you know, we had Dead Mouse in our stream hanging out one time in chat. Just talking about, you know, synths. That boring subject that he's kind of into a little bit. I don't know if you know who Dead Mouse is. He's this musician. He's kind of popular in the EDM circuit. My biggest admiration for the guy is that dude does not take no for an answer when it comes to software. That guy will just, he takes I've seen him go through, because he streams on Twitch, I've seen him take all these programs that are very difficult, very time consuming to learn. And he's like sitting there learning it. And he'll spend several days working on it, and he's doing, you know, basically, a lot of the times I see him as like, you know, I think it's part of it is interest, and the other part of it is like, well, I have this idea for my live set, and I want to control these lights. Let me learn, oh, fuck, I forgot the name of the, it's a CAD program where you can set up your whole lighting rig. Let me learn how to run this program and program lights in it, and then I could, like, give it to an LD, and they could either just take it and run with it, or they could fix it or tweak it or whatever. But the fact that he does that is very admirable to me, and I think that's probably one of the reasons that guy has the success that he has, is because he's like, I'm just going to learn it. I'm just going to learn it. And he manages to pull it off. So, I would love to see a reboot of Tim Burton's Batman. That would be interesting. Right? If well, I mean, yeah, he's always doing. And honestly, I know from a lot of my friends that are professional musicians, that they've been doing that for a long time. A lot of them have, especially when COVID happened, a lot of them discovered all these side hustles or explored them, and they discovered, like, I actually make pretty good money doing this, programming this, building a bunch of these for this, and it wasn't nearly as much work. I should be doing this. The rock and roll thing is great, but it'd be nice not to have to tour every time. Be nice not to have to play, because I could just do this. So I've known a lot of people that have been, or I shouldn't say a lot, but it's actually, Yeah, every one of my friends that's like in the business, that's kind of what they've been working towards. And a lot of them are getting older too. Like they're getting around my age and past. And they're like, "Yeah, dude, I'm sick of touring. I'm sick of like going on the road. I'm sick of it, you know? It was fun in my 20s. It was okay in my 30s, but now it's like, fuck. I really just want to hang out." And that's all I had to say about that. We wrote his own proprietary software, I think. I don't know. I don't think Dead Mouse knows how to program. I don't think he knows how to code. I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, to the best of my knowledge, I think that's where he stops short. I don't think he can code. I could be wrong. All right. I think I need more dab juice in here. Ah, it's empty. Oh, man. So, I've been thinking about doing I hate the term, but I don't know any other word for it, and I'm just going to have to use it even though I hate it. I've been thinking about doing a sort of podcast stream with, Bald Engineer. I was thinking about, because he brought it up one time, and I've been thinking about it ever since he brought it up. And I was like, and when he said it, like, the first thing I thought of, there's this fucking meme going around. These two cats, they're like DJs or whatever, and the song goes, "Oh, another white boy with a podcast. Another white boy with a podcast." And I was like, yeah, I'm white. Fuck. So I didn't really want to do that, but the more I thought about it, the more I started thinking James and I might be able to make it not stupid. That face? Oh, I know, yeah. It's the face of 1,000 ships. No, it launched 1,000 ships into the ocean, and they were never recovered. Over 47 vessels lost at sea thanks to this perfectly unusual face. The mustache alone has killed over 57 seamen. And sailors. Yeah, if you ever want to get like homophobic, just call it a cum catcher. If the person's gay, they'll be like, exactly. And they won't be offended at all. But if the person's like homophobic, they'll be like, yo, that's not cool. And then you'll be like, whoa, bro, it's a joke, man. and you're the one with the fucking mustache, not me. And then we embrace, and we kiss passionately. Our mustaches lock in a mighty eroticism that no man has ever understood before until now. Know what I'm saying? You know, we touch mustaches. It's not weird. What's weird is if you don't. That's weird. Only 57 semen. Well, I don't know how to count them, to be honest with you. I don't know exactly how you count them. I think with like what's that called? Like the little calculator thing, the abacus. Yeah, I think that's how you could figure out how many semen your mustache caught. And how many sailors it saved. It's a good thing I don't care. If I did, this would be weird. But no, I have no children. So they won't be embarrassed by their father making an asshole of himself on the internet. Not that that would stop me. Go to their schools. I'd tell them who I was like they're supposed to know. I gotta go borrow some kids. I got a friend of mine. He's got like couple boys. I don't know if they remember me. I mean, they're not supposed to. That was part of the agreement. I kind of like this song, but I also kind of like not brushing my teeth. So, what does that put you at, really, right? Hey, okay, boy. I want you to hand out these QR-coded flyers around the middle school. Yeah. I like that we went straight to the middle school. We didn't even fuck with high school. We went right past that. You know, them fuckers can drive. Fuck that. How are we going to enact Dennis Reynolds' The Implication if they can drive away? This stream has really gotten dark over the last 20 minutes or so. These are dark places we're going. No, I mean, I'm not mad. I'm just, you know, noticing. Just point it out. It may be too mature. Yeah, that is true. There is a maturity level in this stream that is technically measurable, but in reality is as fake as the Washington Monument. Yeah, I went there. Look it up. It's not real. All right, we're going to put these rude boys in. Oh, look at that. They flank the... Flank it. Man. I'm in good spirits today. I swear to God. I don't think I've been this happy in a while. Like, I've been happy, you know, but, like, not consistently, on and on. And it's like, no, that never happens. No, I mean, I'm being silly, but I genuinely, I'm in like really good spirits right now. I'm kind of excited, you know, like I'm kind of excited. What's next, you know? Like after the stream, what am I doing next? I don't know. Jumping out of a cake naked? I don't know. Maybe. It's Tuesday. It's the anniversary of our country. Naked cake jumping could be on the menu for the day. Although, I think if I'm going to ground myself a little bit in reality, it should be noted that I think there's a lot of setup. I don't think they have there's like not a place. Even though Phoenix is a big, massive metropolitan area, we have like over 3.5 or 4 million people. I can't remember. There's a lot of people here. And they're all generally taller than me, which is weird, but that's not the point. I don't think they have like a big human-sized cake facility that I could just go down to, especially on a holiday, and be like, hey, I'll take one of your roly-poly cakes, because they got casters. You got to roll them out. And they'd be like, nude or fully clothed? And I'm like you have to ask. And they kind of roll their eyes. And they go, well, then you'll want our Elixir model here, the finest in pop-out cakes. The inside is lined with a very comfortable, smooth material, which is going to be pleasant if you are bursting out of it nude. If you are clothed, you might want to look into our more affordable Lexington model. This uses traditional plastics for the inside, but are a little bit more abrasive to the flesh when bumping out. We've had people that have emitted out of the cakes, and the plastic kind of, moving that fast kind of caused like a bit of a, not really a carpet burn, but something, and that kind of ruined the whole illusion that that cake is still edible, with the person being like, ow, I got my arms burned. You're not going to. The illusion that it's edible is gone. Now you know that it's fake. And the anger that you feel because that cake is fake, that's genuine. Don't let that get away from you. Take it, put it into a cup, drink it. Keep your eyes open as you look. Drink that cup of anger. Take a piss. About an hour later, it's out of your system. Undetectable by drug dogs, too. You don't believe me? Look it up. Look it up on undetectablebydrugdogs.com. It's a cool website about various things that are undetectable by drug dogs. Drug Dogs is the name of a rap group, though, and they are all very old. They were very popular in like the mid to late 80s, but now they're very geriatric, and so undetectable by drug dogs is pretty easy. Like, I mean, honestly, two of them are dead, and the other one is really sick. I don't think he can smell, so you could probably get weed past him pretty easily. Hey guys, we got a game of bat-e-ball, which is short for basketball. And anyone can get into the game. You see what Doey's doing here with the numbers? Oh, you see how that happened? That's what you want to do. 7 times. This many plus this many. If you do it before he does, you get the immaculate gold of 1,000 gold bringing people, the gold people. I don't know. But it's prestigious. There's an award, there's a ceremony, and I don't want to spoil a surprise, but there'll be somebody jumping out of a cake, maybe or maybe not, butt ass naked. Just a heads up. In case you're like, what am I going to do for Christmas? Now you know. What do these buttons do? I press them, and they go to things, but neither one of them is logical. I should label these buttons better. That's on me. I just use their generic names, and Jer is very generic. I swear, I hear that sound in this song, and I keep thinking it's my cat. I almost soldered my flesh.
I gave a pound of flesh to you for the low, low price of $29.99.
All right, that was cool. What? My cat, he's not skinny and he's not fat. Smaller than a dog, but bigger than a rat. My cat is not fat, he's just chubby. My cat is not fat, he's just chubby. Chubby little boy. I think that's the lyrics. I don't know, I could be paraphrasing. I could be duo phasing. I could be full phased. I don't know. Full phased or phrased? Come on there. Oh, man. Wait a minute. Oh, that's the meatball grabbing the ball. Man, I thought he had a parachute or something for a second. I was like, how have I not noticed that animation? Is that a parachute? That's fucking cool. I want a parachute for my guy. Oh, scheisse. That's right. I can't move this. Nah, I didn't do that. It's from a Russian punk folk rock band that from here in Kansas City. God, that's a lot of adjectives. Or I guess they're not adjectives. Yeah, they are. Russian, yeah. National. Punk, yeah. Folk, yeah. Rock, yeah. Band, from, no. Oh, wait, it was stopped. I found the spot where you stop. Take that, Casey Kasem. Because he said he wouldn't stop till he got to the top. And then he went to 50 Cent and talked about starting at the bottom. Now we going to the top. You know what? I should try to, I wonder if there's a way to do... Hey, do you know, Doey, so I know Stream Avatars has like a whole audio setup, but I've never messed with it. But I'm wondering if it could do text to speech. Because that would be kind of neat if we could have Sydney Bot do text to speech or something. I don't know where the fuck it's got to come out of, but... Because then it'll go through the delay. Because everything that comes through the computer goes through the delay. Every alert. Everything. Even when you unplug and plug in a USB device and it goes bum ba da bum, bum ba dum bum. Yeah, that's through delay. I care nothing for non-delayed alerts. Yeah, I know that. You have like the deal for that, and you can even program in like you can program in a whole soundboard of stuff. If someone does a command, it'll play a sound. That's all possible. Turn that up. But I can't remember if I've ever seen text to speech. Oh, this little fucker got away from me. Fuck you. A piece of shit. I rule you. Less PTSD is so my computer says it's not. It says it's not compatible or whatever. When I go to the updates, it says your computer is not compatible with Windows 11, and I'm like, all right, that's okay. I don't need it right now. Until the stuff I'm using says will only run in that, then I got a problem. And that's weeks from now. Literally weeks. All right, so we put that all on. It was amazing. Now, hit my cheek. Now we're going to do the 12-volt relay. This handsome son of a bitch is white in the photo, but mine was black like the forests of Norway. All right. And then I'm going to take us out of the holder and just plop it on the ground. I think that's how I did last time, and it was sweet. Take that, carpet. No, wait, that's not it. Let me try it again. No, that's not it either. There we go. Oh, here. We'll do... Can't even see what I'm doing. There we go. Ba-ba-da-ba-dum, boo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Yeah, I gotta look it up. I guess I could here in a minute. I gotta look up what, where I can get the old Batman from, because... I know, sometimes when I'm working on, like, when I was doing editing earlier, I was just doing... wasn't doing any timing or anything. I was just doing like really cut and remove kind of editing, and like I'll watch streams and listen to music and stuff because I'm like, oh, I'm fine. When I have to pay attention to what's happening in the video, then I like kind of turn things down. All right, what is going on? He said in a low, bulky, rhinoceros-sounding voice. It's the poly switches. These are little fuses, baby. Little fuses for you.
I call this one T-Roll. This old boy here, his name is Smokestack. T-Roll and Smokestack, they're good in the hood, like they should. Cause they understood. Alright, I bent them leads. You ain't supposed to do that, but I do it. Cause I'm drunk. I don't know what else to say.
Trying to save you guys from the fun that is focusing. Look at that thing twerking. I won't lie. It's hot. Ooh. A little bit more for me, please. My wife's home. Ah! You ain't supposed to bend leads? I don't know. Some people tell me that if you bend them, a fierce warrior will be killed in the wilderness, and you will be responsible for his death. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care. And they're like, no, that's not good. And I'm like, you tell me where it says that, and I'll sign a waiver, 'cause that's fine with me. When was someone going to tell you? I don't know. I thought you just got to have people come in and tell you stuff. I don't know. I don't agree with it. You know, I think being able to bend leads is about the most American thing out there. I mean, John F. Kennedy bent leads. Theodore Roosevelt. Abraham Lincoln. Donny Osmond. I know he wasn't a president, but he still built leads, and he was important to something. America. That's right. I was forgetting. I saw Happy 4th of Happy 4th. Thank you so much. Is it easy to change hot tips on the fly? I didn't know we were gonna get that naughty this early. It's not even 4 o'clock yet here. Wow. Well, hold on. I use a little trick. Here. We won't go all the way because I don't want to take my tip off. I kind of like my tip the way it is. But here's what I do. I make the clicking sound with my mouth to echolocate where it is in proximity to me. You can never be too careful. See, I heard it coming closer to me. It's important. So I just take my pliers and I'll take that and I'll pop the collar. You know, with this one, you got to hold it because this will unscrew from the base. You'll hold it here and you'll pop the collar and I'll just unscrew it. And then I'll take this whole sheath off. This tip stays on when I take the sheath off. And then I'll just lay it somewhere safe. And then I'll lightly grab it because you don't want to put dents and stuff in it. I'll lightly grab it, pull it off. I have a little holder. And then I'll put the one on that I want. The one that's fresh, you can actually put it on cold. Put it on with your hands because it's still cold enough. And then, yeah, still grab this guy to put the sheath on. and screw it back on in your GDG. That's how I'll change tips with this. But honestly, like this, just describing all those steps, I never ever want to do it. No. I'd love to get, so I want to upgrade to a nicer station where you can just change tips, and you just pop it in, and you'll basically do like a little disconnect, and then you can put a new one in, connect that, and they heat up in about 10-20 seconds, something like that, depending on how hot you need it. But it's pretty fast. And they have a lot of other features where they'll dip the temperature down so it's not staying at full power when it's just sitting there idle. There's just a lot of little, and the thermal compensation that would help me with being able to do certain computer repairs, console repairs. That Xbox, I always had trouble with it because my iron just couldn't. The way I had to get to certain spots, I had to hit it with hot air and an iron. I had them both at the maximum temperature. So, what was the question? Oh yeah, happy 4th of July. Thank you. Now, the tip thing. So my favorite tips. My tip for tips. Hi, this is Sid Heresy's tip on tips. Tip on tip action, or tip to tip, or just the tip. Here, we don't need that one. Let's just do. So I love this guy. This is the knife tip. Oh, the knife tip. It's a real good one from Joe Cocker. Knife tip. And that's like my jam. However, my second favorite, or right up my next tie, is this beautiful little piece of metal. And this here's the J-tip. I love the J-tip because the heel. Oh, that nail's gross. Stand by. I even trimmed them. The heel here is you can have like a ton of heat that you can use, and this tip actually still has a little bit of heat. Most conical tips are just awful. I don't like. I try to go back to using conical tips, and I can't. There's just not enough thermal. There's just not enough thermal mass. There's not enough heat. The third one down is the one I've been using on my that came with my Hacko. Is this chisel tip, and it's a really small chisel tip, but this guy works for pretty good for small components like 603, and you could still do 805 and 1206 just fine, and this works great on through hole, but not nearly as good as that knife tip. The knife tip just blasts heat everywhere. I don't have to wait for the shit to heat up. It's hot before I even get my iron there. The fucking welds, just knowing that I have a knife tip, they fucking heat up. That's the power of the knife tip. Oh, the knife tip. It's great. And the J-tip, too. Talking about the J-tip, but that sounds a little weird. You made a J-tip accidentally. Well, if you notice, there's like we didn't really look up the shaft, but there's different coatings on that. And I also recommend all those tips I have, those are all real Hackos. I've bought off-brand ones, and the off-brand ones suck. They're really crappy. Like, I kind of got one working, but it's still terrible. So I do recommend getting either name brand if you've got an iron that takes name brand. If you've got like something that's off the shelf, that's like off-brand or whatever I should say, then try to hunt around for the good tips for it, because they all have them, even those weird, well, not weird, but there's some brands that are that are smaller off-brands, but they're still very common, like Irabo or Ioro. I can't remember what they are, but my station before that was one of those, and it was great. And I found the right tips to get and everything from them, and they worked fine. But once it died, I replaced it with the Hacko and never looked back. All hail the knife tip! Yeah, that's the Joe Cocker song. Oh, the knife tip! You gotta saddle with the knife tip! So, are all these caps... Okay, so these are polarized, but these are not. Got it. Honestly, I should add that as a note, maybe in the video, but I don't know. How stupid do you have to be not to be able to follow instructions? Me, but like the simplest of, well, that was pretty simple. Whatever. Yeah, my least favorite tip is a conical tip. It looks like, I mean, I used it for a really long time, but on paper it looks like a great tip, but once I started moving away and using like chisels and J or just like bigger chisel tips, I just was like, oh, why am I using conical? What's it good for? Oh, absolutely nothing. Ha! Good God. Conical. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Ah! Good God. Conical. This background music is upstaging my awesome parody. Ah! I bent the lead, but it went inside my body, and now we are one. Soon, the lead's seed will go through my body, coursing through every point of my veins. I will become a madman, incapable of any of my own capable own thoughts of mind, thoughting of my own. I will be at a dead seal. Goes my mind. Goes my heart. As the capacitor grabs hold. Oh wait, no we're not. I'm being stupid. Hey, the real Yorl. Yorl? Is that right? Hey, what's up, mate? What are we building? I actually have a completed version of it to give you that before and after enjoyment. But this is a 500 series module. It's from this company, JLM Audio. It's this rude boy. Here's what it'll be done. It's a little graphic EQ. We were trying to figure this out. I think it's like 2/3, but I don't think it's exactly a 2/3 octave. But I know it's written down. Actually, honestly, I could just click and read, but that's not my style. No, I don't know if you're familiar with the 500 series, but it's kind of like Eurorack, or it's in modular in a way, but everything is made in the back. There's this edge connector that plugs into a little socket, and then that goes to a busing that's in the back of the chassis, and usually that'll go to like a patch bay, or you'll have a pre-configured setup or whatever. There's various ones, but the benefit here is that you'll have a discrete version of a particular like preamp or compressor or you name it. EQ. I mean, there's several different EQs. It just goes on and on. There's a lot of different stuff in the 500 series range, and it's a big rabbit hole that you kind of don't want to go down because you got to have some deep fucking pockets for this. The client that's having us build this, these are the kits. They're about half the price of the bot ones, so it's a pretty good deal. And but still, they're very pricey. These silly things. That's why I don't have one yet. But I think I'm gonna buy a case soon and start putting a couple of things in there. I've really gotten into. So one of the things they have here is this. You can see this footprint. This is called a DOA, or a discrete op amp. And they come in various formats, but this is the first format I've seen as an SMD. Where are we at there? There it is. So I haven't had an SMD version of this, but it really got the gears rolling because I'm like, well, shit. I have some issues because I can't get components. What if, because the SMD versions are much easier to get, what if I just do that, rebuild it as one of these? The client would be happy because the ones they have, oops, I don't want to do that. The issue is that they have some DOA amps, but it's all through-hole components, and the transistors are bad. One of them's bad, and it's really hard to find the components. They're not in stock. You have to go fight some dinosaur dung or some shit to get it to it. It's awful. It's like Jurassic Park, but with poop. Just poop. No dinosaurs. And so I don't really want to do that. Not that I have a problem with it. I just, morally hate it. Yeah, for me, yeah, it's really common in studios. You'll see they'll have a couple of 500 series racks usually in the back, and this has been common since the late 70s. I started looking in, I saw racks in studios where they had 500 series. But yeah, the benefit is you could have an SSL this and a Neve that, and an Altec this. You can go through all these classic circuitry. And they all have that giant almost all of them have these giant fucking transformers on it for just massive amounts of headroom. You can just dump tons of voltage down it, and it'll just eat it the fuck up and ask for more. So it definitely has some advantages. And I've been interested in running Jamtown through a couple of JLM opto compressors, but I built two of them and I kind of got how they work, and I kind of want to just make my own, but they do have a really sweet little VU meter in them that I don't know where to get those. Stand by. Sorry, I thought I heard something falling, or I don't know what it was. So basically it's a daughter board to sub a component. Well, it is a component. So a discrete op amp. Have you seen the other ones? Sorry, guys, I already put up with this a little while ago. But we got to talk about it because it's too sick. So here's another 500 series module. This is a parametric EQ. This thing is bright AF. And this has some DOA amps, but these are sealed, so you can't get in them. But I've built similar ones to these. I think these are like, well, actually these say these are the, I don't know what these are modeled after. Never mind. I thought these were 2520s. Yeah, this is a 2520. So that's what this is modeled after. I'm not sure what these are, but the 2520 is a real popular discrete op amp, and they're very expensive. Like Like these cost like, I don't know how much these are. We could look them up, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're about 25 to 40 or $50 an op amp. So it's cray. Well, so the way I like to describe it, Doey. Here, let me grab one. It's because we actually have some op amps here that are in that scenario. Where did I put them? That well, they should be in their little drawer. But, getting closer. No. Well, shit. Where did I put them? I need them because I gotta fix them. Stand by. Well, let me check one other place. Let me check this thing way the hell up here. It's so hard to get to. I don't know why I put shit up here. No, that's the Game Boy. That doesn't have the DOA. Man, I don't know where I put it. Then I need to find it because I told the client I'd fix it. It's hard to fix if you don't have it. Oh wait, is it in these drawers? Not this one. What about this one? No. Alright, I give up. I don't know. I can't find it, but... Man, that's weird, though. Huh. Oh, well. I'll have to look for it. I don't want to waste y'all's time, but... we built like 9 of them, and they just have a bunch of transistors. I mean, you can see the underside. It's just transistors, resistors, caps, and some diodes. That's it. And they're set up to do a basic op amp functionality, and they're all a little bit different, so they all have a very big coloring that they apply to the sound, which I'd like to measure, but I haven't set up the measuring machine. If I had dab core solder, oh my god. That would be awesome. Oh, you don't like JLM? I like them. I haven't had any problem with these ribbon cables, to be honest with you. This one doesn't have any ribbon cables. But I will say, my complaint on this design, and I will agree with you. I will agree with you on this. So, you put it in, and the way that it fits, it has this little connector here, and then it stops in the board. But when you go to pull it out of the case, this part stays in there because there's way more friction than these pins, and then you got to go and reach and pull that out. And I'm like, all you had to do was put something that once this is seated in here, you would, just a little slat, and then you could put the slat in there. I don't know what you would do. I'm not Mr. Engineer. I'm just Mr. Sid. But that is something I'm like, that's dumb. But I've built their, I've built this, I've built this, I've built their, I was just talking about it. The opto compressor. The LA opto compressor. And I've done a mod for the older series LA opto compressors. And yeah, in my experience, I've been pretty happy. I mean, if you got some better DIY companies, I've done DIY RE. They're not too bad, but to be honest, they don't have anything that really like gets my goat. And it makes me go, I gotta have that. But if you know some better places, hook me up. Sound Sculptor. All right, let me check. Let me see if I can just type those words into the internet exactly the way you wrote it, because I think there is a contingency. Professional audio kits. All right, let's check this out. Ooh. Make sure this isn't porn. A second. Ah! God, it's nothing but Transformers! No, 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 no. All right, let me move this out of the way real quick and scooch over here. Ooh. What do we got here? Oh, Jesus, Mary Jane. All right, let's see what products. So my client is really big into clones. I built his opto for JLM and moved for the Sound Sculptor. I really like the MU. Right on. Well, hey, I'm game for anything. The client buys all this, so I don't get too much, but oh, here we go. Here's an LA. Is that the 502 that you're talking about? A Moog? Oh, yeah. Well, you know, there's a couple of synths out there from Moog. I mean, you're not going to get... Don't expect like a ton of range as far as sound goes. But like the Centaur, I think is... or the Minotaur. Is it the Minotaur? What the fuck is that thing called? I forgot what it's called, but it's... My buddy had one, and he really, really liked it. I've known a couple other people that have owned one. You don't get a ton of, like, sound, but the sound you get is insane. Like, the whole reason he bought one was because he was mixing this band, and it was a... What the fuck is the band? It was a... an Ozzy or Black Sabbath cover band or something like that. And the bass player had a synth. And he's like, you know, in my career of over 20 years as an audio engineer, I have never, ever had to dip the bass down so much in the monitor because that synth is so fucking huge. It's so loud. He had to cut the low end. It was too much bass. And it wasn't because of like oh, it's coming out all beefy or anything like that. It was because the energy output was so uniform that it was better than the bass guitar. It was more energy than the rest of the acoustic instruments. So I will say that in my experience with Moog, that you may not get as much sounds, so get ready for those, a couple of, you're going to have this rigidity. Now the Sub 37 as a lot you can do, I want to say. Is it the Sub 37? Man, I can't remember my cents. Anyways, I want to focus on this. So you were saying this is the LA500, the lunchbox. Does it do the fast attack mode? Because that's what I was working on. That's what the client was having me do. Because okay, I see 10, 20. So I guess I don't know what the fast attack is on the JLM mod, but oh wait, it does 5, 10, 20. Yeah, that's pretty damn fast. 5 milliseconds to 20 for an attack ratio. And that's perfect. That's what the client is kind of looking for, is they want to be able to do the quick and the low. Because when you're doing compression, it's not a bad idea to have like a, you know, you would think the way a compressor would work best is if you had it clamped down really fast. But what you end up doing is you lose all the transients. So a really easy thing to do to bring those transients back is to back off your attack time on your compression. Because now that kick has a little bit of a chance to pop into the mix and push in. Now the compressor still swells down and it still manages it. You may have to do a little, but you'd be surprised. It's almost seems counterintuitive, but when you increase the attack time, you can actually get some goodness. Anyways, I'm probably telling you guys shit you already know. I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Did you know how to tie your shoes? We're going to have a stream on that. I'm going to show you guys how I tie my shoes. I do a bow. Spoiler alert. Oh, I did that wrong. Hey, Fragility, how you doing? You almost got a sub-fatty. The Verkstat? No, you didn't. You're fine, mate. You're good. I'm not blaming you. I was like, ran out of things to say about it, and then I was like, right, we're doing this. All right, what's the damage on it? What's the cost here? Add an GEQ500 extension. I don't know what that is. Oh wait, I should have it there. 4 weeks, kit, add cart. What's the price? Oh. It's 3 or 2. Okay, there we go. 315 USD. That's not bad, honestly. That's very amendable for 500 series. Oh, yeah. I made some of those for the client. I have a box full of them. Yeah, I don't care about that. Thank you. Yeah, I don't need any of this shit. I just want the kit. So 314 USD is absolutely reasonable. I know it costs quite a bit to get it shipped. What else I got? Now I'm in. Are all this 500 or is it like? Let's see. Let's go to let's do effects. Cuz I would like. Oh, you know what? Actually, I take that back. What I'd like besides some 500 clones is a good preamp, a mic pre. Because I use like a fucking audio interface mic pre, and oh my god, what a piece of it's Focusrite. I'm sorry if you like Focusrite, anybody out there. We can still be friends, but we just can't ever talk about that. Let's see, MP AB528, MP512. Got a tube pre. Let me see how that tube pre is implemented. And 599, 573. Well, okay. I want to look at these last three here. Oh, I had a question for everyone who makes sets of stereo tubes that are decent and aren't hundreds and hundreds of dollars. With the MU, okay. You mentioned that. I need to figure out what that is because I played like I knew what it was, but Jesus. So there's a full-size tube. What are the controls do I get? So I get input and output. That's kind of cool. All right, let's keep going. I need a little bit more juice. Wow. Damn, that's a lot of fucking components. All right, what does it have? Has a ratio. And then, what is that? One is output level 3 is a gain switch. Huh. I don't know if I like that. Okay, so that's what I was looking for, the impedance. Did the other one have an impedance thingy? I don't think it did. I was looking for it, but I'm thinking I might have not looked right. Yeah, no, it just does low and high. Yeah, no. So, all right, so that's in the running a little bit. Although I'd rather do some tube loving, but I could get. All right. Yeah, that just has low, mid, high. It just has an in and out, which is fine, but so there's a tube design that's a friend of mine. I guess he's the only one that does it because I can't find anybody that does it. I'm trying to remember the name of his. My browser's stuck. There we go. So it's kind of funny and oh, do they not have it anymore? Oh yeah, here it is. So this is funny. So it's a friend of mine, but I've never been able to figure out. He has promised me multiple times, like more times than I have fingers on one hand, to sell me, give me, whatever, work out some sort of deal for one of these. I would absolutely love this preamp. I love the design, but that fucking Joker will never come through for me. And you know, I kept telling him, I'm like, I don't want to buy, I want to DIY. And he's like, yeah, I can hook you up. And he never did. So what makes this thing interesting, aside from you have the impedance pad and so forth, you can see right here, you have the pentode and the triode as your controls. If anyone knows of a tube preamp that does anything like that, holla. Because I don't know if my buddy's ever going to come through. He's a nice guy, but, you know, he has his faults. I love the man, you know, but he has his faults. He's got some faults. Let me see if I can find. There's like a cool example of what it does. I don't know where it is, but basically the way that this works is pretty simple. But what happens is if you raise the pentode or the triode, it acts kind of like a compression shelf. And so if you turn up the pentode, you'll get this kind of low-end boost that's also a little bit distorted and compressed. And triode, same thing with the high shelf. And that design, like, absolutely, I was like, that's really cool. I gotta find that because my stupid buddy cannot make good on a promise. Last time he said it, I just went LOL. I was like, yeah, I won't hold my breath. We all have a buddy like that. Yeah, you know, I'm not shitting on the guy. It is what it is, right? And honestly, if he came through, it's a massive favor to me. So I recognize that, you know, that's what it is. It's like, oh, God damn it, he won't do me that favor I want him to do. You know, I'm not that big of a prick. Working on it, but not there yet. It's a good song. Good bass line. All right. We've been working really hard on this. We got to take a break or something. I've been just soldering and soldering so much. I don't even know where the solder ends and I begin. Oh yeah, there was because we got distracted. Man, I am going to get stuck on this website. I'm going to contact my client who gets all this shit and be like, hey, mate, do these guys sell cases? Accessories. Ooh, maybe. What? Host kit. Oh, it's just a single. I see. No, I need something bigger. It doesn't look like it. Smart move. The case game is a losing game. There's no love there. All right. Man. I have 10 buddies like that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. He's a goofy guy. He's not. Believe it or not, he's not a normal cat by any means. He's pretty out there, dude. That's what I liked about him. You know, I think that's why we got along. Is I'm like, you're weird. So am I. We'll get along just fine. Oh, wait. Let me scooch over here. Ow! The solder splattered. Alright, that's embarrassing, but we'll just never talk about it. It'll be our own little secret. right. Man. Thanks again, who's that? Mousy Magazine for pointing out that DIY provider. Those modules look really good. I like the board density on some of those. I'm gonna hunt around more on that site, but definitely a nice find. I will add it to my cap, and I will have a cap made of it, the finest. All right, boop. We did that. Okay, so this is the thing. I'm gonna skip over that, or should I? You know what? Actually, for continuity, I'll just do it my way. Alright, so the thing that I'm going to do is I found that when I put these pins on, I had a hard time nailing it, and I didn't realize that. Was the other one like? Are those test points? Yeah, I guess so. Nice. So I just had a hard time getting it to sit and solder it good. So when I was making the video, I'm like, why didn't I just put the transformer on there when I was doing it, you human Sasquatch? And I was like, I don't know. Human Sasquatch? Is that how I'm insulting myself now? I'm like, well, you haven't shaved, and frankly, you smell bad. And I'm like, well, that's not cool. And this went on for like 4 or 5 days. Hours. Did I say days? That would be insane. No, it was only hours, not days. Oh, wait. So I need to film all this. They're definitely a step up in quality on the design side. I found the JLM boards to be confusing, no test points, and the weird ribbon cables in the Sound Sculptor PCB design just had no frills and were much more simple, straightforward designs. I hear you. Right on. Right on. Alright, let's see. How's this shot? This shot's good. Alright, we're making a movie. Alright, we're recording. Don't fart. I'm kidding. You can fart. It's cool. I did. Alright, so this just sucks, so I'm just gonna put this guy right here, and then I'm just gonna push this guy right in here. Well, maybe not. Alright. Oh, shit. What is that? Oh, that's the fucking stupid... Ah. There's like a little bit of glue or some shit in there that's keeping the screw from going down. Yeah, because I can't even... I'm trying to push it through. It should just slide through, but it's definitely threading. Whatever. I don't care. Yeah, I need to find a good case, a case for 500. I'm not really going to get too picky. The client keeps loaning me this, what is it, bento fret. Oh, man, I can't read that upside down. It's a weird name, too. I forget. Yeah, Fredenstein, I guess. I got, although supposedly those aren't that great, and I had some weird results with it out of the box, but I think it's okay now. I don't think 48 works. Might. Can't remember. Hope you build one. I'm curious what your experience and opinion will be. You know, I'm pretty laid back when it comes to most builds. You know, I try to look at it from a standpoint of someone, you know, that doesn't have as much experience. It's a little bit new, but you know, at the end, I usually will really have admiration for like attention to detail. When it's kits, I'm not a big kit guy. So whenever there's a kit that's really well put together, that's just got like a lot of detail and a lot of thought done, I generally will think real highly of those, because I'm thinking of the people that just started, and you know, wouldn't know what an inductor was if you pointed it in front of them. You know, would know what a transformer was. You know, they wouldn't know what those components are. And when you have really well put together kits to where it's just handed to you very easily, that makes the learning process much easier, much smoother. The Rupert Neve R8? Yeah, the money. Yeah, and the client has a really nice 500 case. This little bento one that he just got it because it was super cheap, and he's like, well, I'll need more space. I might as well just use it, and he got it new, I think. It wasn't used or anything like that. So, again, more reason to say, screw it. All right, so now those pins are pressed down. They're in there nice. We'll go ahead and solder it in, and then I can stop the recording because don't have to really do much until much later. Thanks everybody too for hanging out today. We're not going anywhere. I'm not saying goodbye. I like to thank you guys when it hits me in the brain how lucky we all are. You know, we're all kicking it, nerding out, doing our cool nerd stuff. You know, just kicking ass like we usually do, you know. But we're doing it together. And isn't that what summer is really all about? No? Okay, whatever. I don't care. Release the releases. Ooh, look at all this shite. This is going to be good. I'm just going to go straight up barbiturate Annie Oakley. Whatever that means. You know, it's what's a really common thing I keep seeing when it comes to power supplies is Meanwell. Like, I keep seeing Meanwell power supplies over and over and over and all this different equipment. And sometimes it's kind of hidden, but if you've seen one, you've seen them all. And also, if I was like really wanting to be particular, I could go and be like, well, let me look. Is this the ABC 123 model? Yeah, but this must be an OEM version of it. I was helping a client with a Prophet 12, and I was just helping them over the phone and everything like that, and or through text. And I was looking at it. I was like, well, let me look at a video really quick. I found one in a teardown, and they open it up, and I see it like right out of the gate. I was like, oh, that's a Meanwell, isn't it? And then the guy goes through and he identifies it because it actually is labeled Meanwell on it. And I was like, a lot more popular than you think. And that's what, and I bring that up just because that's what's in this power supply is a Meanwell, and man, there was something else. Where did I see it recently? It's a fucking video switcher. They had to crack it open, and I was like, hey, Meanwell! And they were like, what? I was like, it's just a power supply company. They mean well. They didn't think that was very clever, and I was summarily dismissed. Alright. Dot, dot, dot. Doop, doop, doop. Doop, doop. Alright, that should be enough shots. I don't need any more shots of that. Awesome. That was a great filming. Great scene. Oh, yo, I'm going to push these caps in. Hey, Matthew, do you do anything besides 500 series DIY? Do you do any Eurorack or synth builds, guitar pedals? You know, any of them other things? Because 500, like DIY and just 500, well, that's pretty niche. Although plausible, I'm like, nah, you had to have some other stuff. Oh yeah, half my rack is DIY. Is it Euro rack or what kind of rack? You make your own modules? Nice! Right on. Okay, cool. Very cool. I apologize if you already told me that and I just forgot. I'm not that smart. But awesome. Well, yeah, we've seen Jamtown, and we've got all that's DIY. Well, nearly all of it. There's a couple of... This is some commercial stuff. But honestly, I've been thinking about pulling some gear to make room for more gear. And the commercial stuff is what I'm looking at first, because, like, I don't use some of it. I use the other stuff. But I think we have around. I think we're at 100. If we're not at 100 modules, we're like really close. We're in the 90s. I know that we have like 90 some odd modules in the Beastmaster 9000 XL limited cab edition. And I'm staring at literally just piles and piles of more circuit boards and panels that simply just need me to write down what's missing and then execute the action of making it happen. We might be here for 1,000 years. You're rack nice. I saw no use for anger picked up a brand new Stern 007 pinball machine with a dot matrix display. Oh, nice. Nice. There's one, the 60th edition James Bond. And honestly, I can't tell. I think it's because I've had a couple of beers or something, or it's I have a hard time believing it. So the 60th edition, on the playfield, there's a little monitor, and that's actually where all the good info is. Like that's where you can see like what ball you're on, you know, how many this, if you got a loop, all that data's right there, which is really nice. I kind of like that games are doing that because I just don't have the skills to look up and look down and not choke horribly. So having it right there is nice. But for the score, they had, you know, the back glass, and it looked like a mechanical tape for the score, and it was just a 4-digit score. It only went to 4 digits on there. And it looked like tape, but it looked so good that I was like, nah, it's a computer and some rendering. But like I said, too, I'd had a couple of beers, so I wasn't for sure. You ever heard that? I'm currently refurbing a 1974 quarter-inch 2-track tape deck, recapping each board. It's going to be what? Yeah, right. Yeah, we have another recap gig. I try to warn people, like recap kits. This guy was like, oh, you're gonna probably need to get one of those for this, and I'm like, you didn't buy one, right? And he's like, no, should I? And I'm like, don't, because if I don't need it, then why am I gonna replace it? And I was like, you know, there are caps that go bad, and you can identify them, but without knowing out of the gate. And most of those cap kits, the problem that he was describing, I was like, oh, that's a failed component. That's not a capacitor that's going to fix that. That's a failed component in there. No caps are going to fix it. And so I told him that I was like, I'll repair the problem, and then I'll go through and go through the channels and replace all the electrolytics and then go through and test all the other ones. Since I have 2 channels, I'll have 2 points of references. And I think I found the service manual for the amp. So I already know what I'm supposed to get on everything anyway. So I'm like, I can do it. And I mean, who knows? There might be worth it to buy the recap kit, because sometimes it's nice. They'll have like some of those old Nichicons or Panasonics or whatever, and you're like, those, and they're hard to find anymore. Sometimes they're worth it, but I see more that I feel like are scams than like genuinely trying to. Or I think people look at them as some fix. It's like put new tires on a car. Oh, well then the car works, right? Well, it doesn't fix the engine. Oh, but I was told new tires would fix the car. Yeah, I don't know who told you that. They were lying. Yeah, I have an ESR. Kits are a waste of a lot of time. Yeah, I agree. I like I said, the benefit comes to it's just a case-by-case basis. There are caps that fail. They're famous for failing. They always fail. You got to get them out of there. They're going to make a mess. And that's fine. They're pretty easy to spot. They look like shit now. And you know, it doesn't hurt to just replace things that look sus. And yeah, if you have an ESR meter, you can check, make sure that it's actually functioning. It's not just giving back a reading. If they're over 50 years, it's worth replacing. Right. And there are some good cap kits out there. And like I was saying, sometimes it's worth it just because they're going to have those caps that you're just not going to be able to get at DigiKey and Mauser. So it's worth it there, but I told the guy, don't buy it. Let me look first. Let me get a lay of the land, see how much of it I can replace with just off-the-shelf crap. And if I have to buy a kit, then we'll go down that road. But I don't know. A lot of the times, too, with those kits, I mean, I know they get the best, but I kind of have... I like time standards for caps, like the mean time for failure, things like that. I like to look at those stats sometimes when I'm buying caps, because you know, if it's an amp, it's gonna be left on a lot, like all the time. Sometimes, probably good to make sure it's got long hour parts. I don't know. You'd resolder. I wouldn't resolder a 50-year-old electric. If it comes out, it gets replaced. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Well, I don't know how old this stereo is. I don't know if it's...
Hi everyone.
Meow! Meow Gustus! Oh my goodness! 8 months! Whoa! Oh my God. Guys! Meow, thank you so much for the 8 months. Now, we got President McHammer guy coming with a pipe and not give her the big bob. Giving us the run, but stop because it's never gonna go and out like that. Let's go. Let's go. Guys, if you're not familiar with President McHammer guy, I'll go change that. Click on that link. Go to the page. You'll see some Psy. You'll see some tech. You'll see some goodness. Oh, what the heck. Hit that follow button. Tell him hi. Tell him Sid sent ya. It's too late. He's already here. But if you had a time machine, you could. Get to it, buddy. President Gamagal, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, mate? Locked online, Willkommen. Willkommen.
That's it, man.
Could be over. I don't know. I seriously don't know what that means. Oh, how you doing, mate? What were you guys working on today? I'm gonna grab a Dr. Pepper here. I think I've cleaned up. I had a little spill. I made a little mess, but I think I got it all. But got a fresh beverage. Well, welcome in. We are working on a this is a graphic EQ. I think it's 16 bands, I want to say. And it has oh wait, let me throw this in the laundry. It has 16 bands, a boost of 12, 6, and 3. And what else is cool about it? I don't know. It's just a neat little doodad. Oh, gross! There's like stuff on this can of soda. Hold up, I gotta wipe this off. Oh, gross! There's like all over. Man, this thing has been to Flavor Town. Thank you for waiting. It was fun, but not as fun as I thought. We continued cloning the 1977 sound card for the Altair. That's right. That's right. I remember you guys were getting started on that. Man, that was like the week. Oh, wow. Cool, mate. This is a massive fan of Guy Fieri. Really? Is that true? That's such a, I worked a gig with him. I did it twice, and then I asked to never do it again, and the guy that did the show, he, like, quit. But there was this restaurant show called, or not restaurant show, but it was this, well, yeah, no, it was a show, but it wasn't a television show, that's why. It was this gig, and it was called Nirvana, I think, and it was all these, like, rich restaurant owners here in the Valley, and they would just have this big fucking party, and, I did the band, I remember one night, and I was mixing the band and everything, and my location was terrible. But the funniest part, or the most amusing moment, I'll never forget it, and I knew he was there, was Guy Fieri coming in. And he is like beat fucking red, just fucking red flush. So he's drunk as shit. He's just fucking in there. And he's dancing and partying. He's got like a fucking, I'm not kidding, a Congo line behind him. He's the conductor. And I think Guy Fieri came from Mos Eisley. And he, yeah, he was just partying with these people. And like, he did it night after night. Well, I did it 2 nights. I don't think he did it 3 nights. I can't remember if the whole thing was 3 nights or not, but it was so funny. And I like I said, I just remember his like just beat red face. Like he was just so fucking drunk, and he was cool with it. You know, he's like, yeah, this is my life now. This is my job. Suck it, school counselor. Said I'd never make it. Look at me now. A chef? Whatever. Shit. There's a dance party. What do you guys think? Should we... I'm always torn. I like the classics. Sometimes I feel like people want something a little different. So I don't know. I have the classics, but I also have a little something from the deep cuts. I got the deep cuts. I don't know. Fuck it. Let's do the classics. That's what was missing from today. We didn't have a dance party. We've gotten like, what? 5 hours and 20 minutes into the stream, and we haven't danced? That's weird. Oh, and then the music stopped. Oh, there it is. Oh, and it's dark. Hold up. Let me do something. Ah, these glasses are such shit. Awesome! All right. Really? I'm still alive? Ah! Oh, wait! Ah! Now you know the power of the dark side. Behold the power of our fully operational blurp bar. Oh my god, I didn't do a mustache to groom. I mean, I remember when we were talking about it too. Well, I can do it still. Kelton's still here. And honestly, if I could be serious, I could use some wrangling. It looked like the little health packet came out of my nose. Can I buy cigarettes, please? There we go. Nailed it. I look old enough to buy smokes. I'll buy them for my friends, sell them on the streets, Lucy's, make a fortune. I'll be the Lucy master. Venus, did I do your dab? I don't ding-do. Let me do it now. I think I did, but only in spirit. Not like an actual physical action. Let me fix that. Oh wait, I gotta turn it on. You're having a shit? That's an interesting take. I always say taking a shit. But really, having is more accurate, isn't it? Really, using the phrase taking. Has tremendously bad connotations. Like, where did you take it? In the toilet. Yeah, but where was it before? You know what? Don't tell me. Having English as a second language? Alright, we did that dance party. And then there's another dab. Of course, I'm sweating like a whore in church. It is 85 degrees Fahrenheit in the old studio right now. This is not the temperature outside. You want the temperature outside? Oh, it's not so bad. It's 109 degrees outside. Not that bad. It's when it breaks 110, 111, 116, where you really go Is Phoenix a monument to man's arrogance? Should this city exist? Oh yeah, it's all chilly over there. I noticed Donnie Benet had a sweater on. Admittedly, my pool is being built. Oh, very good, very good. Oh, yes, the pool people are constructing my pool as we speak. Very much. Hold on now, though. I am unable to give you the current temperature of my pool, but if we were to speak in the hypotheticals, if my pool was constructed at this very moment in time and I had the proper temperature control set, I would make it 68 degrees. Because it's fucking hot out there. Honestly, that would be a challenge. That's the thing, like Mrs. Heresy, she's wanted to get a pool. And I was like, why? Well, it'll be nice to swim when it's hot. You do know the pool will be outside where it's hot, right? She's like, well, yeah. So the water is going to get hot. So it's not going to be cool, refreshing water. It's going to be jumping into a bathtub. And you got to pay somebody to clean it every month. I don't know. Pools sound like a stupid idea in Phoenix. Just saying. The chilling. I think such technology exists, but man, I can't imagine it's cheap. I probably have to rob a couple liquor stores. Or I do like that movie Dead Presidents. Start a gang and we'd rob banks. We'd start small, work our way up. We'd all wear the same kind of mask so the cops would know who it was. Both a form of arrogance and hubris at the same time, but we're only in it for a few times. We're only going to do it so many, and then we're out. Never going to touch the stuff. But some say the juice is so addictive. Robbing those banks, that's just the beginning. After that, start robbing cruises, cruise lines, start robbing farmers, nightclubs, razor factories, and little Donny Osmond action figures. Little tiny ones. You'll trash that shit too. It'll be beautiful and awful at the same time. Kind of like when you take a really horrible poo. You're like, man, this is terrible. I'm so embarrassed and horrified, yet I feel an overwhelming sense of pride. Like, my grotesqueness only displays my true power. That the disgustingness that I have created only truly speaks to the volumes of what my true potential is. What I could really become. A poo monster. But then you leave the bathroom stall at work, wash your hands, Hopefully you wiped somewhere in there when we were talking about it. I hope. Ugh. And then you go and play Minecraft on Portal proxy on a web browser that they haven't blocked. The IT guys haven't blocked out because they told you about where the proxy portal is, so you can go and play Minecraft. Or not Minecraft, Minesweep. Did I say Minecraft the first time? That's way too much work. But Minesweep, definitely. Definitely. That's literally what everyone does at offices. You guys know that. Any of you guys that work in offices, you do know that. That's what everyone does. They just fuck around all fucking day. They get work done, kinda, when they have to. But most of the time they're just there so that they can get their paycheck. I had a guy when I did IT for the... so I used to do IT before I did AV because I was going through the alphabet. And I worked for this one company, this daycare company, and I would service all the computers and everything. It was a very kind of a weird setup, but it was just basically me. I had a boss, but he just did like major implementation stuff. Like, oh, I bought the licenses for all our new, for our antivirus software, whatever, you know. So anyways, that was his job, and I would just do all the little grunt work and it was wonderful job. Now, oh, I forgot where I was going with this story. Something about strip clubs and laser beams. Laser beam strip clubs. Oh yeah, so we had a guy that worked there, and I can't remember what his position was exactly, but he worked in the office because we had all these little businesses, these little franchises, and I kid you not, like every other week I was just fixing his computer because he had a virus. And I kept, like, he would just watch TV on his computer. Like, this is like 15 years ago. So Netflix wasn't a thing yet. And I probably would have been asked to block Netflix anyways. But he was finding these pirate websites and watching television shows. Like Will and Grace and shit. It was insane. And he'd have the volume barely up. But it's like, dude, I'm less than 15 feet from you. You know I can hear the laugh tracks. Anyway, so he was horrible at being discreet about it. And I even told him about headphones, but he was like, oh, look bad. I was like, what? You're listening to music at work. What's wrong? So anyways, mein Gott! 48K RAM coming with that pipe and hop nibs for the bops. Come with the My goodness, this is so awesome.
Thanks to a jelly good for my son gift.
Oh my goodness! Thank you so much!
Are you not entertained?
What is that?
Are you not entertained? Is that why you are here?
I missed the months. How many? Oh, that's from Jellybean. Oh yeah, that's right. Let's go. Awesome, mate. How was your stream? What did y'all do today? I'm gonna start raiding because I'm afraid I might kill you. Oh, it's impossible. It's physically impossible. I was looked at by a couple of I don't want to say like priests because that makes it sound like they, they're gross. But they were like monks, I would say. They were very wise. They spoke in a very soothing language that I found hypnotizing yet often enthralling. As they spoke, they told me that you, Sid, are the one. That you are the one to carry the voice, and the voice will not destroy you. It will only make you live longer. So every time I do that, I actually extend my lifespan out a few moments more. And get this, my consciousness, it's weird. These monks, I paid them a lot of money, and they gave me a lot of mushrooms, and I came to a lot of these realizations, and so I just thought, I don't know if they were monks so much as drug dealers. Because now I'm thinking about it, and I don't remember any cool robes. I don't remember any anointing or anything like that. I do remember talking about pricing. I do remember a lot of that. And the grams and how many grams. Yeah, there was a lot of talk about that. I don't really feel like it was really monkish. I might have ate a little bit before I went. I don't know. I can't be responsible for myself. No, mate. It's so wonderful to have you here. I'm so happy you came by. Meanwhile, we were installing a composite video mod on an Atari 2600. Let's fucking go. You couldn't find a guitar. Man, that's the story of my life. I identify with that 1,000,000%. I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't think about testing. I didn't know we'd get this far. So tomorrow, next time. I'm gonna read again. Yeah, there's not enough ET carts. You didn't just pull one out of the trash? They're still in there. They like bubble back into the trash can, the ET cartridges. Monkeys. I don't know. They were selling mushrooms. And PCP. I might have had some PCP too. I can't remember, because I can't, like I said, I don't operate on that level, of knowing what's up. It's Pac-Man. Nice. Oh, you got a new microscope. Nice. What did you end up getting? And you might have told me. I apologize if I forgot. That's the sound my brain makes when people tell me data. Sometimes it translates into knowledge that I can retain, but often, no. Usually it turns into like an episode of The Honeymooners, and it just plays inside my skull. All right, I made the clicking sound of truth, justice, and Amway. Anastar ADM 407. The lag is much less. Yeah, I'm sure I brought that up because that's my biggest thing when I tell people when you're looking at microscopes for doing any soldering or any of that, you want to make sure that you get the ones that have the lowest amount of lag and latency, because there's quite a few out there that are for like stamp collecting, you know, or looking at coins, or, you know, or butterflies. You know, they're meant for static things, and so that you can move the slide, or you can move that the work surface, and it's not, you know, it's not going to be a big deal. But if you're running tools underneath it, you need real time, or as close as you can get, the littlest amount of lag as possible. To the moon, Alice! I lost my headphones. Loves his stamp collections. Man. All kinds of new learning experiences here. I like that. I like learning about y'all. Because I will forget it and I'll feel really bad. But there's a couple of y'all, and that's exceeds my ability, my my storage capabilities. Hey, dude, let me think here. Where's my heart at on this one? I don't know. Lilu Dala multipass. She knows it's a multipass. No, it is. You fall in love. Things just click. All right. Enough of this nonsense. Let's get into other nonsense. Let's welcome 48K coming in with the raid. And we had the resub as well from 48K. And we have President McHammerguile coming in. And we had Meow Gustas coming in as well with their resub of, I forgot again. It was 8 months. We're so close to that sub, baby. It's so close. It's so close. And then the child will be born. Did that happen, Blue? Let's fucking go, mate. I don't know how else to say thank you than to do a little dance and drink a little water. We'll start with the dance first. That's the way it goes. If it went any other way, I think it'd be illegal, right? I don't know the law. I don't pretend to know the law. any more than I pretend to know where fairies come from. But I have some ideas, and I've been taking my evidence to the universities, to the researchers, and they say it's Boulder Dash. And I say, I have never played that game because it's too hard. And then they don't like me. It's tragic. And far too common. Where's the music? Oh, yeah. It died because of Miss American Pie. Now it's back. Damn. Blue, thanks again for the 100 bits. Thanks for the dance party. Oh, my God. What's our $1.16? It feels like it's worse than that. Oh, well, at least we're getting down. It's Mr. Jato Extreme. That's what they call me in the bedroom. The bedroom is the name of this restaurant that I go to a lot. They call me Mr. Jato because I can eat the keiko way too much. I don't like that song, to be honest, because I don't eat too much cake. I eat as much cake as everybody else who eats cake. You know, like a normal amount. Like if you have a whole cake, right? What's unusual? Take half the cake? Is that a lot? I think that's a reasonable amount. You know, that should be half and half. That's how they did it in olden times. When they had a cake, they split it down the middle. There's like a story about a king who did that to some kids because they wouldn't eat pie. Oh, man. I don't think there's some blood in my head. Have you guys been seeing that rabbit, too, behind me? He's getting fat. I'm worried about his health. Heart disease is the #1 killer of rabbits, besides falcons and birds of prey. That's actually #1, and then I think heart disease is second. Although I don't know what rabbits like liver health is like. How many gallstones is too many? All right, let's clean this. Let's clean this thing up. Let's pretend we'll clean it up. We won't really clean it up. We're just going to tell everyone we did. Anybody who tells anyone what really went down here. Right? Right? Oh, man. Nothing would happen to you. I'm not saying anything would happen to you. I mean, what would they do? Right? Your family, on the other hand. Oh, whoa. That wouldn't be good for them, right? That'd be bad. Oh, I don't have any family? Oh, we'll find them. We'll find family you didn't even know you had. And then something bad's going to happen to them. That's how the mob works. And you're in the solder mob. Pachenzo. No, I'm kidding. There's no such thing as the solder mob. The solder yakuza, though, very real, very dangerous, very cool hairstyles, though. They really go for the 50s mod look, you know? So they'll have the tattoos. They're always missing their ring fingers because they can't be married, you know? They can't be held down. So they, like, pop those things off real quick. Not very good typists. Like, when they re-enter society, you know, like they go to prison and they're like, you know, I'm done with the mob, you know, the Yakuza. Terrible at typists. So, I know. It's like, have a little hindsight, right? Have a little foresight, hindsight, double sight. I don't know. But they didn't have any of that. But now they have some really cool tattoos. that I wish I had. I want some cool tattoos. I just have these dumb tattoos. I mean, like, one's so stupid. I lied. Every time I tell someone what it's about, I just make up an even bigger story about it. Last time, I've had it since I was like 18, so I've really had to build it up. And so, like, last time, I told someone that the Dalai Lama designed the tattoo, and it was his first try, and that's why it's kind of stupid. And that, you know, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is not really good at tattoos, and maybe he was a little drunk, you know. I don't know. He seemed drunk to me. So, you know. Anyways, that's the story you tell. So you don't get attacked by the synth DIY Yakuza. It's all in my book, Sid. How to Avoid the Street Gangs and Solder a Synthesizer. A tell-all book about my experiences living on the streets, fighting for my life with the Yakuza. And at the same time, soldering some sick synthesizers and guitar pedals for Akira, which was my dog. I named him Akira. Dog was a Cocker Spaniel. There's like a big wad of crud here. I'm just going to brush at it until it leaves my... Actually, the whole thing is a big wad of crud. Can we get a shot of this crud? Can we get the crud camera in? Crud camera. Are you rolling? Can we cut to crud camera? Cutting to crud camera 3. I'm not here. What do you mean it doesn't matter? I beg to differ. There I am. Why do I look fat? Why does my mustache look so weird? Why am I not Latino? Wait. Sorry. I've been trying method acting, and I accidentally got into my character there for a second, a little bit. Slipped back in. Sorry, it won't happen again. My character, Michael Scott from Michael Scott Paper Company, played by Hector Fuentes. It's a very complicated method acting. Acting method, really, where you become another person's person who would be that person. Really puts the gears rolling on your brain, like, not what would my character do. It's what would someone do if they were doing my character in the butt. No, I'm sorry. What would my character be doing if they weren't doing it in the butt? There we go. You have to think like that every time. Like, each action of your character is like, well, what would he do in that situation if he was played by someone else? And there was ass play. Now, I'm going to tell you, Hollywood is not ready for this this kind of branding of acting. And Broadway isn't too fond of it either. Television, absolutely not. They're real fucking... They're the worst. They're jerks. They're fucking... I don't like any of them. They're fucking jerks. They said I was stupid for my idea. Oh, wait, I didn't solder this on. Look who's stupid now, Sid. Look who's stupid now. Not me, because I caught it in time. Oh, god damn it, it's dark. Let's try the super source. Super source 9000. Ba 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 da ba. I'm still not here. There we go. You know, every now and then I ask myself, what would Benjamin Franklin do? And then the answer's always the same. Get syphilis. Always. When you to Taco Bell, and I was like, I'm not eating at Taco Bell. I already ate here 2 days ago, and we ended up going to like Burger King, and that shit gives me indigestion every time. Every time. And it's like not the cool kind where you're like, oh cool, I got like cool indigestion. It's the worst kind. It's like, ow, my esophagus hurts. Why does everything taste like ketchup now? I'm drinking this Dr. Pepper, but it tastes like Dr. Ketchup. Really, it just makes me sad. Just like Michelangelo's David. That whole thing makes me sad. He looks really sad. The David or Dave, he looks sad. I feel like he could be more. He could be Wait a minute. Emotional music right at the perfect time. Why, I feel that he could be someone's dad. Maybe the David could show them how to throw an old tennis ball in the backyard till it gets thrown into the neighbor's yard. And you don't talk to them because they're really weird. And you look at each other and you go, great! Now we don't have a tennis ball. Thanks. Anything else you want to give to the monsters next door? Then you hear a coughing sound from next door. They were there all along. And the tennis ball is thrown back over the fence. You look at each other in absolute silence. A promise is made. If either of us ever spoke of what happened here, and the fact that the monsters know that we call them that, the fact that they haven't slit our throats yet proves that we should shut the fuck up. So I pitched that story to Netflix, and nothing. Not a damn thing. I probably should clarify maybe a little bit of details that are important to why I might not have heard anything. One, when I say pitch to Netflix, I mean I had an old Netflix DVD that I found underneath my couch that when I was cleaning, it like fell out. I was getting ready to sell this couch, and this old one fell out, and I was like, "Oh, I got an idea for you." And then I talked to the DVD because I'm like, "Man, I never got charged for this, so whoever it is, it's got to be gone. It's not my problem anymore." So this is my big chance to pitch my big idea. When I say it all out loud, I realize the error of my ways. I'm so stupid. What the fuck is wrong with me? Pitching it to a DVD? What a fucking idiot. I mean, what? Oh my god. Oh my god. How high was I, right? Oh my god. I was like burp, 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 to a DVD. Oh shit. What a fucking idiot. You know a Blu-ray is the better way to go. If you're gonna, I mean, you're wasting your time with DVD. It's a dead format. Blu-ray, future. And why was I talking to a Blu-ray? I might as well have been talking to the guy who parks the cars at Netflix, right? Hey, you want to hear my idea? I already talked to the Blu-ray player, but he said to talk to you. Oh my god. Not the Blu-ray, but the DVD guy. I mean, anyways. Oh man. Well, there goes my big chance at Hollywood. Now I'm just gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. Selling cocaine at Hollywood parties until I OD someone and hide their terrible secret in exchange for a script auction. At 48% too, baby. Didn't even know I'd hit him. It was almost, they thought I'd caused it, but I was like, I can't be at two places at once. I was over there in the room. She died over there. How would I do that? And they didn't have an answer, so I got out of there, went and got some cheeseburgers. I went to the In-N-Out. Have you guys been to In-N-Out? There's like In-N-Outs here in Phoenix. They are all right. No, they're okay. I mean, you like cheeseburgers. You know, you gotta get it. You gotta get it animal style. The burger. I don't know about the fries. I don't really like the fries animal style. It's just too much. Too much animal. I like a leaner beast. Like a gazelle. Gazelle style is not on the secret menu or the normal menu, by the way. That's a tip. So, we kind of more or less done with this guy. Oh, you know what? Let me clean this here. This is gross. It's no clean, but it's also still sticky. Doesn't reduce its stickiness. Oh man. Who's up for some pies? We were talking about pies earlier, and now I've got pie on the brain. It happens 3.145 at a time. Sorry, now I'm doing like incorrect, dumb dad jokes with Sid Heresy. Won't you step away with me to a world of pure exaggeration? Damn. You know what? I think I'm gonna get a little funky here. Oh wait, I can't. I can't do that. I have to do it the other way. Alright, whatever. Well, do I? I guess I don't. Well, let's see. What time is it? What time of day is it? It's 6 in the P of the M. We've been streaming for 6 hours. That can't be right. That can't be accurate.
That's not true. All right. Now we're gonna enjoy this delicious. Here, here, here. Can you guys smell that? Here, I'll hold it up closer. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to. Sorry. Smells like weed and cocaine. That's weird, right? That's not normal, is it? What is normal? Okay, so I was tempted to jump the gun, as they say in gun jumping vernacular, and go to the last board, but I don't think that if I did that, I could really be true to who I am and what I represent, which is knowing that I'm going to hose myself if I do this the wrong order. If I step out of line again without fully understanding the ramifications and the consequences, I will be punished. And I will go, damn it. I will swear a lot. It will be a lot of swearing. Mostly swearing. Like, oh, it'll be bad. Like kids should leave kind of bad. Like, I feel bad for the kids. Poor kids. Daddy, why is the man saying those things? Because he got hit on the head 42 times in 1 year. Why? Because, son, he liked it. What? Yes, I don't know. Is that true? None of this is true. I made it all up. That dialogue between my imaginary father and imaginary child was imaginary. The true conversation would have went more with a happy Latin swing. There is no swing. So, on this part of the pizza, with extra pizza processing, we need... Did I put all the parts in? Yeah, I didn't put the... So the jumpers, I don't even know what that's about. I gotta read up on that, but it's on here. It's the loop back, so I think it just... You can just put those jumpers on and verify that this passes signal in and out. Which is cool. I'm kind of into that. But, as I was saying before, really annoying that it doesn't feed into the other one. Oh man, did I lose the page? I was like, oh, I probably didn't mean to do that. Yeah. Yeah! Enhance! Dehance! 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 No, too much. Better. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Hungry. Okay. So our next part here is these diodes. These diodes are made of diode juice from the land of Diocenes. Now, the diatons are known for their very crude and very delightful dance routines that they perform for visitors from other lands. However, no one has been able to record these events because of their very strict rule of murdering everybody. Thus, their secret is only held inside these wonderful silicon pieces. That's the story I was told anyways. I don't know if any of it's true.
So, wait a minute. Hold up. Who run things? Where is this part? I don't remember any of these parts. Oh, never mind. I remember that part. That part's cool. Pardon me, I had to yawn. I had to inhale an enormous amount of air through my mouth and then exhale it out of my ears. The sensation was amazing. Oh man, I don't think that works. That's like too wide. I know. We hear that statement all the time, don't we? Too wide. Too much. Good God. Help me now. 4 times. 3 more. Hot damn. Get on the flow. Get on up. Get on up. Back on the scene. Like a love machine. Get on up. Get on up. Those are hard lyrics to remember, actually. I don't remember anything after Get On Up. It's pretty hazy after that. I do remember that. One more time. I do remember that part. That's pretty good. I like that lyric. That's a counting lyric. So you just gotta remember numbers. That's like, well, that's my trick. That's the trick that I use. Is I hear the number and then I go 1. Is it cheating? I don't think so. Does the guild think it's cheating? Absolutely. But let's face it, the guild is filled with old cronies that don't understand that the rhyming and counting game has been around longer than they've ever been, and it's constantly evolving, it's constantly changing. If you're going to memorize something using a mnemonic method or a sonic method or a hyperdonic method, what are you going to do, right? You use the tools that were laid out. Don't let those judgments get in your way. Don't let the guild step in your way of being the best at lyrical memorization. It's it. What is it? It's it. What is it? Faith no more. That's who. And let's not forget, the guild just runs on money anyway, so, you know, it's like the academy and all that. It's just a popularity contest. I, for one, don't like being popular. I like being unpopular. Because that usually allows me to sit by myself on buses and any open seating places like restaurant, like bars and stuff. It really gives me the elbow room that I need in life to succeed. Oh my God. This is tight. Ugh, I set it right up there, you know? I put a little cherry on top. Oh, this is tight. You know, fuck it. I said it twice. It's like 10% good now. All right. I'll tell you what. Next time I make a "that's what she said" remark, you know, maybe maybe support me there, because you know, I just need a little help lifting things up sometimes. Sometimes it's hard to part through. No? All right. You know what is really, really good that I had on the vacation that I didn't take? Tapas. No, wait, was it top? What was it? No, it was this Spanish. Oh, what the fuck was it? I don't remember what it was called, but it was a dish I've never had before. It was basically it's like any of my favorite Latin dishes. Like if they just like put a bunch of cheese in there, and they're like, there you go, it's called a. I'm like, all right, whatever. Let me try. This is good. This is a lot of cheese. Yeah, we put cheese in it. We put our different crazy cheeses in there. Oh, these are good. I like these crazy cheeses. I shall. Oh man, getting excited just talking about it. Mentally, not what you're thinking. Not that kind of excited. God damn, Jesus Christ. Fucking whoa. Wow, right? Like we went straight to there. Straight there. We didn't even stop by the desk or ask like, "Hey, is the pool open like past 10 or does the gate not work? What's the real story?" None of that. We just went straight to Electric Boogaloo. And then we took it higher. Or was that Electric Avenue? Now I can't remember. Was it Boogaloo or Avenue? And who was High? No, there was a guy named High. He came by. High said hi, but when he came by, I couldn't reply. I don't know why. I will say he had one eye. But that guy was alright. I just never could say hi. Instead, I said bye. Don't know why. Alright, that's Hyper Haiku by Sid Heresy. It's a technique of poetry that I created in which you take the rules of haiku and smash them into a fine pulp with like a pistol and the bowl, and then you like mash it up, and then you eat it. And that will help you in the bedroom. Come on, who doesn't need a little extra push, right? I tell you, I get tired about 87 minutes into it. I'm just like, oh man, you know what? I'm starting to get a little sleepy. Might need to wrap these things up. Then and only then, I get out of the shower and I say hello to my wife, who's been waiting patiently for hours. She then in turn goes, "What the hell was that? What were you doing in there? Why did you lock the door?" And then I say simply with a debonair smile, "That's for me to know and for you to find out." She's visibly upset. Visibly upset. She is not in any... No, she's mad. She won't talk to me. I have to go out and leave the house. Like, that much in trouble, you know, like, I don't know. So... I go to the one place that makes me feel at peace. The dog tracks. Nah, I'm kidding. They made that. They banned that here. It was really stupid because it's fucking 1,000,000 degrees. We have horse racing too, but like they only do it for like a month or something. Because it's just so fucking hot here. Why would you make horses race? Well, I know what you're saying. Money. That's why you would do it. But you got, I don't know. They got to kind of pretend like there's another reason. You think I'll ever grow up? Like I'll be like an adult? They quit IDing me everywhere. I have not had to show my ID at all. I kind of did at the grocery store, but they didn't look at it. They just told me to punch in my birth date. I was like, oh, okay. It's comically sad. No, I think it's... Nobody stops me anymore. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Or 12 things. That says 10 ohms, doesn't it? Oh my god, that's exactly what we're looking for. What are the chances? Pretty good. Pretty good. Because I did this the other day, and that's what they look like then. Pretty cool, huh? Oh, scheisse. I forgot to mark 10 ohms and find out their secret location. Watch carefully. Pretty cool, right? First kid, I'm so sorry. I misread what you said. How you doing, mate? I think I said hi. I don't know. How you doing, mate? I'm off in my own little world. I quit taking my meds. I felt like they were hindering my ability to control space-time with my sphincter. The doctors disagreed, but we no longer talk to those who disagree. For they cannot see the true vision of sphincter time traveling. I'm still working on the branding for it. I'm thinking sphincter time travel or butt time or time butter. I don't know. It's just, it doesn't... it's kind of... right? I don't know if this is going to go in. The hole is a little small. Wait, don't do that one. Well, probably not. It's probably gonna upset my grandma. She, well, there's no easy way to put it. She's dead. Been that way for over a decade now. Maybe close to 2? I can't remember. I'm not good at memory stuff. No, I don't want this resistor. This is bad. This is what killed Kennedy. What the hell am I looking for again? I forgot. 680 rads? Rocks? Oh, they're next to that? Would be. 680 ohms. Look at that. We found our suspect. All right, buddy. Take off your pants and turn around. Wait, I meant Leave your pants on and turn around. Or, I mean, if you want. I was talking to the resistor, by the way. I know what you just thought. I was talking about a person. No, that's weird. That's gross. No, I was talking about the resistor. See, resistors wear pants. That's what these little pieces of paper are. I take their pants off. I'm not sexualizing resistors. That's weird. All right? No one does that. Okay, I've done it a few times this week. But I'm not like advocating it. I'm just trying to get the word out that you can't do that. It's wrong. And the way I do it is with irony. Like, irony could not stand for that to happen anymore. Oh shit, I did this backwards. That's cool though. Oh man. Do you think kangaroos are real? Be back next time with Sid Heresy on our next episode. Are kangaroos real? We get to the bottom of this insidious rumor. Alright, that is this many. Are they just fat rabbits in disguise? Only in Australia. And the zoo. What's going on, zoo? What are you trying to hide? We went to the local zoo and we found out they had no idea what we were talking about. So we took their pants off. The resistors, not the, I get it. I should have put a big verbal comma there. Comma, so we took their pants. Well, you know what? Now I say it out loud. I realize you could really draw that conclusion anyway. That's not cool. That's not cool for the resistors. I feel bad for them. The resistors. So, if this camera was made out of pickles, could I eat it? I'm asking for a buddy, not me personally. My buddy was like hitting me with the hypotheticals and then the hypoluxa. And I was like, man, alien son of a bitch. And he was like, Buck Satan. And I'm like, yeah, you know what time it is? And then we like we quoted some Psalm 69 and ding a dang dong dar dang along ling longs. It was pretty awesome, really, when I think back to it now. It's a wondrous time. That was a younger me. I couldn't grow a mustache if I tried. No. I was hairless until I was 41. Completely. Man, this music is just landing on the timing for my weird crackhead monologues that I keep doing, because I'm like, hey, you know what'd be fun? Eating pizza. And then I'm like, what? And I'm like, no, it's cool. I just wanted to get your attention. And then I start talking to myself and saying the craziest shit. And then, like, we watch like an episode of Golden Girls. I'm gonna warn you right now. So Golden Girls has nothing to do with mining. There's no gold. I thought at first, because you know Florida, you know the Fountain of Youth, all that. But no, it's just it's these old ladies, but they're really funny, and they have like some great banter. Not like me. Like I kind of have crazy man banter, but those they have a laugh track behind them. So when they say something funny, and then you hear the laugh track, you're like, oh, that's funny. But you don't really think it's funny. You like at best it was worth a little bit of a giggle, but not a all-out laugh. And then you wonder, like, what's so golden about these Golden Girls? What are they hiding? We'll get to the bottom of that on next episode. Sid Heresy, what were the Golden Girls really hiding? Wasn't gold. We checked. We actually did check. I was hoping to get some gold. I went to Cash into Gold, in which I give them cash and they turn it into gold, and I leave. Holy fuck! That might have been a scam. Yeah, because they said they were gonna call me. I never got called. I did get a summons, though. Oh, cool. My nose, like, whistled in a high-pitched, like, East Coast synth style. I felt like Dr. Dre nose whistling. The laugh track is a highlight of the day. Well, that's true, though, right? Like, the best... Like, I can't even watch laugh track shows. Like, my mom likes, Big Bang Theory. And they have a laugh track. And I can't stand it. I was like, you know, I really just can't watch shows with laugh tracks anymore. Because I feel like I'm being told to laugh. And I find it very condescending. I find it very patronizing, I just don't... I think it's rude. I don't need that. Some things it works. Honestly, I never understood why it worked on that. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, I like, for some reason, something like Seinfeld, it kind of works. I don't know why. I think it's because they keep talking, even when people laugh. They don't do the funny pause where, you know, they'll say something ridiculous and everyone laughs. And then they'll go back into their dialogue after their laughter dies down. It's really funny! Diane, didn't you used to date a funny guy? I remember. Yeah, I hate that. Oh my god, just making fun of that, I think gave me a tiny stroke. Oh. Oh yeah, this eye is stuck shut. I don't think it's a stroke. I think I just hate my brain right now doing that. Oh, God. Oh, why did we think that was funny? Have you ever watched Alf? Oh, that one's a real kick in the nuts. Oh, my God. You will never feel more dumb about your sense of humor than when you watch Alf. It is terrible. It did not age well at all. It aged like a pound of ham that's been left outside. The ants got it. There's nothing there. It's awful. Oh, it's so bad. Doesn't help those blooper reels make him out to be racist. I didn't know Alf was, though. That was the problem, you know. I mean, you know, Alf. You hear about that story, but I don't know. Anyways, he's gone. They took care of him. If I won the lottery, I would buy the Friends series and remove the laugh track from it and see if people still find it funny. I know, right? You'll have to edit it, all those pauses out too, or the fucking like the cuts that they'll do to like bide time for the laugh. I hate that. They'll go to like a wide shot, or they'll go to a react shot. That's the best. That's my favorite, when they do the react shot, then a wide shot, then back to the joke teller. Ugh. Is this what it's like getting old? Like all the stuff that used to have mystery or secrets, you figure it out, and then you're like really bitter about it. Is that what it is? I feel like that's what it is. You're just like, oh, that was bullshit. I fucking fell for that. I fucking hate it. Fucking hate it. Oh, that was bullshit too. And I fell for fucking hate me. They hate it too. What is this music these kids are listening to? What is it? They just mumble? That's mumble rap? It's called mumble rap? What the fuck is wrong with everybody? No, don't. I'm not being unreasonable. This is stupid. Come on. It's stupid. It's really stupid. Listen. What's wrong with this guy? He's not even nah. 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 Ah. And that was me turning into my old man character. Again, doing lots of method acting, but method vicarious polyacting, proxy acting method. Slip in and out, much like a schizophrenic or schizophrenic off their meds, or multi-personality disorder, really. I think a lot of people get that schizophrenia confused, but I'm really don't know the difference. I just know what other people tell me, and I regurgitate that information as if it is fact, with no prelude or anything. I just say, yeah, George Washington was 22 feet tall. This guy on the bus told me. Don't believe me? Look it up. Yeah, I know Taekwondo. He's the best wrestler ever. All these statements get you into an enormous amount of trouble, by the way. So don't. Yeah, I know. And they never had to use a laugh track, although the only instance they did were their outside bits because they couldn't have an audience, so they would use a laugh track, or they would show it to the audience and then record them laughing about it. So they tried. They were committed to the madness. I don't know. What were they committed to? Destroying our reasonable understanding of right, wrong, good and evil, tacos and burritos, and chimichangas. 3.9! All in the Family. I'm trying to remember All in the Family. Hold up. Accessing. I kind of remember that show, but I was kind of, Archie Bunker and so forth. Yeah, well, yeah, it had drama, like, all the time, and then it had, like, jokes that would get peppered in these weird times. Right, I kind of remember that now. Nowadays, that would be super clunky and awkward to watch. Here, a second, I gotta... That's how I check mics now. Oh, is that the... Yeah, and I see you... I watched you work on this. I believe I was there, lurking in the shadows. Smoking. Thinking. Burping. Being. Congrats, mate. I'm super happy you're getting that going, getting that built, getting that happening. Will. Oh my goodness. Yeah, let me check something here. Huh. Oh, yeah. I don't know why I said, oh, yeah. I kind of was trying to channel the Kool-Aid Man, but no one can do that. That's like channeling God. I mean, I was kind of arrogant to even think I could do the Kool-Aid Man. I mean, every time oh, yeah, I feel like I'm just depleting from the universe a little bit. Depleting or defeating? Taking their shoes off. I'm taking the shoes off of the universe. I'm spitting on myself, too. Yep, that's spit. Cool. I should go see, do you drink? Does beer count? Yes. Nah. Ever been in trouble with the law? Nah. We can check all this with the computer in a matter of minutes. Oh, you don't have to do that. Macho Man. I'll just smash a metal chair over this.
The cream always rises to the top. Alcohol. Yeah, let me tell you something right now, brother. This is important.
I gotta wear sunglasses. You see the Macho Man's eyes, and he just looks insane. The sunglasses actually tame the Macho Man to be a slightly more reasonable individual. I shall show you. Oops.
Let me tell you now, brother. This alcohol.
Oh, okay. Anyways, I feel like now I did a second time. It's not funny. I messed it. I'm sorry. I messed it up. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, come back out, and we're just never gonna ever. Is that okay? So, which again, fantastic Peter Gabriel album. It's got Salisbury Hill on it. What do you think 15 is for? Do you think that's for a cat? Oh, it's these guys. So I don't want to do 15 yet. So, but I am going to do 47. Because I'm a bad boy. Very bad. Yeah. When someone tells me to do something, I do not. Sometimes if I want to, but usually I do not.
I am a bad boy. Mm.
Wait, I looked down. What was my resistance at? What am I at here? Let me go through the fingers. Really? 780K in my mouth? Huh. How do I get that into a resume or a CV? How do I work that in? That's a difficult segue, to be honest with you. When you're bringing up like your facial resistance, like your body's resistance, like what do you guys do? Do you just outright say it, like I have about a mega ohm of resistance from tip to toe? Or do you just lie and say, I once stopped a bus with my mind? Because that's what I've been doing, and that's why I haven't worked a job since 2009. But they thought I was kidding. They thought I was joking around, and they thought it was funny, and that saved it. It worked that I started the interview with a knock-knock joke. And then I had a whoopee cushion, and then I had fake puke, and then like fake dog shit, and then real dog shit, and well, I didn't mean to, but I got really kind of nervous, and I brought some real puke, sort of. It was awful, and I had that job for 3 years, and then I was like, man, I wanna be an outer space man. I wanna fly high in the sky. Fame. I wanna live forever. Wait. That might be Olivia Newton-John or something. Anyways, I quit smoking cigarettes and now I feel great. Boom! Take that, Overeaters Anonymous. You're destroying the rich livelihood of people being able to eat way more than they should. That's a rich culture that I'm very proud of. Sorry. This one is just digging into my ear all weird. Nacho Man? That's a good idea. If I said, hope you see you in the music stuff tomorrow at 4 your time, unless you're streaming, then... Circuit City. Well, you can also, the other secret trick is when you have gaps is you can just be like, I can't talk about it, I signed an NDA. And it's like the catch-22 of the CIA, They can neither confirm nor deny that you worked for them. No, this thing is a analog equalizer. So this is the I/O board, the preamp part, but here is the actual filter. And it's just each one of these op amps for the different bands on the front. And then this board has a bunch of relays that I believe switch everything around for the different. Oh, god damn it! The different configurations, because you have 3 volt. I'm sorry, not 3 volt. 3 dB, 6 dB, 12 dB, and I'm pretty confident these relays are how they're accomplishing that. But yeah, all the 500 series stuff is going to be analog through and through. Because they're, I mean, like, look at our op amp here. I mean, this is an op amp. They're normally on they normally look like that. That has two of these in here. And then this one is pretty dope. It's all SMD, which is the first I've seen, but I've got the idea now to possibly make some, because you can't get the through-hole versions of a lot of those components, but they are absolutely available in SMD in very plentiful quantities. So I'm like, oh, well, I should just convert these over to SMD. It should be nearly the same. I mean, I'll give it to the client and have them do the old Pepsi challenge, have them listen to it and see if they can tell a difference or whatnot. Oops, let me turn the Sucker 9000 on. Ah, perfect. Might have overdone it. Just a little bit. Just a teeny tiny bit. Maybe just like... The goo of 1,000... That's the good old solder lube. Alright, whatever. It's out of my fucking way. There's a reason most of the chips that are already soldered on the board, because they are heat-sensitive components, or just because there's smaller surface mount compared. So I believe it's I believe SMD was the only way to get it to fit, and a lot of I haven't seen very many kits for SMD. I've seen plenty for through-hole. Billions for through-hole, but for straight SMD, I don't see that very often. And as far as production goes, it's really, really cheap these days to get this board fabbed and get these parts put on it at the factory that's making the board when you get it back. It's probably like... Man, it probably adds like $1 or $2. I don't know how much. I don't know what kind of bulk pricing you can get, but you're gonna get a nice discount here, and that's gonna make your kit more accessible to people, and still fit the size requirements and everything. But you know, as someone was stating earlier, I mean, this layout could be changed very much so, and you could do all through-hole. I personally, I don't really buy to the argument too much about through-hole having superiority to SMD, and as far as like audio quality and stuff like that. There are some instances where that's true, but they're very, very specific things. But general, when it comes to your ICs, your caps, your resistors, all that. I really cannot fathom how that matters. Also, too, it should be noted, a lot of these caps that are through-hole, if you break them apart, you'll find an SMD, like a 603 or 402 inside with 2 wires soldered to the edge, and then they dip them, and they say goodbye. So, a lot of your components are already SMD. You just didn't know it. But no, I don't think there's a temperature issue. I don't think it's that sophisticated to do any temperature. It's just doing filtering. Oops. At different frequencies. Does it give the values of these at all? What does it say here? Really hard to read, but is there somewhere where the font isn't written on top of itself? CP13. Oh yeah, it's CFCP. So they had it more organized. Oh, look at that. A, B, C, D. Ah. I wonder what I wonder if that's dip trace. I feel like this is dip trace, but I could be wrong. I don't know the program. I just keep running into it and keep realizing like, oh, that's what that is? Oops. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot more kits where they'll do the SMD and then you do all the through-hole soldering. Tesseract was that way. And I kind of had a little bit of a conversation with them about it. And it was cost. It was just cheaper to do that and not have to source the components, not have to worry about the client messing it up or anything, just to have it done with. And I contacted him specifically saying, hey, can I get the boards that aren't populated at all? Do you have any just blank PCBs? And he's like, yeah. He's a nice guy. Exactly, Pomp Rocks. It's so inexpensive right now, especially if you were to do like a good size run. Like I imagine he probably got maybe 100 of these produced, maybe more, maybe less. But you know, they have what? 2, 4, 6. They've got 8 TLO72s, I think, or something similar to that. Some sort of inexpensive op amp. And so you've got 800 of those. Man, I'm sure they give you a sweet discount at 800. Yeah, exactly. And there'd be no reason if you could design your... And I'm seeing more people going that route where they're doing designs and putting the cheap cookie cutter off-the-shelf stuff either on a board on its own and then everything else through holes into it, or it's, you know, half populated and then the other, you know, you still got to put your through hole stuff in. Sorry. This thing is fucking killing me. Hot fuzz. Right, exactly. And if you're getting it made, if you're getting it made at some place like Osh Park or PCB Way or JLCP CB, they're all, you know, I haven't messed with it, but it doesn't look super complicated. You can put your bomb in and then go in and tick off, yeah, I want this, 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 and this. Here's the location. Here's the data for the Gerber and all that. Be done. And I'm interested in working on that down the road, but right now I'm just trying to get the dumb, simple stuff under my very sizable belt made entirely of muskrat hair. Man, I just gotta remember to turn the volume up when I'm streaming on this music. I feel the vibe of the soundtrack of my mind. Mind Track, starring Sid Heresy and Lou Diamond Phillips. Guest starring Burger Man from Burger Man Universe. Dumb, simple stuff, someone call me. I know, right? It's the way to go. It's the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. No one likes being called simple. Or stupid. Or KISS. Or Gene Simmons. What is happening to Amera World? Do you like let me start over. Do you like that shape over that bent tip you were using? Oh, we were talking about that not too long ago. So yeah, I love the Joe Cocker knife tip. Oh, the knife tip. Talking about the knife tip. But yeah, the J tip or the bent conical is like both of these guys are like right next to each other. Second, third place or whatever would be the chisel tip. And then dead last would be conical. This is perfect. Look at this. It's like, oh, Scheisse. Yeah. Hey, Casey. Good to see you. It's been a couple of minutes, hasn't it? Maybe. I don't know. Time is a bit of an abstract concept to me and Mr. Figgis, my invisible, well-endowed friend. Just a friend, nothing more. I think I first started with a chisel tip, or do soldering guns rank then? Oh man, I don't like those at all. They're pretty low on my list, but I guess you know what? I guess I could amend my earlier statement. Those would be worse than a conical. Those solder gun tips. It's been a few. Well, good to see you, man. I'm glad you came by. Hope you're doing well. Hope everything's rocking and rolling. We're just making ham sandwiches for the boneless. That's the people that have no bones. The Boneless Foundation. It's a really great foundation in which they need a lot of ham sandwiches, and we're trying to fill that ham sandwich void as best we can. We also have chicken sandwiches too for the people who keep kosher, but you know, you'd be surprised. Not a lot of boneless people keeping kosher. I don't know what that tells you or what. Maybe this ham is bad. Oh my god. I hate the song. Nah, I don't hate it. Hate's a strong word. I loathe the song more than The Dentist. There we go. That's better. Boom! Wait. Hold on. Let me try that again. Boom! Bop! I got the poison. I got the... You don't know that one? Oh, that's what I was singing. I was going, boom! Bop! I got the poison. Never mind. The moment's gone. Don't... No. It's okay. It's okay. Later, I'll make a telephone ringing sound, and you can go, hold on a minute. Liam, someone on the phone for you. And then I'll go, oh, for fuck's sake. I'm trying to write this fucking tune, man. You know. And then, bah! Bah! The chicken song? That's what I call it. Bah! Bah! I got the poison. Yeah, it's about getting salmonella from bad chicken. That's what that song's about. The beginning, the chicken sound. That's the Prodigy getting at that extra, breaking that wall down, that 4th, 5th, 8th wall. Skipping right over 6 and 7. Because it's not going to fuck with that shit. The fucking 6-7 wall baby crap. And then it talks about the poison, the remedy, and the post-victim rhythmical remedy. There, they rhyme the words remedy and remedy. A true feat only known by such greats as Oscar Wilde and Shakespeare. But not the Prodigy. They aren't bound by the same laws you and I are. Because they have the poison and the remedy. And they know about the magic people, voodoo people. And how they voodoo kudu keeps you dancing. The voodoo hoodoo keep on dancing people. I think my madness is completely watered out. Serious question. It's been a while. Where's my Prime sub button? I don't know, mate. I have no way to disable that I'm aware of. And I would never disable it. So, don't know. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you may... I haven't had an issue before, but, you know. If you go into... I think it's subscriptions. You can see everything that's attached to your account. And you should have your Zon on there. I'm trying to make that a thing, calling it the Zon. I've been told it's a horrible idea, and I disagree. And the Zon knows I'm right. Zon, bitch. Yeah, the Amazon Prime is a thing. That's how you have it. Let me check. Let me see. Let me go to a random channel here. I don't think we've used ours for the month. Let me go to the otters. Yes. Oh wait, they probably don't. Okay, they do. So, oh, I don't want them to play. Subscribe. Yeah, if I scroll down to the bottom, it says use Prime sub and then has a little blue icon. I think too. If you go to connections, yeah. So if you go to connections, if you go to settings, go to connections, Amazon on mine is at the top. And it says your Amazon account is connected. And so maybe check that. I don't know. After that, I'm at a loss. Tamaki, how you doing, mate? Good evening. Thank you very much. That's very cool of you. How you doing? We're kicking it. We're doing part 2 of this build. We're really dragging our feet, though. I don't even know if I'm going to get it done today. Might do some of it tomorrow. Might do some of it in my dreams. Might dream about doing it and then never realize it. That's the saddest part. Oh, man. You know what's really sad? That these fucking points are so damn close. I hate that. Why would I... Why can't I put the dip in there? I'm gonna do it. I don't care. There, it's in. Well, it's in hand. And in the bush. Oh, wait. Nope, nope, don't run away. Don't kill that man. Sorry, I'm talking to my solder. I've been spending too much money on Amazon lately. I've had the same PCB holder. I love it. I highly recommend this thing. I have several nice ones, expensive ones. This little cheap junk is 100 times better. I love it anyways. I don't know. Everyone's got different needs, but I think this thing is great for through-hole stuff. And I fought 12 alligators to prove it. Don't worry, the alligators, they were mad. They had madness. They had madigators, which is a form of alligator madness. And elevator disease, too. It's rare, but it does affect 1 in 10 elevators. I think I might need some flux on this one there. I don't know. Maybe I can squeeze a little bit from this. Maybe. Maybe. No. Okay. Yeah, I like that. They make spending your own money easier than it should be. Fair enough. Yeah, I love this knife tip because so I'm pointing it in and just using that tip to do like the fine work, and it works all right. It's still a little bit bulky, but for through hole and 805 SMD, oh, it's good. It's okay. It does good. You like it. You wear hat says knife tip for life. Yes. I get a hat fit, one size fits all. You have big head, I fit it on you. West Amateur Radio Mag. Oh, there you go. There. Oops. There we go. There we go. Okay, so that's done with that. We're almost done with this board. Doesn't really, it seems to just get exponentially easier, or maybe it's linear. I don't know. Logarithmic. Logarithmically easier as you keep going until eventually you divide by 0 and everyone's oh wait, I might have hosed myself. I might, well, hose is such a strong word. I may have squirted on myself. I may have squirted all over myself, particularly in my face. I don't know. The damage can never be determined. I was enjoying OBS View. Are you talking about this, my super source? So that's the that's our new switcher. So here I can aim extra camera 9000 at it. So that's the new video switcher. And it's got 8 inputs and it's got 4 main keyers, and then it has a downstream. It has 2 downstream keyers, and it has a super source. And the super source is what we just saw here, where I have the 2 pips behind me. I've got the multi-view, multi-pass, multi-view, and that has all the camera feeds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I've got the super source in 7, and then 8 is the hyperdeck, which is the music playback and everything. I got the records readouts, and then there's the audio mixer, so I can make sure my levels are good. Media player is the graphic. I need to expand that out, and then you got preview and program. This thing has 2 outputs, so I actually have another TV, and I may throw another multi-view on that, so I can have like a larger preview progress on there, and then put all this other shit in the other monitor. But it works great. I've been really happy with it. Here we'll go to here go this way. So we'll go to, this is the switcher for it. So the super source here, you can do, we're in 2 box panel, but you can do up to 4 boxes. And then in these boxes, you just specify what you want it to be. Like, one's the MacBook feed, and then 2 would be the other camera. But you can just drop down and pick anything you want, as well as, you know, media sources and so forth. It doesn't do flying keys. However, if I really wanted to do some cool flying keys where like all these pips moved around in a cool graphic, I could do it here with the upstream keys. So this upstream key is me. If I switch it over to Luma, you'll get that, but it's on Chrome and it's matched out. And but I have 3 other ones. This one I've got dedicated to Meatwad, and but it really doesn't matter depending on what you're doing, because if I set it up to change the camera, it won't really matter. But these you can do flying keys. That's how I move around. Oh geez, I keep opening these. Hold up. That's how I do the move around thing. So you'll go down here and you'll have flying key and you'll set coordinate maps and size and all that. And then you'll set it. This just has a two point that you can do, but if you go run to A, run to B, full size, and you can specify how fast it moves. This is 1 second time. You can also do cool stuff like that. All right, and return back that way. You can mask off things as well, but it's a hard mask, like a shuttered mask. You can't in here anyways put a mask overlay, although you can, if you get up into here into chroma and pattern, you can drop like masks on and stuff. But yeah, it's really cool. I haven't even tapped into all the stuff. I got it up and working for most of all our needs and all the things that I was like, oh, now we have that we can finally do this. One of them being, of course, the good old super source. So, honestly, video is a lot like audio. A lot of it's just routing signal, which is what audio is 90% of the time, and then, you know, coloring, tweaking that signal, or, you know, getting the different cameras to fit in together with each other, or the different shots or the different sources. So it's really just mixing those things. The only thing that gets wild is when you do like the keying and stuff like that. But even then, it's not terribly difficult. And I was trying to figure out how to do stuff, and I just would Google how to blah 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 in ATEM. And that's one thing that's really neat. So that box there, this unit here, it's small. The one I have was half that size. This is the same. The software that they use. Oops. This software, it's all the same. So if you work on this and you go to an ATEM ME, which is like, I think 16 ins and 8 or 16 outs. I can't remember. It's got a shit ton of inputs and outputs. It all looks the same. Like you pull the software up and it's the same. You just, all these buttons are populated. And this might be wider. The keyer section will be wider. This will have a lot of extra deals, but it's all the same execution as far as with the equipment. And there's a really nice little mixer in here too. You have DSP effects, like you can pull up you've got an expander, you've got a gate, you've got a compressor and a limiter. That's on every channel. And then you have an EQ as well that is, how many bands? I think this is 6, because I think you can shelf these. Yeah. So you can turn, well, okay, it's not a super awesome. It's a half parametric. Then you got full parametric. And yeah, you can do the same there, notch or boost. It's pretty nice. Oh, wait, look at that. Wait, am I just not? No. So it only lets you do the shelves. But you can still have 4 full parametrics. Fuck! Had no idea it moves that quick. Wow. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. I didn't know it did that. So anyways, yeah, there's that. And those are on every channel. Like I have a little compressor on this guy. So when I do my raids, it stomps on it. So it doesn't hurt nobody too badly.
Don't kill nobody today.
And there's a bunch of little tricks, like you can have this audio follows video. So if I were to put that, the audio wouldn't, well, actually you have to cut to it. Oh wait, we are looking at it. So if we were to cut away to another section, the audio would be out. It's only because this mic's active right now, or this camera's active. But you can do stuff like that. Let me check something really quick. Yeah, and they now have this headphones return. Yeah, that's kind of it. You can split all these stereo channels up into individual monos, and each one of those will all have their own separate EQ and dynamic, and they're just treated as mono channels. That's including these mic inputs. You can separate left, right, and have them be 2 mono. Did you not hear it? All right. My apologies. I heard it, but I do have the volume cranked. Let me bump it. There we go, that resets it. Yeah, it's not bad. I watched the and I posted on the Discord. I watched some more of the EEV blog. He did a teardown of the 4 input version of this, 4 input 1 out, and it's pretty remarkable. Honestly, it's a pretty remarkable piece of hardware. It's basically this crazy ARM chip, and he points out, like, if you want to buy it, the chip is $1,200. It's now $1,400 to buy the chip. Bandpass. Yeah. That's what I have it in the parametric. So I was just cutting it so you could hear it the best. Oh, the sweeps. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, obviously they are getting them for a couple $100 a chip, but here, I'll pull it up because it was pretty dope. Let's see. So it's this chip. And oh, it went up. I swear to God, this was 1,400 last night. Now it's 1,800. There's like, so in the little 4 channel, there were 2 of these. I'm imagining there's 4, 6, possibly 8 of these chips in the one that I have. They're this crazy ARM chip that yeah. So there's like several cores on this, and you can divide these up, and then there's different like cores in it. Yeah, it's a really, really hocked up FPGA too, but it has different cores on it, for different, you know, like different functions, which is common within the ARM. But the way that it's set up, it's awesome. Like they basically divided it up to be like, oh, well, you know what? This will handle the recording, and this core will handle audio mixing, and so on. I don't know if I'm gonna run across something useful on this. We should just stay with the top page because it's gonna have all them bullet points. Yeah, it's quad core, 1.5 gigahertz. Oh yeah, and it has its RAM as well. There's video built into it. It's a really cool chip, but it's also bazillions of dollars. Oh wait, yeah, there it is. Yeah, and that's kind of how EEV Blog put it. He's like, if you want to work on these and you want to have a good time and you ever want to work with some of these chips, we'll give Blackmagic a call. Get them on the phone. See if we can go work for them. They need more people. Damn. Yeah. Anyways, cool chip. Not as cool as my collection of robot hats, but damn close. Oh, Shisa. 99999. There we go. Build a PC. That thing's way smaller than a PC. And it could do a lot more. Like, I've known a lot of guys that have tried to do the old PC instead and Hackintoshes and stuff like that, and it can work, but you know, you're really tying your arm behind your back to try to accommodate this idea that it's a good idea. In my opinion, I guess. Oh, shit. Well, what are these for? I think these are the 47 picofarads, yeah. Alright, well, whatever. Let me just make sure. I don't know if this, I can't remember if this guy will measure picofarads or not, but what if? Well, yeah, that's close enough. 0.31 nano, yeah, 0.31, yeah, whatever. It's right. I'm wrong. Wednesday is Thursday. Up is down, and 12 is cool. Yeah, honestly, the reason that I use the ATEM is because it's way, way, way more stable than a PC. It's a lot less maintenance than a PC, and it's more feature laden than it. And it's like the size of well, it's smaller than a skateboard deck. I don't know what size it would be comparable to. Like a really big piece of flatbread pizza? Or a little flatbread pizza? I don't know. What kind of flatbread do you guys like to eat? So, what about 12-core Ryzen 9s, 24 threads? Well, like, aside from the fact that it can't tether to a phone and this can, and this thing's smaller, and it's dedicated hardware, it's just, like, so let's say my computer died, like it just fucking burst into flames and it's out. I can still stream because this guy has an Ethernet port, and I can just plug it into the Ethernet port, load in my credentials, and I can stream from it directly. No computer needed. You can also do that on the go. You can plug a phone into it through the USB, and you can tether to it. Also, it does something that I don't think any of the OBS or any of that stuff does, because it's extremely taxing on the hardware, is multi-track recording. So this is the ISO version, the ISO version. So each one of these deals, when I hit record, I'll get a recording of all the camera feed. It'll be an isolated version that'll all be syncable, and I can track and do multi-camera edits later on. But, like, it specifically told me, like, you need to make sure that you're running to something, like, big. Like, if you've ever gotten Blackmagic software, you can download some of their stuff. They have a program that's really great for testing how fast a hard drive is, and it will bring up all the different... Well, why am I talking about it? Let's just look at it. It's a cool program. It's not as cool as Tony Hawk Pro Skater, I'll admit. But that... Don't make me admit anymore. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Bum 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 bum. Where'd it go? Oh, it's probably on this page because... Yes. Alright. So... Cut. So, here's this cool speed test program. We'll put it on... Let me put it on the hard drive. I realize it's going to show all my drives and stuff. And they're all extremely, extremely offensive names and so forth. We'll use the... I'll just use the internal drive. Fuck it. So you can see this computer does really well. It just can't do 12K 4-res. ProRes, I mean. Oh wait, now I can. If it really tries. I just gotta believe. And you can change stress file size. You can do 3 gig files, 1 gig, whatever. Man, I forgot how fast this drive is. I don't know why I'm not using this for video editing. Yeah, when I had it in, so you can take it in Final Cut, or you can take it in DaVinci. They actually give you a file that's produced, and you just throw it in DaVinci, and it automatically lines everything up. But you can go and throw those sync points in and everything, and then you can just cut cameras live. All right. Let's talk about the most disgusting thing we've ever eaten, but we had to eat it because people were watching. And our shame, our very being was on the line. I'll go first. I once did a minnow shot. It's exactly what it sounds like. They put a minnow fish into a shot of booze. It was fire... not Firebird. The peppermint, the cinnamon one, the cinnamon whiskey. I probably can't say it name because I can't say it the name anymore. It's against the rules. Anyways, I drank that. The fish was alive, by the way. It was disgusting. It was awful, but I was peer pressured into it. Oh, hey, Chompers. Are you going to throw up? You just made a weird sound. Please don't throw up in here, buddy. Here, I'm going to move you to the non... Oh, no, it's too late, isn't it? Come on, buddy. Stop. Just stop. I don't want to pick you up when you're puking. That's rude. Manners. Ah! 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 Oh, it's bad. Ah! All right. Give me a minute. Oh!
Keep her hair
Macro
up
Man
until-
35, 26 with that soap. 4 months. Keep the hair out of the toilet. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Ice VR _ official coming in with that follow. Let's go. Thank you so much again for that. Mate, it's 4 months. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right. Let me, give me 2 shakes. I gotta clean this up. I'll be really, really fast. And then I'll clean it up really quickly, too. It'll be awesome. Something, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, give me 2 shakes. Let me clean this up. I'll be right back.
Damn, this beat is fat. Oh my gosh. That was exciting. Like the cat vomits, and then we get Micro Man with the 4 months, and then we get the follow from Ice VR. I feel like I'm saying that wrong, but at the same time, I feel like I'm saying it right. I'll never know the difference. One of the biggest points that I have to not go to the hospital is because I'm a picky eater, and going to the hospital means I'll barely be able to eat for the next week. Ugh. Just a bionic eye. No, Chompers, you just shot up a big old nasty hairball. Well, let's be honest. It's not like he makes attractive-looking hairballs that are like, oh, hey, that's a cool-looking hairball. Let me take a picture of it, put it on the gram. Ooh, actually, you know what? You know someone does that, right? There's gotta be. And they have like 100,000 viewers. It's Cat Puke. Cat Puke Graham. My cats are very sick. The ethics of all this is very questionable. Hairballs Anonymous? Oh god, you're probably right. I mean, but where? All right, that was Dr. Pepper by Pepper and the Doctors. Yeah, you're right. It's probably 4chan or Reddit. What was it? I remember a while back, I think it was Daniel Tosh. He made a joke, or he made a deal on his show about how there's a Reddit group, and it really is. I thought at first it was like a long con, but it actually is real, and it's nothing but silhouetted bodies, backlit, where you can see through their dress or their outfit or whatever. Very pervy, but classy perv. Like, you see it in your old man's stash and you're like, ah! Well, these are very tasteful. Gotta give the old man class. He had class, I'll tell you that. It was kind of like that, and it's an entire Reddit, and there's hundreds. I mean, that's what they said on the site. I never went there. That's weird. I definitely do not subscribe or get or contribute. No way. Because that's crazy. And Chompers, get out of here. You puke machine. No, I'm kidding, buddy. I'm not mad. I just don't want you stepping on where I cleaned up. Because you might puke again. I don't know what it is. Something about the joys of vomiting where you once vomited before. I believe it was Kierkegaard who said, the path to consciousness is through vomitness. And then he like drank a whole shot of schnapps. It was Kierkegaard.
I've seen that. People making hats out of pet hair. That just makes me itch. Here, I just gotta fix these little. This looks terrible here. Excuse me, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Whoa there, buddy. Oh, what are you doing there, eh? Hey. Chomps, what are you doing, buddy? You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Don't you realize you've always found it? Trouble was always right there with you. It was inside you all along. You are the trouble. Your trouble. You didn't have to search for it. It was inside. Nice bridge. I know. I'm thinking about maybe monetizing it. I was like, hey, how much do you think people would pay for a solder bridge? Don't answer just yet. What if the solder bridge was microscopic? I heard a great Norm Macdonald story. They were, they're writing this sketch for Chris Farley. It was like an outside sketch. It wasn't a live thing. And the bit was that he goes up to the drive-thru and he's like, I'll have 42 cheeseburgers, 50, just orders this massive amount of food. And the part they were stuck on is after he makes this big long order, he's in the drive-thru, they're supposed to say, is there anything else? And then they're like trying to figure out like, oh, well, maybe he says, you know what, make him Diet Cokes, or yeah, let me get 2 more cheeseburgers. There was all these different things they were pitching around, and they'd been working on this for hours trying to figure this out. And the way he tells it is like, and we're in the room working, and just like he'd been there. I don't know how long he'd been there. He just didn't say anything. Just all of a sudden, Norm just kind of creeps out, and he's like, you're working on Chris's thing, aren't you? And they're like, yeah. Yeah, that's funny. What if after he orders all the cheeseburgers and the sodas, and they say, would that be anything else? He just says, yes. And they fall on the floor laughing, and they realize that's exactly what he needs to say is just yet. They were in the wrong, they were in the weeds, in the wrong spot for the joke. And it landed, and it worked perfectly because the way it went out is he makes this big long order, 42 bucks, and there'll be anything else for you? No! And he's just all proud, like, no, I'm just going to eat all this food. And that made the joke so much funnier. And easily, right before he passed, like 6 months before he passed, I really got into Norm. I started watching all his comedy, and I realized what a comedic genius is. He really knows. He does a lot of comedy tricks that I'm like, God, I hope I live long enough to figure out how to do 10% of what he pulls off. All the time, you want to hear one of my jokes? Yeah. I just, I hope I have V Nelson 007. I don't have a toilet paper roll, so I could do like a 007 thing. Well, wait a minute. Actually, I do. So, hold up. So we could do a 007. There you go. All right. Well, some people say that our special effects budget is too much. I say it's too little. Rich Little. And then they say, what? Rich Little? Why did you talk about him? And I said, I didn't say that. You did. Why are you talking about Rich Little? You got something for him? Are you a big Rich Little lover? And they're like, whoa. And then I walk away. And that's how I win every argument ever. Wait, what are we talking about again? I'm sorry. That quote from Clerks. Not a bridge builder. Well, there's an that's a dick sucker joke. I thought you were doing the joke from Norm Macdonald where he's like, oh, you know, he's making fun. He's like, oh, he's out there on the street, like, doing tricks. And he came back and he's like, I made over $400.05. And I'm like, wait a minute. You were out there for 12 hours, you made $400.05? Yeah. Well, who gave you 5 cents? Every one of them. Ah, I love that joke. That's a good one, too. Ah, I love good jokes. I love good jokes. As much as I love good cocaine. Good cocaine jokes. Jokes that were written with cocaine lines. It's actually just something I came up with. I can't really speak to its efficacy. What happened to the one I used to clean the puke? No, that was paper towel. If I could be perfectly honest, the toilet paper roll is because I do marathons. No, okay. I just use that I used toilet paper to blow my nose and stuff like that. I used to buy Kleenex, but I did the math, and Kleenex is infinitely more expensive, and toilet paper, it's like having a paper towel for your face. You can just like, oh man, this is going to be a big sneeze, and you roll up like a bunch of paper towels for your face, and you're like, done. Kleenex, you don't have that. Kleenex, you're like, and then you got like 7 Kleenexes, and you go, and they fly everywhere, and you got snot on your hand, and you're trying to impress your boss, and he's like, what's going on, Johnson? And you're like, that's not my name! Why do you keep calling me Johnson? Why? What a fucking jerk. Anyways, that's why I like to use the toilet paper. Now, Mrs. Heresy, if we could be honest, hates that I do that. She is not a fan. She's also a woman. A fan is on the floor over there blowing cool air across. Last I checked. Anyways, what are we talking about? Can we talk about something else? Have you guys heard about that submarine? Yeah, it was yellow and the Beatles sang about it. Living in it. Now we know that's impossible. Use your flashlight, man, if I could. V. Nelson, that's what I say. I'm like, come on, I'm being economical. It's easy. It's not like I'm like, you know, leaving. I even throw it away immediately because it's 10 times grosser. A wad of toilet paper versus a wad of Kleenexes, 10 times grosser. Just immediately it implies, why is there toilet paper? So I just immediately throw it away. So I'm even cleaner. Kleenexes, I don't know. Sometimes I just let them pile up until they get like so large that I can't even walk into the living room anymore because it's just filled with snotty Kleenexes. I like to see how far I can take things. Like with that motorcycle gang. All right. I see a base in your face case, and I would like to embrace But I often give chase. Ba-ba-ba-bump. Right. I always feel like I do this guy, but he goes for like, well, it's 4 minutes. I wonder if this dude's any better. Let's give him a try. Let's can't. See, what's this dude like? Is he good? That's too funky, man. That's too funky. Too much. Now I'm gonna go with the one I know because I've done it so many times before. All right, let's back him up. Let's plug in the bass. Oh, it supersized me too. No, I don't really have a cool backdrop. Oh yeah, we could do that, and it's just blackness. No. All right, that was a dumb joke. Oh, where is the cable? Cable, cable, cable for me. Cable for you. Cable for me. Can I have a cable? Cable for me, baby. Let's cable on tonight. It's really loud. Oh. Alright, let's see how loud it is compared to Jam Man. Alright, I think that's a decent level. And since I'm new to the bass guitar, let me warm up a little bit. Check it out, I'm in tune. Alright, I think I could be a little bit better. I could spend a little more time. But you guys, you didn't pay for this to warm up. You paid for the main event. And that event. Hey, I don't know what the funk I'm gonna do. The funk I'm gonna do. sloppy at the end, but I've been doing an incredible amount of mescaline for the last 14 hours, so it cut me a little bit of slack. And I didn't play any Primus riffs the whole time. I didn't go, hey, look at that. I didn't do that. Because I forgot. Ah, good times. Thank you. Who was it? Who do we have to thank for the bass? Ah, there you go. Of course, Bisnot. Simply the best. Better than most, I guess. Better than that other one. That other one I forget. It's simply the best. Wait. That is not the right song. I didn't read chat very well. I apologize. I'm not a reader. Thanks, guys. You're too cool. I can't thank but our imaginary sponsor, Pabst Blue Ribbon. Pabst Blue Ribbon. It has the number 12. Please note that Dr. Pepper has the number 23. What the hell's going on? Why do I like drinks with numbers on the front? Hold on a minute. Let me go get an OE. I just noticed that. There's like a number 12 on there. Oh. I thought it was representative of some significant factor, but it's just to tell you the quantity of liquid inside. I thought it was some magic Illuminati code that was imprinted into the Pabst Blue Ribbon for us to slowly one day uncover. Then we could have all the riches and the wealths of the Pabst Blue Ribbon. Let me start over. Then we can have all the wealth and power that Pabst Blue Ribbon promises, including the kittens. Yes, you heard me correctly, the kittens. I look amazing. Why did the music stop? Oh, it's just dead air? That's cool. It's definitely a file error. Anyways, 12 hops went in. Yeah, there you go. Hack stats are good to see you, by the way. I don't know if you've been here this whole time. I feel like you haven't. Your presence is now being felt throughout the entire stream. Well done. Well done. PBR, exactly. Well, it's just like Frank from one of my favorite movies, Blue Velvet, when he asked, "What kind of beer do you like?" And he replied, "Heineken." And to which Frank replied, "Heineken? Fuck that shit! Pabst Blue Ribbon!" And from that point on, I felt like Frank's wisdom, as well as his incredibly forceful yelling voice, further drove home the aspect that Heineken is a terrible beer. PBR is fantastic. Now, I know some may argue differently. You will all be summarily lined up and destroyed in the great pit of fire. This is not anything that I want to do. This is simply the will of the PBR and the Frank. The Frank is the light and the way. And besides, why wouldn't you want to join the Frank? You get the mask with the nitrous. Who doesn't like nitrous? Who doesn't like a medical mask to huff them in? I mean, you're doing balloons like some fucking crack addict walking around with a tank and going right before you're going to commit some deviant act. I mean, come on. The Frank knows. Man. People are fighting, shooting firecrackers outside. Anyways, I apologize. I got a little bit off top. It's something on it. It's very, very near and dear to my heart. Skip ahead. Oh, wait, you know what? Never mind. I did do those. Okay, never mind. Forget about it. That whole thing about God and country and man. No. So here's our little tricky trick that we're doing for these these are relays. So we're gonna pop them on. I know what you're thinking, Sid. Those pins aren't long enough. You can't bend them. And even then, how flush is that gonna be? Sid, can you hear me? Are you okay? Why are your eyes rolled up like that? Is that Latin? I didn't know you knew oh, is that a curse? Anyways, I hear that kind of stuff all the time. I heard it at Berkeley, and I'm hearing it today, and I'm telling you, it's just the sound of jealousy. I feel like I should solder this little duder down a little bit further here. Hold up. All right. So the trick is, well, we're all familiar with this method. We've all seen this. A classic. You're at a dinner party. Fine place setting. Beautiful place setting. Wonderful meal. Wonderful host. Wonderful drinks. Wine glasses filled with some of the finest wines and cognacs the world has ever known. But you want to impress. You want to take the party up to the next level. You want to be remembered as, holy shit. Do you remember when that guy came in and blew our fucking socks off? Not sexually, like literally blew our socks off. Not us, didn't blow us. That was another party. That party. Remember that guy? All right. So this is what you do. So normally you would take the tablecloth and you would pull it out from underneath the table or underneath the place setting. It's not under the table, it's on the table. What the hell's wrong with this guy, right? So what you're going to do is the exact same thing, but different. Fundamentally different. So we're going to take our components here. We're going to put our sheet on top. Where did they go? Don't worry. Don't worry. They're still here. Now, I'm going to take this, and I'm going to tightly wrap it around the components, keeping them safe from mobsters. Lobsters as well. Lobster mobsters. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to trigger anybody. I know lobster mobsters are very terrifying. My apologies. Okay, so you're going to take it, and then you're going to flip it over. You follow me? You with this? Oh, wait, you can't even see it. Get rid of me. I'm just a big distraction. So we get that, and then now we've got there. What? Wait a minute. What's going on? Hold on. Ta-da! Wait a minute, Sid. Are you sure? You're damn right I'm sure, and quit questioning me. God damn it, I'm sick of your crap. I'm sorry. That was totally uncalled for. I've been dealing with a lot of outside noises, you know, and they've been affecting my ability to scream at children until they yell and cry. It's been affecting me at work, at home, at school. It doesn't help that I work out of my home and I'm homeschooled. Everything, I can't get away from it. And now we got these buttholes shooting fireworks because for some reason somebody thought it would be a good idea to shoot fireworks in the desert. I'm not happy about it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh shit. Let me fix this and then I'll be happier. Oh, there we go. Now I feel better. And let's scooch over here. Use an index card to hold your part. Wow. Okay. Now, Damaki, some of us aren't as well off to own index cards. I know I saw one once when I was like 14, and you know, I thought, you know, by the time I get old enough, you know, I'd be at this age, you'd think I could afford some fucking index cards, but no, it's paper towels and toilet paper tissue and snot for hair gel. I mean, that's my life these days. I'm just getting by. At least I got my PBR and my Frank. The Frank knows all. The Frank is the way. Ooh, look at that. It's all blurry. No, it's not. Another blank PCB? Oh, yeah. Let me just pull that from my PCB factory in PCB land. I'll just put on my PCB helmet and fly on over to there with my PCB wings. And I'll be like, hey, Mr. PCB, can you give me some PCP? And it'll be like, wait, what? And then I'll pull out a knife and I'll be like, I don't need to repeat myself, do I? And I just look menacing down at the knife, like, if I have to repeat myself, someone's going to get stabbed. And then I can get another PCB, but I can only do that like 3 times at one place, and then they're going to catch on. Oh, wait a minute. Fuck, never mind. I could shave off my mustache. That'll give me at least 2 more times? Maybe more? I look really different without my mustache. I look like like Johnny Carson's hairdresser. No one really knows who that is. I saw a picture one time and I was like, oh, yo, I kind of look like that guy if I didn't have my mustache. All right. So it's almost perfect, but I see some room for improvements. And just like a child who can never satisfy their parents' overwhelming desire for perfection, I will continue to press these in until they are flush, and Father will accept me and let me take on the family name and the crest. Foober doober. All right, we're going to put the rest of the solder on here, and we're never going to talk about what I just said a minute ago. Because... oh, wait a minute. Let's go from top to bottom, inside out, up and down. Good God. You see me start? Yeah, it's true. Okay, you got me. Yeah, I honestly do not have a shortage of PCBs. Like, if there was a way to have too many, if that was really like a concept, not just like some sort of abstract, you know, like you can eat the sun or you can have too many PCBs. But I may be working on that. Prestige. Did that solder in that hole? God damn it. All right. We'll come back to that guy later. Yo, dog, I heard you like PCBs, so I used some PCBs for your PCBs. I love that meme. Isn't that Will Smith? That's so stupid. Yeah, I actually, so I've already started a box of PCBs that are worthless. Like, they're bad prototypes. I made a major mistake, and it would just be easier to spend $8 and get more made than to try to fix the mistake. And so, but I have a friend of mine who's an artist, and she's super, super talented, does a lot of really cool mixed medium, and she actually contacted me about circuit boards, and she was like, hey, I know this is weird, but do you have any photos of circuit boards? And I'm like, yeah, it's not weird. I have quite a few. Would you like them populated or unpopulated? She's like, both? The good ones know what's good. And you answered correctly. You want both. It's like a city before they built it. Oh yeah, we gotta desolder this. This son's a bitch. Sons of Anarchy bitch. Coming this fall. Man, I don't know. I don't think there's enough room in that guy. I gotta get a freshie. I gotta buy. Oh shit! I have to buy some more solder wick. There's like 3 more wraps left. Maybe we'll look at that really quick. So I need to make an order from Northridge Fix. I gotta get some more of this. And whenever I buy things, I buy more things. Yeah, I still have my cart there. All right. All right, cool. No harm, no foul. To Cal, to Cal. Man. So what's the next component? 12-volt relay, that's... Yeah, we did that. The transistor here, let's do that. Oops, wrong camera. There we go. So this transistor, the pins are in a line, and mine has a triangle layout, so I know it's not a big deal, but I would be an enormous piece of human garbage if I didn't bring this fact up. Like, if you guys, like, burn my car and my house and everything, I'd be like, well, you guys have a good point. I did neglect to mention that transistor. Its footprint is a little wonky. But, I mean... Firebombing? I have a drawer full of fucked up... There you go. Yeah, I got like a little shelf. I'm getting started. Never drunk cider. I don't think I've ever gotten so loaded. I mean, I've definitely had a few beers on the stream, but I don't know. It feels like soldering and drinking are not very, or at least getting loaded up. They're just not very conducive. It's like, these don't really work. It's like trying to do your laundry and getting drunk. You're like, it should. It should work on paper. But instead, you're like just tired and you don't want to fold anything. All right. I'm going to skip this 12-pin header because let's do the caps. Oh my God! Let's fucking go. 34 months? You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding. We had our other long time cat and cog with 36 months, but 34 months. Well, I guess that's insane. Angie Van, happy 4th to you as well. 4th what? 4th nose ring piercing? Yes, I know. I'm getting I was wanting to get him in my my cerebellum, but they said that's not legal, so way to go, patriarchy. All right. How you doing? Thank you so much for the 34 months. Hope you're having a wonderful 4th yourself, a wonderful Tuesday, wonderful day. We're putting circuits onto a circuit board. It's one of the many pastimes we have here besides eating crickets out of a cricket board, out of a cricket phone. I don't think I was supposed to go there. Yeah, it's like a little pad for the... Yeah, I gotta remove that. Brrr. Oh well. At least it'll come off well. But it didn't come off well. And Sid spent the next 22 years dying inside. The greatest trick that the solderer ever pulled was convincing the world it didn't exist. That was the solder's power. Kaiser Sose. Such a great comedy name. All right. Let's do this part. So and I did have this in the board holder last time, but yeah, I better do it. Heineken. So I think after tonight, I don't know, I may work on this video edit. I may actually, since it's a bit of a holiday and I really haven't spent that much time trying to relax after that gig that I did in where I wasn't in LA. Well, I guess I was in LA. Wherever. I was in Cali. And I keep really trying to make an effort to relax because I keep not doing that, and then I have repercussions, which you think would be cool because you're like Reaper, like the Grim Reaper, but it has nothing to do with the Grim Reaper. All right. Beautiful. All right. All right, let's give this board some cleansing here. Here, I'm gonna use this brush for a minute. So I forget I haven't used my toothbrush. I keep using my little hand brush, but I forget. The toothbrush can really put some force in there. But it does shred up the... Ah, scheisse. All right. All right. Let me give us a little bit more scrub and bubbles here, but I'm going to call it GUD for adequate. Put this guy on here. That one's done, that one's done, that one's done. Here, I'll put these. So these parts here. Which, let me save these up so I don't lose them. Same thing with this little... What is these? Op amp. What is this? A 4562. Okay. I have no idea if that's good or not. Oh, scheisse. Almost killed this little chip. Alright, that's all good. Got that. Got this. Got that extra. Man, my glasses are killing me. And, oh man. Let me see here. Where are we at here? Oh, that's a cool background. We should do that.
That looks way cooler. Yeah, there you go. Oh my gosh. Let's have a dab. I think I need to add a dab to the dab adder. I know I'm behind by at least 100 or more. Can I get you to where? There we go. That looks good. It's festive. It's got a vibe I can deal with. Oh man. So, oh yeah, it's already 9 here. So yeah, I think we're gonna call it a night. Nine hours, I know. I mean, time flew right by. I had no idea it was that long. No idea. Because I have no concept of how any of that shit works. Time, space, the final frontier. These are the questions of the Sid ship Sidiprise. Its continuing ambition to pick one's nose secretly so no one can see it. To seek out new footwear that makes you look really sick and dope. To boldly just nap until no one has napped before. Dude. Okay, so we've got a couple of options here on the old Radometer 9000 limited edition. So we got our buddy, our friend, our pal, Laserlos. He's playing some pinball. Looks like Led Zeppelin Premium. That's what he's got on there. From Stern. That's a great game. But if you want to stick with the repair build vibe, we've got Yaki Yam. And it looks like they're working on a Switch right now. They're using some hot air and pry tool to pull the little screen glue off. So, honestly, I don't think we've ever rated Yaki Yam, and if we have, I don't remember. So, maybe that would be a good place to go for the night, because I love me some electronics. Let me make sure. Yeah. Oh, Doey's on, but Doey's doing car crashes and stuff. Yeah, let's hit up Yaki Yam since they're doing a build. I think that makes sense. And it'd be a nice way to end out the night, I think. We'll finish off the filter board tomorrow. We'll get it recorded and everything, and then I'll get that edited over the weekend or something like that. Hopefully I have a new video up on YouTube within the week. But tomorrow we'll do that. We've got some other projects to work on. To be honest, I'm really trying to clear stuff out. I cleaned up this one room, and I found a lot of projects where I'm like, oh, fuck, I should get this out of here and back to the person who dropped it off. I need to get this the fuck out of here. I don't want it here anymore. So
I'm trying to clean up a lot of projects like that. So I feel like over the summer this would be a good opportunity for us to try to get some of those things out of here. So that's part of the goal. So we'll always have something to do. We do have quite a few other SMD projects for various Euro-rack stuff to do. And then I also need to do some programming. We need to start programming some chips. I gotta find some time to teach myself how to kind of do that. I kind of did it once, but the poor 12-year-old girl. I see her face. Looking back at me. Saying, why? Why did you do that? So, we might not be doing that. Anyways, guys, mates, friends, countrymen, thank you so much, guys, for hanging out today. Today was a lot of fun. As I stated earlier in the stream, I'm feeling really good. I've made a couple of little life changes that are should have some positive outcome. Got some big changes well, not big changes, but I got some big ideas for us to do on the stream that's going to make stream life the life that no one could ever quite comprehend. So, all that being said, thank you so much for spending time hanging out here, sharing your time with me. I really appreciate it. You guys are the magic of the stream. I'm just the dude, but you guys really are your chat. You guys, you know, without you, it's just a video, you know? No. I really love you guys, and I hope you guys have a great night. If you're in the United States and you're doing the 4th of July loving, stay safe. I hope your pets are doing good. I know they hate fireworks. I know there's some people with PTSD as well that hate fireworks, so let's keep an eye out for them. Try to make sure they're safe, make they're all good. I mean, you don't have to go out of your way, but you know, think about that. Keep that in mind when the doggy goes crazy running around the neighborhood. You're like, oh shit, someone needs to help that poor dog. Ran out of their house probably, all freaked out. You know that story. You see that all the time. So anyways, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about going down into the veterans office and signing up. I mean, you can. That's cool, but that's going way further than I was talking about. Anyways. Guys, thank you very much. Today it was really fun. I had a wonderful time. I can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait to spend tomorrow with you guys. The stream should be, again, normal Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday. I am possibly going to need to take a little bit of a day off here or there to work on some projects. But if you guys follow our social medias, we do the Twitter, we do the Facebook, we do the Instagram, we do Discord. Our Discord's very fun, very active. And go in there and get that information that you require. But I'll be able to let you guys know too in there if hey, we're not gonna be able to stream today. I have to get my nails done, something like that. It's gonna be things like that. Pros to you all. Let's get this raid on. Not raid on like the illuminant stuff that's in the silent killer. Raid on. No, I mean raid hyphen on. Anyways, I'm spending too much time. Let's roll with it. We're gonna do Yaki Yam. They're doing some synthesizer. They're doing some. Oh shit! Did I close the page? I did. That's stupid. They're doing a switch repair. And yeah, they're already inside. Awesome. Do a switch repair. Let's hang out there. Let's show them some love. They've got a few people in there, so we got a couple of cats. Let's give them some. Let's go crazy in there. Let's hype them up. Definitely give them a follow if you're more into that kind of stuff. You know, show. What am I doing? Telling you how to Twitch? Look at me, the biggest asshole in the room, right? I'm sorry. I'll show myself out. And then I'll show this. I got to figure out. I got to do the slow one, but I haven't got the buttons yet. There's like buttons to do the slow, but I'm like, oh, well, that's a lot of buttons, and I don't